casters, you could say here, with Bass from the Past, Spaceman, and Corelli in the booth alongside myself. Gentlemen, after the action yesterday, how are we all feeling?
Good. Excited for today. I really do feel as if this is anybody's competition. We were kind of comparing notes about how it went in Group A versus Group B, and it sounds like a couple of teams have, I would say, taken this weekend pretty seriously. One of our players that we saw in Group B yesterday, the second place team coming out of it, Komori, has overnight gained 150 MMR in twos. So apparently they were grinding twos last night. They're ready for today.
They weren't the only ones grinding ranked last night. Curly and I were chopping it up in threes, but I just gotta let you know. I gotta let you know, man. Listen, man. Okay, all I have to say is I just don't want any sweeps today. We had finally a game 5 yesterday, almost a reverse sweep. But as long as we get the distance to 5 and 6, I'll be a happy man. That's all I want. You didn't have to follow up. You could have just said how you're doing. What's wrong with you?
Well, let's talk about Group A real quick, and I'll hand it right back to you, Corelli, on this group, looking at this bracket. I mean, who are the real people to look out for that made it on to today?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, Corelli, I actually have to go back to you. Apparently, you're muted in VMix.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm unmuted now. Sorry.
There we go. So
let me rewind. Yes. The big discussion in Group A is Gummy Momo. They 3-0'd Spongebob Puzzle Ball, which is indeed their name for whatever reason. And for Gummy Momo, there are two players that sit at Grand Champ 2, Grand Champ 3. They're not SSL players. Maybe if they played enough, they could get there. But Spongebob Puzzle Ball did have an SSL player, but it was the teamwork from Gummy Momo that really prevailed for them. That's why they were able to 3-0 in that upper bracket final. They're the team to look out for from Group A.
There we go. Well, let's take a look at Group B here in Bass. Why don't you break this one down for us? We had some great action as well as our own Game 5 overtime at the end, too.
Yeah, I don't know how we both managed to end on a Game 5 overtime, but honestly, about as exciting as they come, especially considering the fact that the semifinals weren't exactly that. Hitball and Nightcore both kind of swept through with pretty, I'd say, relative ease here. But in the upper bracket final, despite it being a 3-1, it was a really close competition back and forth. 2 1-goal ball games to start it off, and then eventually we get a sweep for Nightcore, which gets them the win, and then Hitball ends it with, I think, a 3-0 shutout to close that out and make themselves through to tomorrow, or I guess today now, technically, as the number 1 seed from Group B. That being said, still pay attention to Nightcore. That's the team we're talking about that just had a 150 MMR jump overnight, but also in the lower bracket of this one, we also want to look at Gaston Early College High School, another team that barely snuck in today, but I do believe that when this team is playing at their peak, they're still a threat to be reckoned with. Do I believe that they're necessarily going to be able to overcome, say, a Hitball or a Nightcore? Not sure yet, but if they can make it through their first matchup here today, sky's the limit for this team.
Well, speaking of the limit, we do have our playoff bracket, and we'll see where those limits are for these teams. Spaceman, I mean, what are your thoughts going into this matchup? We talked about Gummy Momo, we talked about Hitball. I mean, is there potential for some of those quarterfinal teams to go on a run?
Potential is always going to be there for any squad to make it to playoffs because, as they say, Sunday is any given day. You never know what's going to happen, what team will show up when. But synergy is the big question mark for a lot of squads, especially in twos. You can survive with an SSL, you can survive with some high grand champs, but if you don't have synergy together, you can only go as far as a striker's going to take you. And at times yesterday, Seekers seemed to be going on runs and then fall flat. The momentum got shocked. Spongebob Puzzle Ball looked like they were going to lean on Atello to be the SSL grinder that he was. And then when he started to get shut down in the midfield, their offense had no response and they were making a lot of mistakes. So there is going to be opportunities for any of the teams in the quarterfinals to make a run, sure, but it comes down to synergy, which is why a team like Gummy Momo is so scary in the semis. No matter who faces them, they're going to be a problem. So synergy will be the number 1 factor for a championship today.
That's what we kind of talked about on the B stream in Group B yesterday as well, is that synergy. We saw synergy from Hitball, specifically Nightcore, maybe a little bit less so, and that might be why they lost that series. But again, anything can happen in these series. Best of 5s to start for the quarterfinals, by the way, then best of 7s from then on out. And our first series of the day is going to be Night Court versus Seekers. And I have a little bit of a story that people might not know in the chat about the Seekers roster. They formed at the final hour yesterday before the tournament started. Real World actually got eliminated by the Gas Early College team in Game 5 on the qualification day. Had a great sportsmanship play there too, because they had to review a play due to a disconnect, and unfortunately it worked against them. But hey, they're back in the competition, playing on Seekers, and was able to pop off and get a final goal for them to move on to today. So just got to shout out Real World there real quick. But this matchup, Night Court versus Seekers, this is going to be a tough one, Bass. Nope, maybe we lost
Apparently
Bass.
too tough.
So tough, he couldn't even speak.
Now I'm
Hey,
also
he's
muted.
speechless.
We're all muting today here on this stream. So I will say this much. As much as I do believe Seekers have a good shot at this one, like I said, I really feel as if Night Court yesterday, in their opinion, believe that they were not necessarily... what's the word I'm looking for here? They could have done better than they performed in their upper final. They were a team that played well, but they really should have gotten to Game 5. They probably should have been able to take one of the 2 wins or losses technically, as a win when they lost by 1. So I really do believe that this Night Court team is coming in today with a little bit of a revenge arc. They've got a little bit of a vendetta that they want to try and prove here today. And I honestly believe that Seekers, while they have a good chance, man, good luck against Kumori. This kid wants it.
Well, we're going to be getting into the game in just a mere moment, and we got a lovely crew that will be casting this for us. It is going to be Bass and Spaceman. So, gentlemen, I mean, take us with your thoughts, predictions, whatever you have us into this matchup itself, as we'll be getting into this momentarily.
I don't know, man. I think Seekers had a lot to prove in their squeak-out victory yesterday. I think my big fear, however, is that good defense only keeps you in games. Offense makes you win them, and I don't think their offense is as fundamentally sound as other teams in this tournament at this point, and it's a bit predictable. They love the corner play. They love setting up off of a lot of rebounds, especially when you look over at Impala rocking the Cybertruck. Like, it's been a bit of a cheese for most of this, but their offense can be a bit predictable. Real World loves to take dead center net shots. That's like his bread and butter. It's what he did at the midfield. I think if this team can't find more dimensions offensively, they're going to be pretty easy to read, and that scares me. So I'm going to be looking at Night Court. I think they're going to be able to take it.
All right. Well, let's get into it. We've got game 1 here in our best of 5. Again, these quarterfinals are going to be best of 5s here today. We're moving over to a best of 7 once we get to the semis, but for right now, we're still just trying to avoid yet another 3-0 sweep. Like you said, it's really going to be coming down to the defense here today. I do agree with you on that one, especially for Night Court yesterday, that I think really got pressed to the limit when they got to their upper finals and finally had to face an offense that really was of their same caliber. The defense didn't exactly fall underneath said offense, but it definitely wasn't as solid as the offense they were putting out, so the defense really needs to be a focal point here today. The first 20 seconds of this first game, though, not a lot of defense needing to be played. Really just a lot of heavy touches out at midfield. Maybe Impala can change that up.
And it's interesting that Impala's actually switched off. And again, a lot of players who have been kind of favoring the Cybertruck, the Dominus as of late, have started to move back towards the Fennec Octane, which is pretty standard for most players. But again, you make it this far to the tournament, something that certainly works. He was able to really dish a lot of assists at the midfield with that length. Back on the Octane, we'll see if that changes how the offense maybe wants to play at the midfield. However, for Seekers, the big question mark continues to be, when they start to get some momentum, how do they build upon their lead, talking 2-3 goals at a time? They keep games close for a reason, but they have to do a better job today, knowing that everything's on the line. Once they squeak through to the playoff bracket, they cannot afford to play sloppy on defense.
100%. These are going to be 2 teams that are going to come out of the gates firing, and we can see the results of that already. Even a little bit of sloppiness on defense is already going to come back here to bite Seekers. No one off the backboard, and by the time they make the challenge, far too late.
That's just a quick cut. I mean, look, the defense is going to bite where they will. Low boost in the net, but, take advantage of the lane if you have it. A lot of space and real estate to work with, and Night Court are going to be putting up shots like that, right? Like when we talk a lot of times about young teams, young defenses, how they need to adjust, it's so much less about finding the clear and slapping the ball away from your net, and it is very much about positioning for the follow-up shot that might come through. Speaking of, Kumori finds the second, 2 goals down in just a minute time.
And again, this is the issue, is why we talk about defense having to be a priority here today. If you look even just a little bit awkward, such as Real World pushing up to midfield with not even a half a tank boost, Mori's going to take advantage, fire one downfield, put it on target, and if you're not prepared to make a save, well, there's the results. 2-0 here with only about 4 minutes left on the clock. It's not as if this has been an uneventful first minute, but it's definitely been a one-sided one, and unfortunately for Seekers, even that effort's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Impala was kind of the tip of the spear for this offense yesterday. It came down to real world a couple of times from essentially dead center field, and if that's going to be the case, then you expect this offense to be as one-dimensional as it was, but it worked. It's just not helping when these challenges on the sidewall continue as they are. Kumari for the third, and again, we're looking at another situation where 20 seconds after the last goal, you already have another one on your head.
You got to be careful here. It does still feel like this is going to be the defense that's going to get the most criticisms from this first game here for Seekers, because they're not failing to make saves here. Impala already has 3 through the first 2 minutes or so, but it's really the fact that they are hesitating on a lot of these plays. They're not firing rocket shots on target every time, but they're putting on a touch from midfield, putting on a touch from the front third, and every time it seems to catch this defense off guard. As of right now, this defense just needs to become more of a priority. They're not playing poorly, they're just not playing enough defense.
Yeah, we saw a couple of teams yesterday really prioritize just finding clears, which is great. But also, again, boost management will be a problem if you don't hold on to that resource. We all know what happens. You get stuck, especially in situations like this. Now you're going to have to send numbers up. Long clear off the back wall. Follow up. Maybe Impala look for the double. Triple. No, we're going to get 2 commit and immediately cleared away. So here's the interesting part now for Seekers is yesterday as they were starting to work on their comeback and they were starting to get bullied just a little bit off the ball, the biggest question mark was, can you control the midfield? And once they did it in game 5, especially towards that OT, they found success, but it had to come down to the wire for them. If they can keep their presence at the midfield rather secure in this game 1-2 moving forward, this is a series that they have a chance in, but they have to find a way to get more presence, especially back on the ball with how these passes are coming out.
And they're struggling with boost, like you said, so it's a difficulty of diving out at midfield, but not overexerting themselves and leaving them without any resources to work with after the transition. Unfortunately, this midfield presence has now led to Komori taking another shot from mid. Follow will clean that one up easily, but the follow-up from GECHS is going to keep it on the half. Or maybe not. Impala, not really sure the angle they're taking on that one, but it should at least alleviate pressure for a moment. You get a flick, but nothing more than that. The 50 after goes right back down to Komori, who just bangs it out of the half. And again, like you said, it's a midfield that is trying to put on pressure, but really failing to achieve any sort of real pressure at this moment.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing the separation in ranks just a little bit because, again, it does also come down to how you recognize the space that's there and when to start pressing, when to start pulling back. You want to keep the island secure, and we saw a lot of teams focus on prioritizing the late rotation back. They want to make sure they don't get countered on an immediate long clear. But if you do that too often, you leave opportunities on the table to be had. And that's where offenses really start to struggle because they have to feel like they have to force things when they're down in a game. You're down 3-0. You got a lot of time in the series, but I'd like to see a little bit more urgency from the rest of Seekers when they start to get set up in the corners like this. You're winning a couple of 50s that are great, but you need that midfield pressure. Even just quality shots like this, if it rolls in, great. If it doesn't, fine. But Impala, right place, right time, recognizes the space, and finally finds the first goal.
There's just everything right about this play here, whether it's midfield pressure and the pressure on offense that we've been speaking about, or even the boost totals there. GECHS and Komori on completely zero. Meanwhile, Real World and Impala with full tanks of boost to work with. So even if that shot had not gone on, they would have been able to continue that pressure, extend their offense, and maybe get themselves back into this game. A second goal here would go a long way, and I think they'll find it. Technically an own goal from Komori, but I'll be real, I don't think they were escaping that one.
It's just good placement all the way around. Impala plays it lower right corner, and no matter how great of a save Kumari's going to have, doesn't have enough boost to effectively get it to the corner. Still, those are the quality shots you're going to have to take from the offensive third. Seekers get 2 in a row, doubling up very quickly in the last 10 seconds. If they can get a third, we got a brand new game.
Well, they're going to need to do a lot here, though. Low boost for Real World means he's got to find a way out of the half, and he won't quite yet. GECHS not going to make an immediate approach, though, recognizing Real World does have some boost to work with and a lot of field cover. So they'll boom it down field and almost put a shot on target. Not going to be enough, but Impala there on the backup. And I can say this much, from the first couple of minutes of this game until now, stark difference in the offense here for everyone on Seekers.
Yeah, just a bit of confidence. And Seekers had that in their opening 2 games yesterday to close the show. They proved that they can play with this kind of speed amongst each other, especially at the midfield. It just took some time for the offense to get going, able to get one to bite, and unfortunately it will be cleared through the corner. So still holding onto the lead Night Court with 10 to go, just trying to kill this game 1.
Corey, good 50, but nothing more after that. So Real World should have some space to work with. Gets a pass out to Impala. Tries to get it around one, but only pinches it to the corner. Is Real World there to keep this alive? Yes, they are, but not for long enough. Lets the ball drop, and unfortunately for them, that'll end this game 1. Night Court going to take the win.
Yeah, I agree with R2 screaming right now. Very close game 1. And look, Night Court built their lead and sat on it. And I think that can be a recipe for success today, especially just given matchup to matchup base. You see it here, almost 700 to start for Kumari, hat trick from the field. You got 9 shots to 7. So again, it was as close a game 1 as you're going to get out of 2 teams, and the resurgence from Seekers proved to be just enough to keep them in it. But like we said before, defense keeps you in games, offense wins them, and Night Court put on a flurry of shots to begin with, Bass. At that point, you're playing uphill for Seekers, and they just couldn't overcome the deficit.
You're also playing with really only one player prioritizing that defense as well. We talked about this one. Impala really going to have to be the spearhead for this team, and really you'd expect that to be mostly on offense, as, you know, the title of spearhead suggests. However, here they're having to do a little bit of both. The 2 goals for the team both coming from Impala, in addition to 5 saves. That is more saves than all of Night Court combined, times 2.
I don't really know how to read this game 1 other than, I mean, Rocket League game 1s, whether it's best of 5 or best of 7, have always been, it's a game 1. We'll see how the series goes. But it did feel like, again, like late momentum, Seekers clearly figured out how they want to play urgency-wise upfield. Their cadence was much better together. And we spent the entirety of the pre-show, Bass, talking about synergy between teams. This is a factor that will certainly be rearing back around as we go into game 2 on Forbidden Temple. If their synergy is continuing to improve as the series goes on, that is something that Night Court have to be ready for.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of those things where you need to find your roles. Like you said, this is a player that has really been offensively heavy, but Real World needs to figure out, where do they slot into this? Is it being the assist maker? Is it the playmaker that just dishes it out to Impala on repeat? Is it the midfield presence that doesn't allow an alleviation of pressure like we're seeing here from them? Or is it going to be somewhere in between? For right now, it still feels like Seekers are trying to find their roles. They'll find the first goal, though. Not even 30 seconds in, and they have the lead.
Just, again, good placement from Impala. And look, yesterday, he had a couple opportunities where he was getting goals, sure, but he was having to work overtime for a lot of those looks. This is really simple on the Octane. Maybe that's why the car change came in for Sunday. Maybe he was just, look, having fun on Saturday. I get it. But he looks way more comfortable, especially in space on this Octane. And for Real World, who loves to kind of play that role of a Radosin, where you pick up a lot of scrap balls at the midfield, and you can just escape downfield, help facilitate your teammates. This is where this team gets really special. They just started to slug it out a couple of times yesterday, but even here, Impala working through the demo, finds the second, and Seekers are rolling.
Already it feels like we're going to have a lot more of a back-and-forth series than what we saw yesterday between these two teams, and I hope that it goes that way. Again, no 3-0s on stream on Championship Sunday is the goal, and if Seekers can keep it up like this for the rest of this series, I'd have to imagine we're going to have exactly that. But Kumori firing back immediately. This one, not going to sneak underneath the bar, but where's the follow-up from GECHS? Shot on target, but not nearly enough power, and Impala to take it out to the side and hopefully clear the lines. Not exactly the touch they were looking for to the backboard, so maybe a little bit more defense necessary.
It's good covering as well. Actually timed the midfield grab perfectly. However, they'll lose the counterattack. And one stop there from GECHS to at least try to make things interesting. Working through the corner. It's a specialty of Seekers we've seen from yesterday. And we get back into the Corelli special here. Just kind of booming the ball downfield. Not sure what you want to do with it at all times, right? But from the corner, trying to keep this pressure moving. GECHS, allowing the tank to work with, misses the second, and that follow-up was necessary for this offense to continue.
It's going to continue, maybe even get a shot on target. Kumori technically getting credited there, but that was easily wrapped up by Impala, and now an attack the other way. GECHS, good touch to the backboard, and a demo that should open up some space here. How quickly can we see the transition? It's going to be quick, but it's not going to be enough to get past the defense without some resistance. The demo there will give them even more time, but gentlemen, you got to put a shot on target. All these demos, all this buildup is only good if it results in a goal.
Yeah, they're really hunting for the man advantage. I mean, you're looking at either 1v2 or an open net. That's a take you have to hit. You have to be able to pull that shot towards the net. It was a bit open. Real World playing it low, wins the 50 as well. Low boost for both players. And everything will kind of settle back down at the midfield for now. Possession should be for Night Court. But again, it looks like they're just a bit rattled right now, Bass. They certainly had an idea of how they want to execute game 1. Double taps completely open. Great setup downfield. I say what's happening. They respond. Already cutting the lead in that.
Well, we'll take it. It took a little while, but if you don't succeed at first, try. How many shots do they have at this point? 6 of them total, and eventually one will finally sink into the back of the net. Couldn't have come at an earlier time, though, just before halftime, finally giving them a chance here, and oh my goodness, if this kickoff is bad enough, this might actually work out for them. GECHS, though, not quick enough on the challenge, but more he is off the backboard. This is open if they can get it, but Real World, a crucial bump at the last second.
Yeah, Real World didn't even extend to the midfield and off the opening kickoff. He just waited for potentially a breakdown, and luckily was rewarded for his efforts. And just a bit off. Again, he loves to pull up shots just from the midfield line and just essentially throw it dead center net. It's a fast pull every time. He did all day yesterday. So good recognition from Night Court to recognize the opportunity. Real World with a lot of boosts. and trying to escape downfield. But this has just been a pretty even cadence from Seekers, and they've kind of controlled the midfield for the majority of this game, which is why it doesn't ever feel like they're being pressured out of their own side.
Yeah, this is a much better game in comparison to what we saw at the beginning of this series. And again, it's coming out the gates firing in game 2 that has established them this lead, because although they've given up the most recent goal and potentially another if that had been on target, they've still been able to, like you said, keep it pretty even. And the resistance alone is enough to do the thing. They can close this one out in the next 100 seconds. Another goal, though, seems to be eluding them. Many of the touches, like you've mentioned, have gone straight towards net, and the defense at this point for everyone at Night Court is no longer surprised. Unfortunately, Komori, plenty of surprises still left in their back.
Yeah, Seekers are playing very pulled back defensively. They're playing not to give up space, and that's a recognition that Night Court need to make. They need to start realizing that, hey, if we can beat them on the swing downfield and we have the boost to get over, let's just start attacking that directly head on. They do it there. You take advantage of the space. You get out in front of the defender. There's no way for them to block it. If Seekers are going to pull back defensively and give you all that time to get through, to get on possession, then take advantage of situations like this. We got ourselves a tie game.
See if they can take full advantage and take the win here. That'd be huge for them to go up 2-0 in this series, forcing a reverse sweep out of Seekers and giving them a lot of extra breathing room in a very crucial series. Again, winner of this one moves on to top 4, guaranteed. Otherwise, you're getting eliminated. This will be your final matchup of Championship Sunday. With a minute to go, it's still anybody's ball game, though. Paula trying to get something started here, but low boost and tank means they're not going to find a follow-up. They'll still die for it, though, leaving Real World in a 1v2. Pass out center. It's not a pass. It's a shot. And GECHS gets the lead for his team.
Poor kid in the net. I don't even think he had much boost to work with. No, I lied. He had a full tank, and this positioning just not good enough. If you're going to start meeting the challenge, you have to attack the ball. You can't sit back in the net, especially just playing nosedive on site, on possession, trying to angle your car a little bit more sideways, and you can basically protect more of the net from that angle. But yeah, just unfortunate setup there defensively. Night Court pull one out, and we'll see if they can hold on with 48 to go.
I mean, you called it perfectly. The team is playing to not lose, not playing to win right now. They are far too hesitant and just don't want to give up goals, but they need to find some offense of their own. That's awkward from Komori. That's open on nets, and that'll be a tied game. Huge from Impala to recognize the situation.
And you take advantage as well. I mean, Real World plays the flick perfectly with no boost, gets right back out. Impala, same situation, not much to deal with, but, you know, right place, right time, front of the net, able to punch it through. Every time you think Seekers are going to kind of, you know, fall over and just concede, they find a way to pull it back. They did it all day yesterday. They're doing it here in game 2.
They're doing a great job of keeping this close, but unfortunately, we've seen this many times through many Rocket League series. I know both of us have. You're playing to the level of your opponents, but you're not playing better than them. And that's what I need to see right now out of Seekers, is taking advantage of those opportunities where you do see mistakes out of Night Court, because they haven't played perfectly. The last goal is a great example of that, but with 13 seconds to go and an overtime looming, are you going to find another chance? Real World backs off of that play, but Komori pops it right back to him. He gets around one, around another, open nets, and there's the lead for Seekers.
Yeah, this is just a defensive mistake from Night Court, and this is where you need to attack right here. Real World recognizes it. That's an errant challenge from the goal line. Wide open space. It's just tap in Merchants. Shout out Wavy. You have to put that one away. Seekers up 4-3.
Wavy maybe one day will be joining us here on Vessel. He is a high school student after all, but I don't know if he's located in North Carolina. Either way, these players are, and these players are getting closer and closer to winning their lion's share of that $1,500 prize pool. Only if they can hold on to the lead here. That they will. Seekers get a little bit exciting at the end there, but they still take the win.
That's what they do, man. They make it close at times, and you're thinking, all right, Seekers are starting to kind of get in their own heads. They play a little too lackadaisical. They make mistakes. But they're able to pull it back, and it's just consistent Rocket League down the stretch. Again, everybody contributing across the board. 3 goals for Impala. You get 1 shaved off for Real World. He's got 2 assists. He got 7 to 8 shots. So granted, Night Court put up way more offense. It seemed like for longer stretches in this game, but the hang-on ability of Seekers to stay consistent continues to be the X factor for them. They're able to find a couple of saves. Demos were in the favor of Night Court, but didn't really spell too much. At the end of the day, it just seemed like Seekers still pulling this one out, Bass, in situations where they look like they're very keen on trying not to lose, but they get the job done. And on low boost, this team knows how to score.
I mean, one of the biggest things here is taking advantage of the awkwardness. The reality is that for a lot of these players, this is the first big competition they have played in. Oftentimes, they'll play in ranked or they'll play against friends, but it's different when there's money on the line and there are faces talking about you the entire time. People act like being on stream doesn't affect you, but when the nerves are there, it's going to force mistakes. And when the nerves force mistakes, you take advantage. In my opinion, that was one of the biggest things for Seekers in this game, is they saw the opportunities against Night Court. Opportunities that really weren't afforded in game 1, but in game 2, when they arrived, pounced on them immediately. It got them the win, and now it's gotten them a tied series. Game 3 on the horizon here, and this is an important one. Winner of this one moves on to match point, and honestly, with how the last game went, it's anybody's ball game.
It really is, and it really is going to come down to, I feel like this series right now, just by momentum based on the latter half of Game 1, the entirety of Game 2, for Seekers, it's in their hands. If they're going to pull back and play a bit reserved, they might lose this series, but if they're willing to take those risks at the midfield, they're willing to collapse offensively and send the house when they know they have an advantage, they have a real shot at being able to take down Nightcourt, which is kind of coming in as the favorites.
Oh, absolutely. I would say Nightcourt come into this one, not just the favorites overall, but really one of the underdog upsets for this entire thing to take it over to the #1 seed. But got plenty of time here in game number 3 to really determine who's even getting out of this series, let alone this game. Mori would like to be the first one to score, though. Touch out center, Impala, great read off of the ceiling, but both of them getting demoed for their efforts. Open net. GECHS just needs to put it on target, and he can. Takes far too long, and afterwards, Kumori coming in, the defense already prepared at that time.
He doesn't have enough to continue the play, though. So if you're giving away free possession, you have to control the midfield here. And luckily, able to get the grab at the midfield, right back through the corner. Actually gets a touch. That was ridiculous. Kumori has to fly off the play. GECHS following through for the second effort, and it will be cleared right back to the offensive third. But there's so much space given back as Nightcourt rotate out for boost. Look at how much of the field they've conceded up to the offensive Seekers. You have to wonder if that's going to be enough moving forward. Oh my God, never mind. Okay, absolutely rinsed. All right.
Well, to be fair, unfortunately for you to know, this is the bread and butter. Every time yesterday, this is what they did. Take the full field, grab their opponents, and force them into an offense where you see the dive out of players like Impala. And then the counterattack, well, Kumori, we already spoke about them enough here today. Individual prowess from this player means that they can just outmaneuver their opponents on a number of different opportunities. And I don't know if that's necessarily a surefire way to win, but it's a surefire way to get at least the first goal.
I take back everything I said about conceding the midfield. Never mind. You go nuts, buddy. If it works, it works. Follow up off the crossbar or post. We'll call a little AJG special. Picked up real world around 1 through the corner, and now some pressure here for Seekers. Got to take advantage. Cleared an open space, and they're going to try to just pull some of the defenders off the goal line and see what they can do back at the midfield.
I got to be careful there, though. That felt like a uncoordinated play, and putting it very lightly. The pass out center was perfectly put up, but nobody there to receive it. I don't need anybody here to receive this one. Impala going to tie us up with 3 to go.
It's been the Impala special for this series. Again, switching to the Octane's proving to pay dividends. Gets the easy double off the backboard, plays it perfectly. Like, not the cleanest finishing, but it's a goal nonetheless. 1-1 for Seekers. And if you can rely on Impala in space to be able to either A, execute his double taps, or B, get a quality look at the net, I mean, you're feeling pretty good right now about this offense that's really relying on his striking ability to keep them involved in this series.
I mean, it's the same for the other side here. Both teams have 2 players, each with 6 goals apiece. Impala with 6 through the first 3 games, and Kumori on the other side with 6 through the first 3 games as well. These players are shooting 2 goals a game minimum right now. GECHS, though, trying to get involved in scoring here. Tanking to get around Impala. They don't need to. Fakes it out on the line, and that'll give them the lead.
Yeah, that's a tough one to read. I can't even hate on it. I mean, it's a high bounce for sure. You don't have the boost to challenge this, but you kind of have to because, again, you're going to get bumped off the goal line if you don't go for the ball. And unfortunately, just wrong place, wrong spin, as Nightcourt will take the lead right back.
Well, we're starting to see some more team plays here out of Nightcourt, and it's a little bit unusual considering through the first couple of games we only had 2 goals that were assisted in total. Instead, well, we get another unassisted goal, just for the other side this time.
I think this was just, I mean, a straight up down the gut. Yeah, this is what Real World does.
Yep.
Did this all day yesterday. He drives directly at the net. He flicks it usually lower left post or lower right corner, and you get what you get. Seekers now tying it up with plenty of time on the clock. Half a game of Rocket League to go. Series tied 1-1, still a best of 5 to start today, but Seekers don't go down without a fight. The big question now seems to be, can Nightcourt, again, just hold on to the ball at the midfield and keep putting their pressure on?
It just feels such a volatile series. Again, understandable because it is 2 versus 3s where you're going to have a little bit more safety on defense here, but it really does feel like the defense is just done dirty on so many of these plays. Individual prowess on either side has just led to solo play after solo play in either end. We can start to see some more coordinated team plays here. Not quite yet, though, as Impala just dives onto this ball. Not really going to benefit their team, as I believe Real World is all the way back. But Real World has boost versus Kumori, who does pinch it downfield, but I don't know if it's to any advantage. No one there for the follow-up, as this ball just seems to ricochet off either end.
It at least forces them to make the save. I mean, again, a couple of times in 2s where, like, if you don't necessarily like how you're setting up offensively, then just force the defense to come out and, touch the ball a couple of times. It will start to pull that defense apart. playing it laterally towards the side wall, already following through. Jack able to get the corner grab as well. It pulls Impala off the back wall, and we kill a lot of time in the corner for the last 30 or so, but the defense starting to get a little scrambly, and this is where Nightcore can really start to set up in space and find some angles.
It just kind of feels like they're stuck in no man's land right now. They don't want to make the aggressive challenge. They
man.
don't want to pull themselves out of defense like that. Great example, but they also don't want to try and give enough time for plays like this. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's putting it mildly.
That's a 50 you can't necessarily guard against. It's tough, and you can't also hate yourself for not being able to save that. It's just a lucky bounce through the corner. But the big takeaway again is sometimes when defenses start to turtle, they struggle obviously to clear. They kind of slap balls away downfield. They struggle to hold on to possession. It was a factor yesterday. It will continue to be one today for Seekers. If you start to get pulled back defensively or not sure how you want to clear the ball, pull it back down to the ground. You don't need to get fancy with it. You don't need to burn boost and go for aerials. Keep it on the ground, bull your way forward, and hope that you can get back to the midfield.
They got plenty of time to do exactly that. A minute to go here with only a 1-goal lead, but you can see the difference right now for everybody on Nightcore. They are baiting Seekers into challenges, and Komori, even on 0 boost, is still winning them. They get a bump on Impala just for good measure. That leaves time now for GECHS. Swing on in. A little bit of boost. Can you get to center or anywhere meaningful? Apparently not, but Komori smartly takes the boost out at midfield, starves them, and you can see it. Impala and on Real World, completely on 0. A pickup in the corner for Real World could change this around, but with 30 seconds to go and an offense necessary here, they need to start taking risks.
Yeah, and they're so out of boost by the time they get to the midfield. They're really relying on that back left corner. So if they can't break out and they don't have the resources either, it's going to be really tough to contest with this ball. Triple tap. Okay, never mind. GECHS wants to put this game away. I don't blame him. That's disgusting.
That is filthy, and not only is it filthy, it's perfectly accurate, too, underneath the bar without a bounce, and my goodness, we've been talking up about Komori and Impala all series long. We might need to mention GECHS' name a little bit, too. I believe that is a hat trick for them here in this game, and my goodness, if they don't end this game with an absolute exclamation mark. That's the win here for Nightcore. They are 1 away from closing this series out, and it's not as if Seekers have played poorly, but what are you supposed to do against a triple touch?
Yeah, I mean, the redundancy comes back to boost management. At the end of the day, make it a 4th. Why not? 2 goals, 7 shots. Nightcore will take this one 5-2, but it comes back down to that 50 through the corner that led way to the lead. Then you just get consistent pressure, takes away boost from the defensive Seekers. They're not able to break out. They can't clear the ball. They're too afraid of keeping it on the ground. And then Nightcore do what they do, where they just relentlessly pressure the net. They get a double, and they basically call game. And that's why you get situations like this where Seekers sometimes get turtled up and they're unsure of how they want to break out. You can see the breakdown here. 12 shots to 7. And then this has kind of been the theme so far for this series, Bass. It's been a couple of games where it's close, but Nightcore consistently put on volumes of shots that Seekers just aren't able to handle. And this is where we get results like this.
I mean, it goes to show you, like you said, it's not that they can't handle it entirely, but they can handle the first shot and then nothing afterwards here. A total of 12 shots for Nightcore, and if you notice the 5 goals that they have, 7 saves to Seeker, meaning every shot that they didn't put into the back of the net was forcing a save out of Seekers here. So like you said, they put them in the blender, kept them in the blender for forever, and by the time they escape the blender, they get scored on.
Yeah, and I want to credit, this is a much closer series than I think I was expecting Seekers to kind of bring out of themselves. Their offense has been exactly what it was yesterday. It's been the exact same game plan. Granted, Impala has really stepped up just from his striking at the midfield. He has looked like he's picking his spots a little bit more cleanly, especially when it comes to playing upper 90s, which yesterday was tough. I don't know if it's the Cybertruck that's making it difficult for players to hit that. It might be, but the Octane looks comfortable on. But again, it's come down to boost. It's come down to management on defensively. There have been times where they've just been stuffed. They've been starving. They are really trying to find cleaner ways to get to the midfield. And Nightcore aren't giving them much, because once they take the ball back, we're talking about, even if it's not the most impressive doubles off the backboard, it's still enough to break a defense down, and Seekers aren't always in position to stop it. This is a big game 4, series point, match point on the line, tournament life here for Seekers. They have to find a way to turn things around.
They're already getting some offense started here. It's a stark contrast to the beginning of the last game, but can they find a goal from it? They can find a double commit. Komori really awkward here with low boost, and Impala taking full advantage. That's the type of risky play we need to see out of this team. Dive to the corner, not bad if you can score from him.
And good setup, too. Very shallow touch, and kind of helps out the opposition there, unfortunately. Impala, again, right place, right time. Just understands the space, understands when to pull up shots. Does so again, and another situation where Seekers find the opening goal. Hold on. Well, we're tied up.
Oh. Well, I mean, kickoff goals were pretty apparent yesterday for Night Court as well. This one a little bit less traditional, though. Really, this is just hesitation from Real World. Not sure if they want to cheat as a second man, not sure if they want to rotate back, and getting caught in no man's land just outside of the box in front of goal. Well, there's the results.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you do a bit of work downfield to draw some first blood, I should say, and then you can see it off the kickoff. We saw a couple of kickoff goals yesterday, like they just broke teams down, but now you're back to dead weight across the board. Got to treat it like a 0-0 game. A lot of time on the clock, but the same results matter. Is that you got to hold on to boost defensively. You start working on keeping the ball, keeping possession at the midfield. So far, doing a nice job. Able to escape and have numbers up. We'll see if they can keep this offense moving.
Got to be a little bit quicker on those transitions, though. I don't know if they recognize the fact that the goal was pretty much entirely open. Rather than trying to carry that, if they had boomed it downfield, it would have led to, at minimum, an awkward defense for everybody on Night Court, and you could have taken advantage of that. Unfortunately, you've now let them actually boost on up and get ready out at midfield for GECHS. Keep this close. Kumori cleverly sees the second commitment and maybe pitches it a bit too hard there, but again, you can see the difference right now. Night Court are not hesitating at midfield. They are happy to make these more aggressive challenges because it's usually paying off with goals like this. It's not going to every time, but they're willing to take the risk.
Yeah, their flicks have just been really consistent, and again, it doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to work, and it's worked 2 or 3 times in this series. Same situation. You're going to hit the lip on your way up, Impala, not enough boost to get in the position to kind of park bus on the goal line. Regardless, though, the flick works. Night Court take the lead right back. You were talking about it, again, like kind of the space of the midfield and recognizing that you need to know kind of when to press as an offense, when to pull back as a defense. Night Court know when to press. Seekers need to at least do a better job of knowing when they can start pulling their numbers back. There's been a couple of double commits defensively on their counterattacks that have led way to an open net that, somebody from Night Court's going to take advantage of.
Speaking of which, that's not a great touch from Real World out at mid, and that gives time for Kumori to start an air dribble. Not going to be a goal here, but this is the blender we've spoken about, but that's the counterattack we've also mentioned. Impala, props to you for finally recognizing the overcommitment.
And not a lot of boost either. Gets a lot of power behind the shot, but again, force the defense to respect you at the midfield, even in the offensive third. Just pull them back a bit. And those are the shots you want to take to get a defense to pull off and stop sending all of their numbers. Make them recognize that they can't just send the house every time, and they'll swing wide on the kickoff. But that's, again, another great recognition by Impala of just pulling this team back from the brink when they start to get a little over their head.
You can already see the difference there. GECHS was not patrolling out at midfield. They eventually did make the dive, but it was all the way from their own half. So you can see Night Court making a big difference here. They don't want to start trying to press the midfield as aggressively. Would rather full field take this one over, and that's what they're doing here. Again, another dive from GECHS, but a very tiny one at that. I don't think it's going to continue their offense, but Kumori will instead. Still a midfield that's suffocating, just maybe not as aggressive as before, and that's actually technically to the benefit of Night Court.
I'm curious about Real World and Impala. Their rotations have been a little slow through the offensive third when they've rotated back defensively, and there are times still where there's a lot of boost to be had, and they're coming up just short on some of these challenges. I'm curious, maybe it's just an overall rotation problem that's leaving them on such low tanks, but still, they're fighting tooth and nail through a lot of these commits. The double still works out for a save. Kumori trying to set up, play it in space, but you got to find a way to, again, keep this ball down on the ground and break out. Here, you cannot afford to allow Night Court to continue to crash the net like they've been doing all series.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you're as quick on the transition as possible. Counterattacks have been a problem for both teams throughout this series, but it could also be the thing to determine the end of it. If we see one more win out of Night Court as they continue on with offense, moving on to our semifinals, or actually technically our other quarterfinal. But we've got 100 seconds left, and anything can happen in that time, including a good save there out of Seekers. They're staying alive for at least a couple of seconds longer, and now even getting an offense of their own. Not a great touch from Real World, but Impala to clean it up.
Watching how they're going to rotate. They're going to single stack up the right side, so you got to start taking some of these challenges here. Luckily, Real World will get the call. Keep playing pressure on the ball. Does just that. And I want to see a little bit more urgency from Seekers. They're, again, very quick to pull back and try to play the goal line, but in situations like this, there's so much space that you're giving Night Court an opportunity to play a one-on-one, gets him to bite, and gets him to bite all the way around the ball. Night Court with a 3-2 lead with a minute 5.
This is so clever from Jax, recognizing Real World's backwards. He's going to have to make a challenge eventually, and as soon as he cuts it, forces the challenge out of Real World, flicks it around them with precision, and that's what we've talked about. The individual plays for Night Court have been stellar. When they recognize that they have a chance for a breakout, for a counterattack, they take full advantage of it, and they do not hesitate. One of the few things that we've seen out of Seekers that have stayed consistent throughout this is they hesitate at moments they cannot afford to. Including here, they needed a dive immediately, and by taking even a second longer, the counterattack gives yet another goal.
And Night Court's proven in this series that just individually on one-on-ones, they're going to win them. They know how to win their matchup. They know how, both just from mechanics and pure spatial awareness, they know exactly where they need to be to break down the defense, and they've done it all series. So when you get into these one-on-one situations, you're kind of putting all of your chips center table, and Night Court are going to take it every single time. Seekers have not proven at this point that they are able to shut down these single challenges. So it's just been kind of business as usual for Night Court in this game 4. Unfortunately for Seekers, a little bit too pulled back, but still a lot of time left. 40 seconds is an eternity for a defense. They have to start collapsing. They have to start hitting their marks, and they missed the most crucial touch of the game.
They needed that one to go in. 30 seconds left, so technically they do have the time, but giving yourselves a 1-goal deficit versus a 2 is crucial with so little time on the clock. Hold on now, that's a beat on the second man. Real World, though, again hesitates. They just don't want to overexert, but unfortunately, lads, you have no other option. With 10 seconds to go and the final game on the horizon, unfortunately for Seekers, it looks like it will end there. Night Court moving on to our semifinals as the first team to advance from the quarters.
They're still putting good pressure on, and Seekers, a pretty valiant run. I mean, they had a hell of a time yesterday, almost got reverse swept, were able to hold on, and they showed that grit and determination here in this series, but Night Court individually and their one-on-ones were way too strong, and their mechanics were clean enough to get the job done. 4-2 for Night Court in game 4, and again, a series that felt like it could have gone to 5, but Night Court just proved to be the more consistent team throughout, and we expect the teams with that synergy to be effective today. It was here, and they take it pretty convincingly in the end. So again, tip of the cap to Seekers. They played really great, but their defensive woes will still haunt them. And for Night Court, like we talked about all series, they just took advantage of the space. They recognized when they needed to make a play, stay aggressive, pass, and they will move on to the semis.
I mean, this was a great series out of both of the players here. I do want to highlight Jax for the fact that they popped off when necessary after having kind of quiet first 2 games. They got 5 goals through the latter 2, so impressive. The only reason that they're not the most impressive player in the series is Kumori. Minimum 2 goals a game. The rank grind seemed to pay off here. They had 3 goals to start it off, and after that, 2-2-2-2. They were phenomenal. Individual plays, like you mentioned, were really crucial to Night Court here. However, we are not the only people who watch that series. We got to bring in the rest of the desk here to talk about that one and break it down because, I mean, again, back and forth, maybe not as expected of a back and forth as we were anticipating.
No, I mean, as you're mentioning, credit where it is due to Seekers and Corelli. I know we saw Impala yesterday. We got to really talk about the improvement from yesterday to today. Even though they didn't eventually get the win, they still got a game and kept it competitive.
Yeah, I mean, Impala kind of has had a linear growth throughout this tournament, at least from when we saw him yesterday. The back half of the games that we saw from him were much, much better. Today, Impala was like amazing. I mean, we were, kind of backstage talking about it. I'm like, that's a different player. It feels like he was hitting double taps, like he was creating his own chances. A lot of times he was just a cleanup man for Seekers, but in this game, it felt like he was really the tip of the spear.
Well, speaking of that progression that we saw from yesterday into today, Bass, Night Court seemed like on another level. That grind did work for Komori, but talk to me a bit more about Jax and their performance.
I mean, Jax is a player that, by every metric, should not be playing this well in lobbies like this. This dude is diamond. He is diamond in regular Rocket League. He is diamond in regular Rocket League. Yet somehow he is keeping up with SSL level players. And I think the main reason why, he's not overexerting himself. He is not doing anything that he shouldn't be. He is diving when he is commanded to. He is getting into offense when necessary. And he is hesitating for long enough that it is not exposing the defense here. And that's sometimes what you need is another player that is more knowledgeable, can tell you when to rotate in. And if you listen to them well enough, there are the results. Jax didn't do anything flashy in that series. He did what he needed to and got them the win.
Got a shout out to Komori as well. We saw minimum of 6 shots per game. That is an insane stat line to put up. Most of them 7 at least there as well. And of course, shout out to Real World for subbing in for this team last moment yesterday and then still showing up on the field as best they could. But looking forward now, Gummy Momo on the horizon, Spaceman. With this Night Court, is there a chance to take them down?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, I think that Night Court bring a lot of good urgency offensively that the teams are going to have to rely on. Like we've seen a lot of times in this tournament where teams really fall back and they play not to lose, like we talked about in the last series. They really play safe. Night Court certainly played like everything was on the line every possession, but again. The standout for Gummy Momo was they were playing against one of the other favorites, SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, and they just looked like it doesn't matter what rank they are. They looked like they were playing in like the biggest tournament of all time. Every single touch, they were on point. Their passes were perfect. Their touches were perfect. They had it figured out on both sides of the ball. So it's possible, sure, but it's going to be a mountain of a climb for Night Court to get it done.
We're going to be switching gears on over to the other side of the single elimination bracket for the playoffs. Still best of five, so it's going to be SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, as we mentioned, versus Gaston Early College after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We just had our first quarterfinal finished off, and we had Nightcord move on to face off against Gummy Momo in those semifinals. Now into the top 4 for them, but we still have one of our quarterfinal matchups to go. That is going to be Spongebob Puzzle Ball, great
That's
team
right.
name, facing off against Gaston Early College High School, which past we accidentally called them GCs, but they played pretty decently close to GC level, I would say.
Whoa. Don't, no we here in this one,
Oh,
buddy.
no.
All right? I asked if it
Get 'em.
how it was pronounced, and I got no answer until the final series of the day. So
I mean,
don't we
They didn't
me
tell
in this
me
one.
either, to be fair. I didn't put two
They-
and two together that their school symbolized to like abbreviated to GECHS wasn't GCs, like a play on that. It was just actually Gaston Early College High School. Anyway, enough of that. Let's take a look at the bracket here and go over the action that we will be seeing for this matchup. Another best of 5 coming forward between these two teams. And you talked about this Spaceman, the Spongebob Puzzle Ball team with
Yep.
Nutella. What can we kind of expect from them in this series?
I don't want to say that it's like Nutella or bust, but it very much felt like yesterday if he was scoring, it was all SpongeBob Puzzle Ball all the time. He was putting up like 6 goals a game. When he was shut down, especially at midfield, when he was hunting for boost for most of the game, when he was kind of pushed off and demoed, this offense quickly dissipated. It was kind of impressive. So for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, it does feel like, yes, they have an SSL on their team. Yes, their synergy can be there when it's there, but it's basically, I don't want to put shade on the team, but it's felt like it's Nutella or nothing at times. So I think that there's going to be a pressure on Nutella as a striker to kind of carry the offensive load today. But if you're GECHS, you have an opportunity here to keep that physicality front and center, to demo the offensive players on SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. And if you do that, you have a very good chance of being able to steal this series away. So there's opportunities here for sure to find success.
Let's take a quick look at the head-to-head here so you can see the rosters on both of these teams for this matchup as well. We do have Racer Ave and Wazdi, who somehow, by the grace of God, got the victory at the end of the day yesterday with a crazy flip reset. 4 seconds left on the clock for Wazdi to send it to OT. And I think it was like almost 2 minutes and some change into overtime that they got the victory afterwards, after almost losing in overtime at the start of it. It was insane, Bass.
One of the best ends to a series we could have ever had. This is a team that we had talked about. I don't know how many times we got a last second, either 0-second goal, sub 10-second goal, but we really finally counted them out. We said they can't do it again. There's not a single chance that we get yet another overtime game or single goal game. And somehow they get a perfect, and I mean literally perfect flip reset with 4 seconds to go. GECHS has earned their spot here. There is no two ways about it. They have earned it. The unfortunate truth for me, though, is based on the way that we've been hyping up SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, this might be the end of the road for them.
It could be the end of the road, but we have our 2 casters for this game. We'll be getting into it in just a moment, but I'm going to let you guys talk amongst yourselves. Give us your predictions and your thoughts going into the series. So Spaceman and Corelli, take us into the preamble for this matchup.
Corelli, what are your
Spaceman.
thoughts, man? What are your predictions here? What are you thinking? Tell me, my sweet child. What are you feeling?
I will. Vod hit her nail on the head, though. I feel like when you look at SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, this is a team that was 3-0'd by Gummy Momo, but this is a team that 3-0'd Seekers, a team that we just saw ultimately lose to Nightcord, but put up a great fight against Nightcord. And so for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, you also said it right. Like, Nutella is going to be the one to carry this team. He's the SSL on the squad, likely in most cases going to be the best player in the lobby against most of the teams here in this tournament. And so he needs to be more involved. The series that they lost against Gummy Momo, that was a series where Nutella was completely absent from the offense. And that was where they really slowed down. It's why they got 3-0'd. It's why they only scored 3 goals in that series when they got 3-0'd, is that they just couldn't generate the offense. It comes down to Nutella to set up that offense. And Rye for president, he's no slouch of his own, but he needs to be put in positions where he can kind of wind up and take the shots as he did in the games that they won.
And it did feel like at times Rye for president, who had been facilitating in early games for the SpongeBob Puzzle Ball 3-0 that they had, like, he had certainly pressure on his shoulders to kind of pull them out of the pit when Nutella was being shut down. And if that now becomes a factor in this series, again, it seemed like when one domino fell, they all fell for this team. So it does come down to what version of Nutella do we get on the field? Because if we get the SSL version that we had to begin yesterday's tournament, this is a very scary matchup for anybody, especially if we're talking about a team on the other side for Gaston Early College that kind of just, it seems, kind of pulled themselves through and maybe snuck through to the playoff bracket and were able to do enough to get here. The best player, on the field right now. If he just has like a standard day of being able to isolate his challenges, control the ball, go for aerials, there's a chance he breaks down the defense all by himself.
Yeah, and that's the key. I think for any high-level player in lobbies like this too is getting yourself in isolation is actually a really key moment for you, because you're able, in most cases, to beat a lot of the opposition. Now, we've talked a lot about Nutella, but Ride for President also has had some great games for Spongebob Puzzle Ball, especially the long-range shots, and the challenge game from him has been really strong to allow Nutella to not have to use his boost and ultimately transition downfield with possession.
It's going to come down between the margins, and again, Nutella, who has been a standout in the past couple of series we've seen, barring that 3-0 sweep from Gummy Momo, which was as surprising of a series as we have all seen in this tournament. Did not expect it to happen in that fashion, but credit where credit is due. Nutella's going to have to be the standout as well, as Ride for President gets demoed back to full strength. And we'll see what happens. About a minute burn, and neither team finding the opening goal.
Those are the situations that you want for Nutella. He's got one in isolation. He puts it off the crossbar, but a dangerous chance for Spongebob Puzzle Ball.
Got to hit those. Get a couple more opportunities. Plays it into space. Nutella was waiting, thinking maybe the team pinch would come out, but instead, punch it downfield pretty cleanly. Able to chip the rotation just in time. Nutella gets demoed, but still keeps it in play. And these are situations where we start to kind of slog these possessions back and forth. Bit of boom ball here. And just waiting for one team to make that one mistake on the counterattack. It might be here. Unfortunately, Wazdi couldn't just get over. That's okay. Dead center shot, cleared away. Ride for President, a lot of boost, able to take it up by himself.
Yeah, a couple blows traded on both sides. Spongebob Puzzle Ball certainly getting their opportunities, but Gaston Early College as well, getting a couple shots, and this one's going to skate wide as well on that challenge. Gaston Early College, I've been impressed with Racer Ave. He's been able to kind of bring that ball down and attack. But now Nutella threatening, and it's an easy touch for him with space. Spongebob Puzzle Ball on the board first.
And again, just good recognition, able to pick up off of that low touch. Nutella, again, doesn't need much to finish the play in a 1v1 in the air. Gets the job done. And that's a very standard goal that we saw for Nutella to be able to pick up and score with most of yesterday. But nice to see that all things the same. Does the exact same thing here. And, pretty easy early on for a 1-0 lead.
And again, those are the opportunities and those are the chances that Spongebob Puzzle Ball are going to continually try to set up. So it's up to Gaston Early College to break those moments up, or to just not allow them would be ideal.
Oh, that sneaks in. Okay. Didn't expect it to kind of just float the way it did, but Wazdi picks up from his own side, gets the corner grab, and just punches it downfield.
Yeah, no one home. And that's a perfect shot, too. I mean, again, you're painting the left side, the upper V there on the left side. I mean, tough for any defender, even if they were a net, to make that read. And perfect placement is always going to be tough to block. So for Gaston Early College, a welcomed first goal in their equalizer.
I mean, it takes those kind of placements to break down a team like Spongebob Puzzle Ball. And again, I mean, credit to all the players in this tournament so far this weekend who have had ridiculous placement. We know that it's High School Rocket League. We know that it's just a step below CRL, but quality placements are so quality at the end of the day. And these players have really stepped up, and their accuracy's gotten so much better throughout the years. That's a floater. Got to be careful with this one. Backs into it. Ride for Prez. Back towards the net. Not enough power to make it dangerous, but still another opportunity there. And we'll see what they can do with the midfield as Spongebob Puzzle Ball try to hold on to possession.
This one very slowly made its way towards the net. Racer Ave doing the best to try and get some power behind it, but Gaston Early College tried to hold on possession. I was about to compliment them, saying, hey, this is great to allow it to come back, kind of receive, and unfortunately Wazdi had that one get away from him, and now Spongebob Puzzle Ball trying to pick their chance. Nutella was waiting out behind the play, but it was too compact in that box for him to get involved. And now he's set himself up, but unfortunately cut down by Wazdi.
And credit to Gaston Early College right now for, again, limiting the space on the sidewall. They've really kept Nutella and Ride for President locked down towards the midfield. And just a better read from Nutella. And this is where, again, the separation between ranks starts to kick in just a little bit. It's played to the side wall. Nutella recognizes it, has all the space in the world to go for a shot, and puts it on perfectly.
Yeah, and that's a perfect read from Nutella, and he knew exactly where he was going with that one. The second that ball found the net, he knew he'd catch that defender with their back turn. At worst, that defender has to clear that one up above the net, and follow-up is pretty easy for Rival President. So Nutella making them pay for just a minor mispositioning.
Uh-oh, gets caught. Tie game, 44 to go. Wazdi again, 2 from the field on 2 shots. Picked up perfectly. Racer Ave plays it in front, and this is just a 1-2 give and go.
And that's a great counterattack from Gaston Early College as well. They got to catch out when Nutella's on transition. If you can isolate Rye for President, that's probably your best opportunity to score. They do that there. And now off the kickoff, getting a huge chance, Rye for President has to make a save.
Again, this is a team in Spongebob Puzzle Ball that is beatable, but you're going to have to beat them on both sides of the field, especially on their own defensive end, or else you're going to get poked free by Nutella, who finds another one at long range.
And that's just one, again, Gaston Early College have to have a hand up to block the long-range shot. They did well to kind of corral SpongeBob Puzzle Ball into their own side, but you've got to hold on to possession or at least prevent the long clears.
Nutella again from the sidewall, gets the grab as well. A lot of boost here, reset, leaves it. It's going to bounce forward, but will not finish the play. All this pressure with just a 1-goal lead. SpongeBob Puzzle Ball trying to win the game outright. But a breakaway chance now. Counterattack to pass. Dead center just muffs it. Kicks it a bit too high and a bit too wide, and they're going to get burned on the other end. Just for good measure, it's 4-2 and a Game 1 victory for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball.
Yeah, and I don't really blame Gaston Early College for pressing there. That second touch, though, was way too heavy. And SpongeBob Puzzle Ball can collect off their back wall and then transition downfield. And so for Gaston Early College, not a bad first game. Unfortunately, had a couple escape them for the long-range shots coming out from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, but for the most part, I don't really think they've played poorly. And they might get one for the road. It's off the post, maybe follow-up. As it goes too high, and SpongeBob Puzzle Ball will come out on top in this best of 5 in Game 1.
And to credit where Gaston Early College found success, I mean, especially in the counterattacks that were clean, the handoffs were there as well. They've played a lot of this Game 1 in the start of this series as well as Gummy Momo did against this team earlier yesterday. But it's those long-range shots. It's really just recognizing the space, recognizing you know we're going to go with that touch the minute you have it. If you have an opportunity, Nutella and Rye for President are going to take it. And this was a Game 1 that was won by those early chances, by those quick touches. That's going to be really the deciding factor in this series. You know, they don't need to beat you with triple resets or fake musties. They just have to throw something downfield and recognize when Gaston Early College might be sending too much than they can handle. Welcome back. I'm Corelli, that Spaceman. And this is, again, an instance in the quarterfinals where, Corelli, we got a best of 5 here. And it just seems like, is it enough to rely on a player like Nutella who can just kind of, you know, will you through the game at long range? Or are we going to be looking at a situation where Gaston Early College are going to start, you know, finding more of those demos, really utilizing that physical play? Do we expect them to change anything up? I don't know if that's a question, but how do we feel about this series?
No, I don't. Well, the answer to your first, you asked me like
Still
4
a question
questions
there, dude. Yeah.
The answer to your
Good luck.
first question is yes. I do think that Nutella is enough for them to get through this series.
Yeah.
But also, no, they don't need to change anything up on the SpongeBob Puzzle Ball side. I think that actually that game was a perfect execution from them. You had Nutella involved in the individual play, but Rye for President fit in perfectly, finding long-range shots, scoring his goals of his own. I mean, you're getting production out of both players. And for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, they were certainly the better for it, winning Game 1.
Anfield Knight, let's run it back one more time. Oh, sneak it in. That's right, baby. Wazdi for the first already. He has been the X factor for this offense and gets the proceedings going early. 15 seconds in, finds the first.
And I'm surprised this one gets through Nutella as well. That was a very low air dribble, but for Wazdi, you got to take your opportunities. And for Gaston Early College, a very, very welcome first goal.
Good momentum to build on. And good patience right now defensively, just waiting. Loses the 50, never mind, take back what I said. And a big clear in the front of the net. Kept Rye for President out of the goal and an equalizer. Wazdi keeping it on the ground, one flick to win it. Over the second, defense crumbling and just can't finish the play, but I like the idea from Gaston Early College.
Yeah, great control from Wazdi as well. Second time now that he's actually broken the defense. Unfortunate that he couldn't score there, but maybe a third time will do. To the backboard it goes, needs follow-up, free shot. Racer Rave there to clean it up, and Gaston Early College clicking in the first 45 seconds.
And they're just doing a great job of, again, just winning these extra touches. It's just setting up their teammates in position, in space to finish the play. Set up for your teammate, let them do the rest of the work. It is very simple, very effective approach to game 2, and it's working out.
Now the question is, can SpongeBob Puzzle Ball stop the bleeding here? Seems like Gaston Early College have found their rhythm at a big save. And a needed one, as SpongeBob Puzzle Ball needs to slow down this offense from the orange side, and maybe bringing that ball down from Rye for President is the way to do it.
WASD has 3 shots already in this game. You know, we're barely a minute and a half in, so you got to find a way to slow down that offense. SpongeBob Puzzle Ball certainly have weaknesses. Whether or not they can just outscore him has been the big question. Centered. Oh, that might be a shot. Never mind. Plays it into the 50. WASD going to pick up. Waiting. Working through 1 defender. Nutella working through 2. Net's a bit open, and a great save from Racer Ave to keep it out.
Yeah, a welcome one there. But still, Nutella, his low boost. He's going to be the X factor for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, but a great touch from WASD. He's got a wide open net. Did he get it? He did. And a 3-0 lead opens up for the orange side.
Well, if SpongeBob Puzzle Ball are going to set in the house, then all you need is 1 win on possession, and you're basically watching this one roll in. That's exactly what we get. 3-0 with 3 minutes and 12 cents on the clock. Listen, there are many things and many upsets that are possible in this tournament, but Gaston Early College taking their punches in game 1 and responding the way they have in this game 2, not what I expected. And a really great job of shutting down Rye for President, who was kind of crucial to facilitating a lot of Nutella's touches early on in this tournament.
And it's been pretty muted from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball in their offense. They haven't really put on too many threatening shots. Maybe this is their opportunity, but Rye for President, I think, actually took that one away from Nutella, as he's still fighting for it in the midfield. And I think Nutella is just letting Rye for President do what he wants, waiting to see what pops out. Nutella now scoring position for him, and he'll make sure that one drops in as SpongeBob Puzzle Ball finally get on the board.
You got to get something going. You steal the midfield, you work around in space, and these are the situations that, you know, pay off being an SSL, paying off having this kind of grind. You just have to know how to execute on the goal line in a one-on-one situation. If you have the defender beat, don't leave off on the play. We got a little bit of a fake kickoff. I see some different strats come out early on. But already on the board finally is SpongeBob Puzzle Ball to try to work back from a deficit.
They've got plenty of time to do so. That's a tough clear for Nutella. He's got to get back to it again. He does. Try to use his back wall to break out. He gets another touch. And somehow Nutella has ended up with possession in a 1-on-1 situation. Can he flick it over the top? He sure can. Needs follow-up, and now Rye for President's beat over the top. Follow-up's there from the other side, and Gaston Early College flips that one on its head. It's 4-1.
Yeah, it's the second time in this series where Nutella's had a flick that should go in. It doesn't. And from there, we get a counterattack that easily leads way to another tally for Gaston Early College High School. They are just rolling through some of these counterattacks. They take advantage of the mistake offensively from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. They respond quickly on the other end and right back off the kickoff with a 3-goal lead. They're feeling very confident and comfortable in this game, too.
Yeah, super painful sequence there for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. Having all that attack and then a bit too heavy of a commit means that one completely flipped on its head. And now time really running out for them. You got a minute 45 left on the clock. You're down by 3, and it might be 4. As Racer Aves denied. Got to put something together if you're on the blue side.
Should be able to handle this. Nutella wins another big challenge. Oh, and guess gets beat. Rye for President. Kept it dead center, kept the octane perfectly level, and it was enough to finish the job.
Yeah, great block from Nutella just to keep that one going. Relying on Rye for President to follow up. He does, even with low boost. And the lead down to 2 for SpongeBob, or for Gaston Early College, for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. Work to do in the next minute for 33.
Powerful kickoff. Both players just bulldozing into the orange half. A lot of time on the clock for this defense. 2-goal lead is not a lot in 2s. Little handoff. Chip touch. Nutella puts it away.
Uh-oh.
And down to
Look
1.
out. Here they come. And Nutella's really preying off the poor touches from Gaston Early College. This one really set up for Nutella, honestly, from Racer Ave, trying to get that clear out, but unfortunately just popped it up for Nutella. And in the last 30 seconds, SpongeBob Puzzle Ball have turned this one around.
Got to control the possession off the kickoff if you're Gaston Early College. Can't really allow Nutella to start feeling confident. The last thing you want is an SSL feeling like they can take any shot they want. He'll circle back around. Powerful touch at that. A lot of speed behind that touch. Plays into the corner. Get a boost here to burn. Around 1, around 2, and the finish is great as well. Right for President understood the assignment.
And look at Nutella use his wave dash on the wall here to actually push this ball forward. Right here. Gets that extra touch at speed. It catches the next man out. And for Spongebob Puzzle Ball, what a way to get back into this game. Now you got plenty of time to find your game winner.
You were down 3 goals. You get 3 right back thanks to Nutella. Uh-oh. As he just hits it a bit wide, was likely going to be saved either way. Racer Avenue trying to find their second in this one. Nutella has been the standout. We talked about it in the pregame. We all said that if this kid steps up like he did yesterday, this is one of the harder offenses to beat. Arguably the best player on the field. And so far, he has been the facilitator, the judge, jury, and executioner for this game, too. 28 seconds to go.
And you have to give some credit over to Rye for President as well. He's played his role perfectly, challenging, but also being a shooter as well. Now Nutella fumbling this one in the corner just a little bit, and now he's got the last man in isolation. Nutella doing what he does best, beating that last man, and into the lead. Spongebob Puzzle Ball go.
You got 2 flicks that didn't really work out, but this time on low boost, you know what? You have them in a foot race, just throw it forward. Just get it over. You don't need to get fancy. It just has to work. 5-4, the lead. Nutella willing this team back into game 2 and trying to take a 2-0 series lead.
And as much as, well, hold on a second. I don't want to speak too soon. As Nutella does not get the read. He needs follow-up. It's not there. And we're tied up again. Gaston Early College somehow find the equalizer. That one came accidentally off of Nutella. He panicked trying to get back, and he couldn't get the read. 6 seconds left, Spaceman, and we're all tied up at 5.
Yeah, you said Nutella's preying off the defensive mistakes. Wazzy is like, hey, guess what? I just did that about 30 seconds ago, and now I get 1 to boot. 5 apiece. It's going to be a bit wide. Nutella, length of the field, little rattle special. Come on. Nope, it's going to touch, and we will go to OT. Here we go for game 2. Series point potentially on the line. Spongebob Puzzle Ball trying to take the lead.
Wow. And they just set the house on the kickoff as well. Rye for President just trying to get some bumps. Make Gaston Early College think about it. Nutella gets dunked.
Man.
Is this one going back the other way? Rye for President panicking. No boost. Has to make the save. He can't. The bounce shot is good enough. And Gaston Early College, I don't know how they pulled this one out, but they battle back in overtime and take game 2.
From disaster to good enough. We'll call it that. Into OT. 6-5 from Gaston Early College High School. Didn't expect it to go that way down to the wire, but hey, Spongebob Puzzle Ball and Nutella specifically 854. He had 3 goals, 8 shots to save a demo. But again, it was the team effort, I think, that synergy, Gaston Early College, all the way across the board, Corelli. Just looks great. 11 shots. He got 6 saves. They took advantage of the defensive mistakes, and that's what both teams did so well in this game, too. But Gaston get the last laugh. They get a bit of help with 5 seconds to go in this one. A little bit of a bluff, unfortunately, from Nutella. Couldn't really get out of position, and they take advantage in the overtime. This was a game 2 of mistakes that really costed teams.
Yeah, and for Spongebob Puzzle Ball, I think they've learned their lesson now is that you cannot allow 3-goal leads to build up twice, in fact. You can make your comebacks, but you don't need to make it that close. Obviously, their offense was good enough to beat Gaston Early College, but Gaston Early College, they weathered the storm, and despite the comeback, going into overtime, we're able to kind of regain the mental. And of course, the kickoff goal prior to that certainly helped. And for Gaston Early College, this was an ugly win, but a win nonetheless.
That's the way it's going to have to be for a lot of series today is, look, no matter how you get it done, a win is a win. For a lot of teams, doesn't matter the rank or the game plan or the style. Execution is what it is. It works at the end. Gaston Early College able to steal that one away in the end. We have ourselves a tie series, Corelli. And this is what we wanted for a team that's clearly, capable of beating a team like Spongebob Puzzle Ball. We wanted to see both players contributing on the field. We've seen that. Nutella, Rye for President, both having a say in these games. It's been a pretty good series so far, and I expect this same kind of contest as we go down the wire here into game 3.
Yeah, I'm sure this series is going to be quite tight, even if it's not a game 5 with the way it's gone. And I think a lot of it is going to rely on Spongebob Puzzle Ball because obviously the first half of game 2 was not up to par when it comes to their offense. I think they started to show it at the back half of that game, and if they can hone that throughout the rest of the series, they'll be in a much scarier position for Gaston Early College.
Great help defensively. Just needed to get the clear away. Nutella going to sky it just a bit. Gets a demo. Right for Prez, a little bit hesitant, and just kind of throws it towards the upper right. A bit shaky from both teams on this possession, but a minute gone, and neither one finding the back of the net just yet.
Demo's coming out, though, on Gaston Early College. Right for President, trying to force the issue. Tough save. Nutella's there, and it's a tap-in. For all intents and purposes, a 1-0 lead for Spongebob Puzzle Ball.
Felt like this tap-in was waiting for the last 30. Just couldn't find the clear, and unfortunately does a great job controlling the ball. Not a great job clearing it away. Gaston Early College give up again. Another spot on the goal line. Got to think that those clears have to be just a little bit better. They want to stay alive in the series as Spongebob Puzzle Ball will once more take the lead.
Oh, tough miss. Robasti now Nutella. He's got low boost. And the demo. Can he put this one away? One more touch will do. Unfortunate for Gaston Early College, who had a man back, but Nutella took care of him. It was Racer Ave on that flip, gets demoed, which means the net unlocked for Nutella. Now 2-0 lead.
Not all demos are weighted the same, and demos can absolutely crush a team when you're rotating back defensively in twos because of the amount of space that's available, how difficult it is at times to be able to counter against that. Got to keep it in mind. Trying to win the one-on-one right for President. Couldn't get it forward, but does enough to keep the play interesting. Immediate win on the other end. And into the corner we go again.
Important for Gaston Early College to get on the board here. You've got plenty of time. No need to panic at this moment. But you can't let another one trickle in, and it does. Nutella somehow not only finds his hat trick, but through the defense of Gaston Early College.
How did this work? Just a chip touch. Still got credit for the overall assist, but a tough one for sure. And when it rains, it pours. For Gaston Early College, you just have to stop the bleeding, right? It doesn't matter about we're down 3. We have to start scoring 3 goals or we're done. It's just get something on the board, start controlling possession, work towards the blue half, hold on to the ball. You get a goal, you're back in this thing. But they have to find a way to stop the bleeding and get the momentum out of the hands of Nutella and Riper President.
Again, you don't have to panic here. You've got time, but you've got to get on the board. And that's a decent shot for Gaston Early College, who have shown great control in their offense when they get it going, and they're picking their spots, but the defense even better from Spongebob Puzzle Ball.
They can go the length of the field if they want. They got all the boost to work with as well, forcing the saves down to Nutella, and they're going to steal the corner. A lot of resources here to work with. Right back into the offensive third, picked up around 1. Nutella wins it. But I like this pressure we're seeing, and if Gaston Early College can keep this up, they have a real chance of coming back in this game.
Okay, and the demos as well, but Racer Ave unfortunately flubbing that touch. Now Nutella boost to work with. You know where he's going. Flip reset towards the net.
Pogo?
Oh my gosh, the Pogo into it. Does he have a flip? No, he doesn't. He could have scored that if he had the flip. And now it's off his post. And Rifer President doing his best to try and get out of this. But my goodness, Nutella almost put that one away.
Didn't expect to see the Pogo this early in the day, but here we go. Again, just a variety of different ways they can break down the defense. Through 1. Should be possession here for Rifer President. At least gets a hand up in time. And this kills so much time off the clock, Corelli. It doesn't matter whether or not another shot's coming towards the net. You're pulling the ball laterally. You're forcing the defense to chase. You've killed about a minute on this counterattack.
Yeah, there's a lot of time being shaved off the clock, and for Gaston Early College, who have had so much chances, or so many chances, I should say, in front of the net, and so much opportunity, for them to be sitting at 0 points is shocking. Maybe this is the difference maker. This one was off the post, or was off the mark, rather, and unfortunately, still not able to break through.
Another foot race to possession. 1 demo helps. Trying to skirt back around. Does it in time. 6 shots, 4 goals, 4 saves, almost 900 points. Nutella being the difference maker just by putting the goals away here. And certainly should be a Spongebob Puzzle Ball victory in Game 3.
Great game from Spongebob Puzzle Ball. We talked about in the intermission before this game how important it is for Spongebob Puzzle Ball to show the same offense that they did the previous game, especially the back half. They certainly have. Nutella's done well to show that offense. Right for President, he's been crucial defensively to keep this clean sheet. And with just under a minute left, Spongebob Puzzle Ball looking to add more.
You got to wonder if right now Gaston Early College are just running out of gas in the tank. They've had so many good looks, but it has not been the same level of, I guess, pressure, maybe is the right word, or just consistency on their counterattacks. Like we saw in games 1 and 2, they look a bit gassed right now. They just are unable how to slow down Nutella. They're going for a lot of these booming clears when they have to, but they're also just not able to hold on to the ball, and they're losing a lot of that time in the back half. Defensively, it's been a struggle in game number 3. 17 seconds to go, and a game 3 victory for Spongebob Puzzle Ball. So up 2-1 in the series, match point now. Just need one more win, and they'll move on.
Nutella looking to add the icing on the cake to this one as it's dangerously bouncing towards the net, and Gaston Early College, time to go back to the drawing board. Game 3, very tough for them, and you can see why. Nutella all over it mechanically. Spongebob Puzzle Ball looking back to a similar form that we saw in the games that they at least won yesterday, and certainly here in this series.
Well, of all the ways to kind of bounce back from a 6-5 overtime loss in the last game where you gave up the lead after getting 3 straight goals, it seemed like this is the most game 1, game 3 I've ever seen in this tournament. It just was a complete wash. Spongebob Puzzle Ball just had control the entire time. They had a complete dominance over both possession and boost. And Nutella did what Nutella does consistently, which is just break the defense down in a variety of different ways and take advantage of the space. The defense on the other side just could not handle it. Credit where credit's due, but Gaston College have to do a little bit better when it comes to holding on to the ball. Welcome back. They are now down 2-1 in the series. Corelli, match point here, series life on the line. What do they need? Is it as simple as something singular that they need to fix? Like, what can they potentially do to change up going into game 4 that gets them, a chance in the series?
It's never a singular thing, but I think the biggest thing that sticks out to me is near the end of that game, especially the final couple minutes. I mean, they had opportunity that they just did not convert. That was the biggest thing, is they had some quality shots towards net. And yes, some great saves came out from Spongebob Puzzle Ball. That's going to happen against good defenses, as we've seen. But for Gaston Early College, you have to convert on some of those shots. When you get 2 or 3 chances in a single attack, you kind of feel like, okay, we should have scored there. And they had quality chances. Well struck balls towards the net and to the corners as well. Yeah, again, great defense, but for Gaston Early College, you have got to convert those chances.
Converting the chances. That's the big takeaway here for game 4. You have to do it. Series point on the line. SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. Rolling. Nutella playing so good. Right for president. He's doing his thing. Wazdi, who has been maybe the tip of the spear for the offense for Gaston Early College High School, has been very quiet since game 2. Into Coliseum we go. Big one here for Gaston Early College. For Spongebob Puzzle Ball, back to business as usual as they continue to pull this ball laterally, forcing the defense to chase, get one little chip shot, waiting, pressuring, just can't put it through.
That's that pressure from Spongebob Puzzle Ball. Can they turn back around to tell us there? And for Spongebob Puzzle Ball, right back to that pressure. And you can see what happens to a defense. They get spread out, and Nutella's got a free net to shoot on.
It starts with 1, but that's now 5 unanswered goals in the last 2 games. Gaston Early College High School have to find a way to respond. They need something. Can't lose these one-on-ones, these counterattacks. Nutella's been so good. Trying to hold possession, does just that. Plays it off his hood. Gets a demo. Towards the net. Should be enough, maybe. Off respawn, back to full strength. Racer Avenue, still waiting. Finally collapsed the midfield. Not a lot of boost to keep this going. So what do you do here?
Gotta get control. That's the biggest thing. Too many times SpongeBob Puzzle Ball has boost to work with, and you see what happens. Nutella beats his first man and dishes it over to Rye. So he picks up this corner boost. There's so many options in front of him, and he beats both on these touches. Sure, Racer Abe's back, but there's no way they're going to get to this ball.
There's just so much space. So much space to work with and to cover defensively, unfortunately. But series not done by any stretch, but you desperately need something. That's now 6 unanswered goals in 2 games. Just to get some momentum. I mean, again, think back to game 2. It's a 6-5 win in overtime. Gaston Early College High School were just rolling. They come into the next 2 games, and they have yet to score. Haven't seen that too often. Wazdi just throwing it downfield. Better save by Nutella. Follow up. High off the back wall. Caught. Wazdi waiting and gets beat defensively. But even here, maybe these demos, these bumps that they had in game 2 need to come back around.
I feel like I'm repeating myself in the last game. There's still a lot of time for Gaston Early College, and they are finding some space downfield. Fortunately, not putting shots on target. 0 shots from Racer Abe there, as that one might go off the post, just barely misses. Let's see if Lassie can set something up.
Nutella shadowing, gets demoed, massive demo, just to shut down what could have been an early shot on this counterattack. Popped up. Racer Ave trying to play it into the corner. Can't get it around Nutella. Follow-up going to be there. Predictable, but it's still a shot. And once more, another counterattack goes by the wayside and back into the transition. Right for President. Over to Nutella, watching it fall forward. Instead, we go to the midfield. Boost grab here for Nutella. Off the ceiling. Wins the 50 as well. And the amount of time, again, they have shaved off the clock. At least 45 seconds has gone by. And not a lot of progress outfield from Gaston Early College.
Maybe this is their chance. They get the demo on Nutella. It's just Rye back. Need to put this one on target. Maybe follow-up will do. It's there, but Nutella came off the spawn again. Gaston Early College, it's great ideas, but too slow on the execution, and now have they been caught out? No, a good save. Wasdy just quickly going downfield, trying to change the pace of the game. I mentioned earlier that time, isn't really against them, but now it is. Got 1:20 on the clock.
Oh,
Nutella
man.
looking to add more. It's off the crossbar and in. 3-0.
Yeah, this is a bar down special. I mean, you have the race back towards the goal line. Right for Prez. Beautiful setup, and that bump right there. It probably wouldn't have mattered much position-wise, but enough to basically land the final blow. With the boom ball we've just seen and the amount of time shaved off the clock, I don't know. Gaston Early College have enough in the tank right now. And Corelli, I said it back in game 3, they looked a little gassed. They just looked like they maybe ran out of just all the momentum they built up in game 2, all of the explosive offense they had been able to figure out. Since then, it has been just a one-man show, a two-man show from Nutella and Rye for President. They have not slowed down since game 3. We're now looking at 7 unanswered goals, and it's been complete control of possession. So it just feels like Spongebob Puzzleball are kind of doing a victory lap here with all the space they have in the midfield to work with, all the possession time they've had. They have everything locked down, and they're looking to close out the series.
Yeah, Nutella full control here. Just looking to dunk this one in, and Rye for President, he jumps for this. He doesn't have to. He gets actually a great touch to throw off the defense. Spot time for Nutella to get back. But like you said, I mean, you're 30 seconds away from winning this series. You can just run out the clock. You don't have to force anything. And for Gaston Early College, maybe something here. It's too wide. Just not enough offensively. Could not break through the defense of Spongebob Puzzleball. And at this point, it'd be too little too late.
Yep, mathematically getting towards impossibility, and it's going to be as improbable as it looks. It's a 3-0 in Game 4. Spongebob Puzzleball will take the series 3-1 in the end. Again, had to fight tooth and nail through that Game 2, the closest one we had in the series. But unfortunately, that is all she wrote. For Gaston Early College, put up a hell of a fight, but it just was not enough. Spongebob Puzzleball, very clean, very consistent, very speedy is how we'll put it. Nutella, Rye for President, combining for over 1,100. You got 2 goals. An assist. You got 9 shots to 4. It felt like it was just, I mean, the shots didn't even matter. It was just who's at the midfield, who has the ball. It was always Nutella or Rye for President. They completely controlled the pace of this game. The series, they win it 3-1. Corelli, again, there were positives for sure for Gaston Early College and ways for them to win this series. But after that game 2, it felt like they ran out of gas.
And we've seen from SpongeBob Puzzleball earlier on, yesterday when they played Gummy Momo and they got 3-0'd, you didn't see Nutella involved in the offense really at all. He struggled to push downfield or to even play upfield at all. He, in fact, found himself more in a defensive position. In this game, it was the complete opposite. In fact, a lot of times he was the first man downfield and the first man to beat the next man and the follow-up as well. And he was very tough to deal with. And mechanically, you saw he attempted the pogo as well, but just mechanically in general on the ball, he was superior. And you could see what happens when he was finally, I think, in a better position throughout a series. They win in comfortable fashion.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the best way to put it is it looked comfortable. After game 2, they looked really, really comfortable all the way throughout. It just never felt like they were, getting pushed, stuffed on defense. They always had control of boost. They always had a way they wanted to get the ball out for the offense to take over, and the offense always was taking over for Nutella and Rye for President. Speaking of taking over, I want to bring our hosts back and our analyst and talk more about this series because there was a really great game too, 6-5 win from Gaston Early College, but something happened. Nutella and Rye for President took over, and from there, the series was done, folks. Mm-hmm.
I just feel like the communication broke down. They started getting outdone in 1v1 scenarios, and once you started to see that, it just kind of fell apart on repeat. So I don't necessarily think that Gaston played a poor series, but you could tell the pressure got to them eventually, and they buckled underneath it. And that's not necessarily surprising. A lot of times you do have that when you come in the underdog and initially are going toe-to-toe with your opponent, and then all of a sudden it starts to sway towards the team that has the advantage. The pressure can get to you. You can start to make errant challenges. You can start hesitating in moments that you shouldn't, and really communication broke down. You could see it double commits on plays where it was not available, and really it costed them goals, really costed them the series.
Well, Stream didn't hear this because I was muted, but I'll say this again and talk to Spaceman a little bit more about it. 12 of the 16 goals for Nutella. Is this the performance we kind of expected but didn't see yesterday and hope to see the rest of the day?
I mean, yeah, I think if you're a fan of this player or you're Nutella himself, I mean, this is the performance you'd want because it very much was let him kind of create space, let him create a lot of the offense. Rye for President was there to facilitate. He'll put goals away. He'll set up Nutella for sure, but it's Nutella's job to be the offense for this team. And clearly it's his job to kind of dictate the pace of play upfield. He did that in this series. And for a lot of teams, sometimes when you play a player like that, you start to overthink everything. You overthink your positioning defensively, overthink how you're going to, swing back in transition with the other offense. And that's where we saw Gaston Early College really break down. It looked like they were just kind of caught too much up in trying to stop Nutella and figure out where they wanted to be, where he wasn't, instead of just, playing on ball, playing the possession and getting up in their face. And if Nutella's going to do that, this is a team that can easily go all the way. But this is also a squad that if he gets a little bit off his game, even for a game or two, they can shut down real quick. This offense just goes out of sync very quickly. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure. But SpongeBob Puzzle Ball just looked like one of the better teams in the tournament.
Well, speaking of some of the better teams in the tournament that we have coming up next, Corelli, they're having to face off directly into our next series against Hitball, which is Dark and Stinky Bus. And that team, from what we saw on the B stream yesterday with Bass and I, was just on another level, could not be stopped, pulling off insane plays, but the coordination was the big thing. So what do we really need to see improve from this series into the next one from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball to try and get that victory in that best of 7?
Well, it's probably something that we didn't really see, and that's they're gonna have to crank up their defense. We kind of criticized Gaston Early College for not converting on the chances that they had. I have a feeling that Hitball is going to convert not only on more chances, but they're going to do it in a much stylish and more difficult manner. So for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, they have to be ready for that, and they have to have the right game plan.
Well, again, reminder for everyone that is tuning into this, if this is your first time paying attention to Vessel, this is the Varsity Esports and STEM League. This is all North Carolina high schoolers competing in this event. If you're in North Carolina and in high school and want to participate, go to myvessel.org to register and sign up for the league. Signups close on the 20th. There is multiple titles, starting with Rocket League and Smash Bros. Ultimate Singles, and other ones to be announced. We still have a $7,000 Smash Clash coming up on the 13th to the 15th. For pro players drafting from a pool of Vessel students to compete in that 4v4 crew battles. And then at the end of the month in September, we'll also have a Cash Cup format, $3,000 tournament for Fortnite duos. So you definitely don't want to miss that. But we're going to be taking a bit of a longer break and get set up for our first best of 7 semifinal after this. Semifinals are here, and we're at our top 4. It has been determined, so let's take a look at the bracket real quick before we get into the head-to-head for our first best-of-7 matchup for the day. We saw Nightcore get the 3-1 victory against Seekers to move on to face off against Gummy Momo, and Spongebob Puzzleball getting the victory just recently against Gaston Early College High School. Now it's down to our semifinals, and win this match, you're in the $1,500 prize pool and in the running, of course, for that $100 MVP prize. But we also got to talk about this specific matchup that we're doing first. Hitball versus Spongebob Puzzleball. That's not going to be confusing at all. A lot of balls in those names there. But even then, Stinky Bus and Dark are on another level, Bass, from what we saw. I mean, what do we expect? More crazy flip resets and highlight plays, or just going to take it easy for this series?
I honestly am expecting more team plays than anything else because, while we've seen Dark be able to stunt individually in many different moments throughout this tournament, it's really going to come down to being able to play as a team here, in my opinion, because SpongeBob Puzzleball are no slouches themselves. As we mentioned before, Nutella, another SSL player, and despite the fact that Dark is the highest-ranked player continuing throughout this event, he also has a teammate that is pretty high-ranked as well, just outside of SSL, around that 1750, 1800 mark, meaning this team as a whole should be better than SpongeBob Puzzleball, but it's really going to come down to them playing as a team, because as individually brilliant as they are, Riot for President has proven they can play well with Nutella, and if that team plays as a team, they're going to be in for a world of hurt.
Spaceman, hit balls or SpongeBob puzzle balls? That's the question for me.
If Nutella plays the ISO challenge, flick from the midfield, take advantage of the space game that he's played for this entire tournament, I think SpongeBob Puzzleball, just off of momentum they built from last series, I think they'll take this one. But you get one shaky game out of that squad, it's an entirely different conversation, but I think that's too far of a swing on the other side. I think Nutella and company will be just fine.
Okay, I respect it. What about you, Corelli? How are you feeling this one's shaping up to be?
Yeah, obviously Spaceman and I didn't get to see too much of Hitball yesterday, but I do think that SpongeBob Puzzleball are going to certainly have their hands full here, and I think their last matchup is not going to be anything near what they're going up against in this matchup.
That's very fair, very fair. What about you, Bass? I know you're pretty confident in this one. I want a specific series score from you.
Look, all I'm going to say is that if Hitball doesn't get a 4-0 here, it's probably just going to be 4-1. I don't think that this team is going to see necessarily a ton of resistance out of their opponents, because I'm just putting it this way. Dark has done it as a team player. Dark has done it by himself. There's only one player in this entire tournament that has hit a double reset for a goal, and he got a double MacTuff reset. And if you have any idea about how mechanics work in Rocket League, you know, good luck scoring that in a gold lobby against gold players. So doing that against pretty competent opponents is incredibly impressive. I think Dark individually is just going to be the X factor here. And like I said, if he can play with his teammate in this one, it's GG's.
Yeah, go check out the Vessel GG Twitter right below me if you want to see that clip as well.
Ridiculous.
It's on the YouTube stream as well from yesterday. It was insane, but we'll get some more clips going maybe for a top 10 in the future somewhere as well for that after this whole event is done. But even then, I mean, let's talk a little bit about MVP potential for what we've seen from the teams today that have made it to this spot without the semifinalists that we already had. I want to get your thoughts on here, Spaceman, because I heard a little bit of noise coming from you. Who are you thinking is in that running if they make it through this stage?
Of the teams we've seen so far today on the stream, sample size as it is, I mean, it's tough off stats alone to not give it to give it over to Nutella. I think it's difficult. Hi, how you doing, Kat? Nice to see you. It's tough to not give it to Nutella just by sample size. The guy's putting up 3-4 goals a game. But I think this is maybe a combo better suited for like when we're done with the semis, because like I still need to see Gummy Momo play. Like I still need to see what that team does, because I need to know if it was legit yesterday or not. But I mean, I think Nutella, and that's no shit on Riot for Prez, but Nutella has been the big player on the field for maybe most of the series we watched him in. So I just think he just by sheer volume of goals he scored, it's hard for me not to give it to him.
Yeah, we still have a player trying to boot up to get into the lobby, so that's why I was trying to like pique the mind's fear exactly.
No,
how
you're
things
right.
are
I'm just
going
thinking
there.
like
But
sample
again,
size is tough.
We do now have our sample size being expanded with our first best of 7. We have the players in the lobby. Bass and Corelli, give us into the preamble. Get us ready for this matchup, gentlemen.
Well, really, we find ourselves here with our semifinal, and a semifinal that honestly could have the winner of this entire competition. You guys have hyped up SpongeBob Puzzleball. You have talked about how good this team is with the capabilities, and on the other side of this, we have the #1 seed coming out of Group B, who did so in pretty dominant fashion. Honestly, this could be an all-timer. It's almost a shame we're getting this in the semifinals.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, you still have that upper semifinal too, or rather the other side of the bracket of the semifinal. Gummy Momo had 3-0'd SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. So SpongeBob Puzzle Ball really doing well here despite that 3-0. I'm interested to see what Gummy Momo have later because of how much we've talked about SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. But obviously you guys, since you guys casted the Group B and we casted the Group A, and Group B, Hit Ball, clearly a team, a force to be reckoned with here. And I'm really excited to see how they match up against this SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, specifically because SpongeBob Puzzle Ball definitely struggled against teams that were a little bit more coordinated, that converted at a higher rate. It was very frustrating for them against Gummy Momo. We'll see if Hit Ball.
It's time to find out. Game 1 in our first best of 7 of the day. That's right, we're done with best of 5s, moving on to a best of 7 here, which is why we mentioned that this could be a more extended series, but still could be just as one-sided. I predicted 4-0, and I'm not necessarily going to back off of that yet, especially as the first goal already is going to come through for Hitball.
Yeah, that's a little scary for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, especially considering that Nutella was involved in this play. He gets the touch I think he wanted, but unfortunately sets up the opposition, and really not the best touch from Nutella in the end. Hit Ball, able to jump right all over that.
I mean, this is something that Spaceman was mentioning coming into this one, that it's going to be a lot of defensive changes here for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. They are going to need to play not only solid defense, but really consistent defense at that. One of the few things we saw about Hitball yesterday is not only are individual prowesses enough, but they can outdo a team with individual offense as well. Solo plays like what we saw from Kubori early in the day are very prevalent for this team. So they need to be careful. They're going to face an offense that is aggressive in your face, and already they're seeing the fruits of their labor here. The 1-0 and could potentially be 2 considering the offense being generated.
And for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, right now they have to get used to this speed. And this is what I was worried about, is the pace of play is something that they're just going to have to adapt to. And so it might mean that they give up a couple goals here in the first minute or so because that pace of play is so quick. Dark able to pink that one to the left side, and SpongeBob Puzzle Ball could not get to it in time.
And this is what we talked about. If Dark was going to be successful today, it's going to be team plays like this that are going to get them there. And honestly, credit to Stinky Bus. A goal and an assist through the first about minute or so goes to show we've been hyping up Dark a lot, but pay attention to Stinky. They are not going to be a slouch of a player by any stretch of the imagination, although they need some good defense here, and they will find it. Great 50, and maybe a setup for Dark. The pre-jump there was bold. It somehow almost paid off, though.
Yeah, and you're going to ask a lot from Rye for President to have to slow down the attack from Hit Ball. This time, not happening as Stinky Bus is all over it, but for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, this pace of play is so tough for them to keep up with. And Nutella, even if he was up, he was going to get bumped. For Hit Ball, a 3-0 lead in the first minute and a half is a great way to start off his best of 7.
I mean, you talked about SpongeBob Puzzle Ball having to get used to this pace of play. Bro, I'm trying to get used to this pace of play right now. They're giving us a quarter of a second in between calls, as every single time we think maybe there's going to be some reprieve, immediately back into offense is this Hitball team. Although, maybe play a little bit more patiently on defense. The early jump from Dark exposes him entirely as the first goal is given.
Yeah, and the stutter step from Nutella as well held his flip for just that extra moment. And Dark definitely thought that was going to go a lot faster because of how fast the game has been going. Nutella slowing it down just for that instance earns him the goal.
See if they can find another. Dark, awkward touch off the line. Rye is there, and they're going to again try to break down the pace of play there, but maybe not wise, as Stinky Bus was rushing back into defense, and honestly was only afforded a defense because of the amount of time given. Now even gives them an offense. Good 50 from Stinky. Dark not going to dive on in afterwards, would rather actually play midfield, which means now they get a chance here or not. They'll stay all the way on defense, recognizing the boomer from Nutella. So finally we're starting to see that adjustment. It does feel like SpongeBob Puzzle Ball have figured out the pace of play. The only issue is they did that after already being 2 goals down.
Yeah, and they've got time, and this has to be a goal. And it is. It has to be a goal for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, and they do get it. And that's where I think they're going to get a lot of their goals here, is the overcommit from Hit Ball. They're going to be overconfident. They're certainly going to assume that they're going to control the pace of play as they have. And when they mess up or when they don't convert, SpongeBob Puzzle Ball has to save boost to counterattack downfield.
Well, let's see, can they do it again? 3 minutes to go and only a single goal deficit now. Dark trying to reestablish that 2-goal lead. The 50 out, though, a little bit too aggressive, and Stinky's got a lot to work with here as, okay, never mind, not pressure against them there. Nutella completely bumped off the ball, and Dark is not done yet. Rye completely taken out of the play, and by himself. Look, Stinky gets the goal here. This is Dark's goal, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dark ran off Nutella with no boost and then got in the way of Rye for President, drove him up a wall, literally. And then the follow through for Stinky Bus. I mean, you just had to carry that one into an open net, easy as you like. And halfway through this game, despite the minor comeback, hit ball right back in the driver's seat.
Although, quick response here would be huge for them. Not enough power out of Nutella, though, so 2v1 the other way, and Rye's going to bite on that one. Maybe not wisely, because here comes Dark with control and an open net to shoot upon. Unfortunate, that little bit of hesitation in midfield is going to cost them that goal.
Yeah, you got to slow him down. You can't allow him all this control. I mean, he went all the way into the net before anyone got a touch on the ball. Nutella basically just helped it in at that point. Shocked that Dark even made it to the goal line uncontested. You can't let him have it for free.
You also can't continue to have these weird kickoffs. I feel like this is something we did see yesterday pretty often from Hitball. They love their kickoff strategies, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be the best idea here, as it hasn't been necessary. They've been able to earn their goals in other ways, but hey, throw them a little bit of a stutter step here or there. Just keep them off their guard is going to be huge. We're playing up against a team like Spongebob Puzzle, who, as we said, they're not out of this one by any stretch of the imagination, but they need to find comfortability in a series like this. They need to find momentum, just a way to play up to their opponent's level, because right now we see glimpses of that at moments, but overall, it really does feel like Hitball just have control of this first game.
They have control of the game, and I mean, Stinky Bus is going to go up and over everyone's head, but SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, they have opportunity here. Nutella had a shot just a moment ago that actually set up Stinky Bus's touches, but for Hitball, like you said, I mean, this is full control. You got a minute 47 on the clock. You have a 4-goal lead. You don't have to do anything special. You can run up the clock.
Honestly, at this point, that's probably worth going to try. Although, knowing Dark, he might also go for a couple of, let's call it freestyle goals at the same time. This kid is incredibly mechanical, and he tried to flex it yesterday. I'd be surprised to see him do it, though, against another SSL in an SSL lobby. But right now, we'll focus on just keeping this lead. Nutella, good 50 in front of the net, but no backup from his teammate. Where is Rye, actually? Just kind of waiting out of midfield, and maybe waited a bit too long. Dark had no boost on that play. Had he just 50'd him, he would have been able to extend that offense, but instead, Stinky given time, space, and plenty of airspace as well. And this kind of feels like, as much as we keep talking about SpongeBob Puzzle Ball getting into this game, they are still just a step behind their opponent. Pace of play entirely being dictated by Hitball.
This has crucial shot for Rye for President. What a great shot from Rye, pulling up from the middle of the field, and even with defenders there, able to find his mark on the right side.
All right, that's how you do it. If maybe you're being outpaced, just find your perfect moment, and that's exactly one. Even with a full tank of boost, Stinky just had no option on that touch. 3 goals down with a minute to go. It's still technically possible, but it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting here from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball if they want to stay in this.
They certainly can. I mean, like I said, there's been plenty of opportunity for them in this game, despite how great Hitball has looked. This scoreline could be a lot closer. And for Hitball, I think they've kind of taken their foot off the pedal just a little bit. But still, that's all they can do, or that's all they have to do at this point. 40 seconds left, you're in full control, and for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, all the onus is on them.
Oh, Dark. Time, space, and a reset in the back. Gets it off the backboard. Where is Stinky? Takes this one slowly and all the way back to their half, and now it quite literally is just time management here. The team knows they've got game number 1. They're just trying to see if they can get a little bit of a spectacular goal to end this one, but regardless, the win is a win. Statement game here, I will say, from Hitball. We said coming into this one that they were the favorites. They are more than just the favorites now. They look dominant.
And for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, hopefully game 1 is a game where they can game plan for the next and know that you've got to not just be firing on all cylinders, but you might need to upgrade to more cylinders at this point. If you're working at a V6, maybe a V8.
Oh.
As Hitball crushing victory in game 1.
Would have been nice to see a goal for the road there, but Hitball not keen to give up any freebies there, and honestly not keen to give up any goals at all, despite the fact that they give up 3. It's a total of 9 shots coming out from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball and 5 saves. Only one of the shots that was put on target was either A, not saved, or B, did not make a goal here. So Hitball playing with efficiency. They have been prepared for almost everything that has been thrown at them from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, and it makes me think that it's time for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball to get a bit more creative. We talked about it. Synergy going to be important in a series like this, and although we do have at least 1 assist here for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, I didn't see a lot of intentional passing plays. Again, Nutella, you might be the better of the 2 players on your team, but you need to utilize Rye as a teammate. If they don't necessarily do that, I don't know if they can win this series.
And, that might just be because they were completely smothered by the offense from hit ball. I mean, it's tough to think about executing some sort of passing play or finding that creativity when you're just trying to stay above water. And I feel like that was a lot of the first 2 minutes in game one. But to your point, I think the last 2 minutes, as I pointed out as well, I think Nutella had multiple opportunities to score a goal. Not to say that that would have changed the outcome of the game, but certainly would have made it a lot closer. So in that regard, I think that's for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. There's opportunity there that they weren't able to unlock that I think they could in game two.
See if they can do it. Game 2 officially underway. And like we said, this is a best of 7, so even if they do lose this game, it's not the end of the world. It's not the greatest start, though, either. 5 seconds in and already Hitball have a goal.
Yeah, and everyone vacated the side of SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. Going in on that challenge was a little risky with not Dark there, and Dark able to put it away cleanly for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. A disaster start.
Kickoff goals. No strangers are Hitball here, whether getting scored on from a kickoff goal or scoring a kickoff goal themselves. We saw a lot of that in their series yesterday versus Kumori and their teammate, but it doesn't necessarily feel like this is the start that we wanted to see out of either one of the teams. Hitball, as good as you have played here and you do get the goal, the kickoff goal is one thing. Earning a goal like this would be another, because like we said, that game could have been a lot closer. Game 1 did feel like there were moments for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball to tie it up, to play a little bit more cleanly, or maybe play at all. Right now they're just getting demoed off the pitch, and nobody's up for this one. I think Dark thought Stinky was a bit closer on that one. Stinky Bus, though, all the way on their own side. They still earn a goal anyways. Even if they have to take it all the way to their own half, they are right back into offense.
Big ride for Preston is trying to bring this one down, trying to get control, but Dark quickly takes it away. Follow up there, but now a big clear from Nutella. That one might have gone wide. Opportunities like that, you feel like you have to convert, and maybe they still can. Nutella whips back around, off the crossbar. No, it drops in. And for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, they find their equalizer.
And this is what they need to do, take advantage of the little bit of awkwardness on defense. Dark recognizes they don't have a good angle on that, and they dive for a 15. As long as Nutella can get the touch first, that should be enough to expose the defense. That's what they need to have, confidence in a series like this. You're given an opportunity, take advantage of it. It's been a theme throughout this weekend. It's a theme here in this series as well. And the issue is that's only an equalizer. We've got 4 minutes on the clock, and it doesn't really look like Hitball going to take this one sitting down.
And there's no shame in trying to play the counterattack game, but there's a little bit of shame in letting Dark go that one, put that one through. And so confidently as well. Everyone's staring at him on the goal line, but Dark knew exactly where he was going, takes off from the back wall, and for Nutella, tough for him to make that read after he let him in so deep. And for Hitball, an easy go-ahead goal.
I gotta say, I feel bad for Nutella on that one. They've got maybe a quarter tank of boost. It's okay, they'll get the goal back, and it won't make much of a difference here as we're tied up, but really such a narrow angle to work with. The contrast between the last 2 goals we have seen here is stark. From a kickoff goal here to a Doomsday off the backboard and last.
Hey, a goal's a goal. Doesn't matter how you get it. For SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, I think they're very happy to get that equalizer, especially after that last goal. Now can they hang on to this tie game at the very least, if not take the lead?
Well, I thought they were about to take the lead off the kickoff there. Instead, it might have been somewhat of a coordinated fake, but it's no contest out at midfield here. Neither team going to make an errant dive. Until that, no boost in tank, but Dark somehow gets some offense for his team. And of course, time now for Stinky to get involved. Touch off the ceiling. Is a shot going to be found? Not quite yet. You know Dark's got to be lurking somewhere, actually lurking all the way back, and maybe not the wisest decision from Rye as they just kind of waste their shot there, boom it on target, but with no authority whatsoever. The follow-up did, but Nutella just a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, those are some good looks from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. Those are the opportunities that you have to convert to high-level degree with Hitball in front of the net, but now Hitball back the other way. Stinky Bus is going to put it home and a go-ahead goal.
This is huge from Stinky and really taking advantage of the opportunity. Nutella swings wide for the boost, and he recognizes, all right, you're just too far to net to even get a touch on this one. And this is the concern we've talked about a couple of times here for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, just giving up space where they can't afford to do so. I love the difference in the midfield presence we are seeing in this game right now, but moments like that where they hesitate and just give time for a team like Hitball to set up cannot be afforded. We saw it from the second goal. We see it on the third. I'm hoping they don't see the fourth from the exact same thing.
This game is a lot closer. This is what I was trying to allude to earlier, was that I think game 1, you're going to spend a lot of time on the SpongeBob Puzzle Ball side. They're going to have to get used to what Hitball's bringing, but I think they've done a great job of keeping this game a lot closer and more manageable for them. Even outside of the scoreline, this game has certainly been more manageable, certainly been more of a game. than in game 1, where it just felt like Hitball could do whatever they want, and that game was over the second it started.
This game's not done, not by a long shot. 2 minutes to go, and I have to agree with you. It's a much better game from everyone on Spongebob Puzzle, and a much more, I'd say, comfortable game from them here. And the issue is it still hasn't resulted in a lead for them quite yet, as they are down by 1 and potentially 2. Dark, time, space, and a decent amount of boost, but Nutella with 50 will at least stop him in his tracks for now. Not for very long, though. My goodness, Dark looking for 1 extra touch there, and I don't blame Stinky for not diving, but my goodness, was that quite the setup. He'll just do it himself. Off the ceiling. Where is Dark? Not going to be found. You can see the difference here. Hitball are waiting for this one. They know the ball's going to bounce back out to them in offense, and if they can just boost Dark for long enough, they'll find an opportunity.
Yeah, or just get the demo, as Dark did on Nutella. Stinky Bus didn't really collect that as fast as he'd like, and now an opportunity for Spongebob Puzzleball to break out.
Boost in the tank, though, for Nutella. You got to do a lot with this one. They'll pick up the corner, but by that moment, it's far too late. The Dark's got an air dribble, some boost in the tank, a bump on the line! Is that save going to be made? Just barely by Nutella. This is the defense we needed to see. Spongebob Puzzleball stepping up when it matters most.
And Rye for President doing his job when he needs to. Being that last defender and buying Nutella time to get back. Crucial, crucial moment for Spongebob Puzzleball to keep this game close.
Dark. That's another shot here, but they will wait on it. They go for the rebound instead. Now the air dribble, number 50,000 for this game, is finally being set up, but eventually one of them's going to connect, or maybe it'll just be Stinky doing it themselves. Tries to drop down, and the goal not going to be found after the follow-up from Dark. Does not have the power necessary. They are doing everything right now, swarming like sharks, but the only thing they can't find is the lethal bites.
SpongeBob Puzzleball trying to stay alive, keeping their heads above water for now, but they've been locked into their defensive third for so long. Nutella over 1. Has just Dark to beat, tried to go for the bump, and Rye for President doesn't have a lot of boost. Got to be careful on the counter with 20 seconds left.
Stinky, the pickup and the flick on target, but Nutella wise to it, and the demo afterwards should have ended the offense, but Dark making a bold challenge there to just keep them locked into the half. He's wasting valuable time, and with 10 on the clock, it's now or never as, oh boy, that might be the demo to end the game. Rye will make the approach, but nobody on backup there. Nutella dives downfield with not even a boost in the tank, and a goal for the road here for Dark as he gets it in his final moments. 4-2, another victory for Hitball.
And you feel like Hitball earned that goal even earlier with how much pressure, how many shots they were putting against that Spongebob Puzzleball defense. And again, they did well to stay above water for as long as they did. But even in a closer game, you're seeing the control coming out from Hitball. That's the type of game that we should expect throughout this series, and maybe in all of their series with the way they've been playing.
I mean, they've been playing phenomenally, and I don't want to take anything away from Spongebob Puzzleball, who have played a very good series as well, but I hate to bring this conversation up because we've mentioned their name a couple of times about needing to just be in the right place at the right time a little bit quicker, but it's the difference of the second men. Something we talked about earlier coming into the series was that it was obviously a matchup between Dark and Nutella, and then Stinky Bus and Rye for President. The comparison here, Rye does have a decent amount of offensive influence here. They've got a goal in game 1, but they've only got assists in game 2 in comparison to Stinky Bus and Dark, where it just kind of feels like they're trading off who's scoring in each game. Stinky had 4 in game 1, and in game 2 it's Dark who gets the majority with a hat trick of their own. This team's playing cohesively. They're playing well, and like you mentioned, they're unrelenting on offense. 14 shots in comparison to only 6 on the other side.
It's really frustrating. I mean, if you're watching this from the POV of SpongeBob Puzzleball, it's so frustrating to not be able to break out with possession, with any space, with any of your boosts, with any of your pads, and you're getting chased by Dark in your own net. So you have to measure all of these things all at once, and not to mention, that's not even factoring in the other player in Stinky Bus. So, I mean, there's just so many things that you have to think about as a defense from the SpongeBob Puzzleball side, and it's happening so quickly. That's why we were seeing so many opportunities for Hitball to score. And for SpongeBob Puzzleball, they've got to bring this ball down, slow the game down as much as they possibly can, and convert on their chances.
I mean, they've been very close. Again, the last game would have been a 1-goal margin if not for the final second goal. It's been great to see an immediate kickoff goal here for SpongeBob Puzzleball, but it will not come to fruition. Again, this has been a close series. The first game may not have been, but the second game, clearly the adjustments from SpongeBob Puzzleball were found. Can they now take those adjustments into game 3 and find a win? So far, it doesn't really look like much of a difference here. It took them a little bit longer, but still, the first goal in favor of Hitball.
Yeah, great shot here from Stinky Bus. Dark doing what he's always done and just creating chaos in the box, chasing Nutella away, and that bought him just enough space for Stinky Bus to put that one away on the right side. Had he not done that, Nutella might have been able to get there.
Nutella's getting close to it, but again, like we said, Nutella can't do it all on their own. This team needs to step up as a duo, and if they do, there's absolutely a world we see this series extend. But if we do see the win here from Hitball, that's series point for them, and my goodness, are they not hunting for it right now? Another shot, that one wide, and Stinky doesn't even go for the rebound. Immediately to the demo. I cannot imagine the frustration that Spongebob Puzzle Ball must be feeling.
And they were able to break out, and they got a demo, but now it's right back into the hands of Stinky Bus, who's picking his spot in the net and turned away by the defense. But Stinky Bus, unrelenting, trying to push this one through. He does it by himself. That was the whole bus barreling through, and Spongebob Puzzle Ball can't get him away.
And he does it on like 12 boosts total, too. He completely denies the boost in the corner. Just, I don't know, what is that? Quad taps it off the backboard or something like that? I didn't even think that was an angle that was possible, but apparently for this Hitball team, they can do whatever they want at any moment they want.
And again, we talked about why this is so frustrating for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, and now you find yourself 2 goals in the hole, and it just keeps coming from Hitball. They're in control, and they are attacking once again. Dark, dangerous, double tap, looking for the net, and I think for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, they're just happy that one didn't go in.
They need to start putting up some resistance a little bit. Okay, no, they don't. They do not need to put up resistance earlier on that one. I am completely incorrect, as I'm not going to call this an own goal, but it's about as close as we've come here today.
And a welcome goal, I think, for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. You got to test the keeper. Stinky Bus kind of carried that one into his own net, but like I said before, goal's a goal, and you're on the board cutting that lead in half.
It's huge just to be able to keep yourselves in these games. Like we said, it's been narrow margins so far outside of the first, but see if they can keep it this narrow. We've got 3.5 minutes to go, and Dark with a monstrous flick to start off the kickoff. Anything more for the offense here for our blue side? Not quite. Nutella, some airspace to work with. Slippery is bad, but they will never use it, as Stinky never actually dives into the 50. And this is kind of the concern we've talked about. It really still does feel like Hitball are dictating the pace of play. If they're going to have a touch happen, it's because they allow you to have that touch. And moments like that really go to show what we're talking about.
And you can see how much space Hitball earns themselves, but hold on a second. SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, Nutella tries to flick this one towards net. Maybe an opportunity for them, but he, in the end, kind of clears it away. And despite the pressure that we've been raving about from Hitball, hold on a second, they're going to put this one away. As I was going to say, you know what, this game didn't really get out of hand, but maybe it is. As Hitball with space, it was Stinky Bus this time, who just chops up the last man in Rye.
Yeah, it's just such clever play from Stinky as well. He's acting like he doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, so he's not going to be that comfortable with it. It's why Rye makes the original challenge, goes a little bit more aggressively. But once Rye passes past that back post just a little bit, Stinky goes perfect. I can flick that behind you, and not a chance in heck that you are making that save. It's just clever play after clever play right now for Hitball. It's why we keep mentioning how frustrating this must be for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. They're trying everything, and they're putting up good resistance, but at every moment that it looks like they're back in the game, it's a demo like that. It's a bump on the line. It's some sort of frustrating play from everybody on Hitball that just cannot seem to be disrupted.
I like the proactive challenge there on Dark. Those are the types of challenges you're going to need, but you don't want this one to pinch over your head. Rye is going to have to buy some time. Dangerous ball across the box. 2 minutes left to play. SpongeBob Puzzle Ball trying to break out with possession and fight back in Game 3.
I gotta say, this is starting to look very similar to the last time we saw Hitball play yesterday as well, because the roles are very defined right now. Stinky is diving into almost every play on offense, and oftentimes he's afforded to do so because Dark is hanging far enough behind him to really back him up no matter what the play is. Or, if he's not hanging back, he's diving in, going for bumps. Disruption on the line will afford a 4th goal now for Hitball. Yeah,
great tackle from Stinky Bus, popping that one up, and because of it, there's no one back, at least to make the challenge initially, and he has a free shot on target for Hitball. 4-1 is a comfortable score line, and definitely starts to show the type of pressure they've had throughout this game as the double fake comes out on the kickoff.
Stinky got a lot of work to be done, and they do exactly that. Now Dark on a breakaway. Air dribble immediately, and again, that's the hesitation you cannot afford. Rye trying to figure out how to approach the play, and by the time he has, it's already in his net.
Yeah, Dark, I mean, when he's got space and a little bit of boost, he's going to cook up everyone in that back line. For Rye for president, I mean, I don't even blame him. He finds himself in isolation so much, and he does not stand a chance against Dark's mechanics and speed that he brings on the ball.
Oh my goodness, and Dark trying to even up the speed a little bit further. I think it might work out. The pinch off the ceiling catching everybody on the team off guard, and poor Nutella, they had so much boost and literally couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, awkward ball. He's going backwards there and then tried to make the backwards save. It just was never close enough to it. And this game has gone from bad to worse, and it's certainly gotten ugly.
It is not the game that we were hoping for here. After having what was almost a one-goal ball game in game number 2, we get to game number 3, and it is a 5-goal margin, and they will keep it that way as Stinky makes yet another save. And it's what we also spoke about earlier, where it really just kind of feels like both Dark and Stinky are comfortable letting the other player be the one at the forefront of the offense. In the first game, it was Stinky Bus putting up 4, having the majority of it. In game 2, it was Dark putting up a hat trick, and now here in game 3, it's back to the same old here, with Stinky putting up 4 and Dark putting up 2. This team is happy to play together, and like we said, that was their win condition today. If they were able to play as a team, they're winning this whole thing, and for right now, I have no doubts that they can. Another dominant victory here, but with a minute to go, technically we can at least see a little bit of resistance. A goal there goes a long way. Spongebob Puzzle Ball back on the board.
And they caught Dark with no boost, and that's really where you got to strike if you're Spongebob Puzzle Ball. And you can see Dark really struggling backwards on a lot of these plays as well. With no boost, he doesn't have a lot of opportunity to do much on the ball, or at least block these shots coming through from Spongebob Puzzle Ball. That's another example where Spongebob Puzzle Ball, they have to convert on that, and they do.
They convert, but can they do it another 4 times here with only 45 to go, or is Stinky just gonna stunt on the entire team? I'm gonna say I'm thankful that that one doesn't go in, because I'm not really sure how you recover from a flip reset into a pinch in front of your net. They're still not gonna recover this game, but I could not imagine the morale going into game number 4 had that been scored.
Well, I think the morale is pretty broken from Spongebob Puzzle Ball with the way this game's been going. It's been frustrating. It's been painful. There's been a lot of goals given up, and you've had to deal with a player who is just superior in every way. That's a tough ask. This one floats across the box, and with 5 seconds left, hit ball comfortably landing here in game 3.
This was comfortable is a great way to put it, as even, like we said, at some point in the series, Dark was going to start to try to freestyle. A double reset out of the corner didn't exactly prove that he can, but it's showing that's the comfortability they're at here. They're happy to play with these more exquisite offensive setups, and even at that, it's working out. Again, another game where they not only dominate overall in terms of the scoreline, but the shots as well. 12 shots to only 7 here is almost twice the amount.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised it's not more with how much pressure they've had. And, you know, Stinky Bus almost putting up 1,000 score is quite nice to see from him. He's been a great compliment to Dark. Obviously, he's the best player in this lobby, Dark is. And with having Stinky Bus next to him, I mean, they've looked great together. You talked about how important synergy is. I've talked about it as well in twos. You're seeing that. I think with Hitball more so than SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. So, which by the way, I keep forgetting their name. Like SpongeBob Puzzle Ball just does not stick in my head for some reason. So, but I think that Hitball's done a much better job just finding that cohesion. But also, I think that, you know, when you have a player like Dark, it's very easy to look good because he can kind of run rampant on defenses.
Again, this is what made Dark so impressive to us yesterday, is that he didn't need to be the completely offensive player. He didn't need to be the guy patrolling midfield. He didn't even need to be the guy patrolling in defense and playing exclusively a more defensive role. He can play pretty much anywhere, and his adaptability is what has afforded Hitball such a comfortable series thus far. Thing is, though, we're not done. We've got Game 4 here, and it's either going to be a sweep, and my prediction coming true, or it will finally be the resurgence of SpongeBob Puzzle Ball we have been waiting for. We believe in this team. I don't believe this is a great way to start, though.
You could see it coming before it happened. Dark on the downfield, little pass, or sorry, excuse me, a fake off the kickoff. The pass from Stinky Bus is perfect. And the placement, as always, from Dark will find its mark. 5 seconds in. I think this is maybe the second game where in the first 5 seconds, Hitball scores.
Indeed, they did it again in Game 2. It took them a little bit longer in Game 3. I think they did it at 30 seconds in, but oh no, they took 20 extra seconds to do so. They almost just got another goal. Dark, the only reason I don't think he scores there is because he goes for whatever that flick was. Otherwise, we're already at a 2-0 ball game.
SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, they just got to take what they can get at this point. We've talked about all the things that they can do, what they aren't doing, but when it comes down to it, Game 4, when you're down 0-3, you've just got to take the chances that are in front of you. And right now, it's a lot of blue in front of them as a Stinky Bus shot goes through 2-0 for Hitball.
This is so clever from Stinky. Again, we talked about it. Pace of play being dictated by Hitball. That's why you see the dive from Nutella, and Stinky hesitates for a half a moment to pop it behind him rather than opt for the 15. They know that SpongeBob Puzzle Ball are eager to get these touches, are diving into plays, whether they want to or not. They kind of have to at this point, and it's forcing them to continually make challenges at their own comfortable pace. This is... Man, Curly, I don't even know what to say at this point. Hitball somehow have gotten more and more dominant as this series has gone on. Dark, you've got to slow down.
I mean, that's just disgusting from Dark to get that. I mean, he's just showing the mechanics left and right. And Stinky Bus almost dribbled that one into his own net. He gets control of it, though, and for a SpongeBob puzzle ball, if I saw that pass, I'm saying, you know what? You can have it. You can have it. As Dark, well, he's going to take what he can get. But a good challenge from Nutella might mean an offense over to Rye, who's been trying to put this one on target, but unfortunately well wide.
Well, let's see, Dark. Can you pull anything else out of your bag of tricks? Oh, tons of space and a whole 100 boost. Let's see what he goes for here. Off the ceiling. Nothing. Okay, never mind, Dark. That was not exactly what I expected out of that play, and it might actually afford now a goal for your opponents here. Rye, able to get some space out of the corner. Late challenge from Stinky, but they can still make the 50, and even at the most awkward of moments for Hitball, they still somehow recover.
Stinky setting up his flick again. Dark getting the demo with a 2-goal lead, and with the comfortable series that they've had so far, I think Hitball are happy to go for the freestyles, as you've been seeing from Dark, but oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He's not, I don't know if he's going to get it, but my goodness, from Dark using the chain dashes up the wall to catch back up to the ball, and you're seeing just full control and mastery of the game from Dark. And you're seeing what happens is, unfortunately for them, as I say that, Rye for President has a free shot at target. What happened to the defense?
I think this was just an overexertion of, yeah, Stinky Bus. He goes for the setup, doesn't pick up any boost out of midfield, starts scrambling back, and by the time he recognizes it's far too late. All right, there you go. Like you said, a goal is a goal. Might have come off an error of Hitball, but you've cut the lead in half. Now SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, all you need to do is get one more, and we can at least see an overtime, but 3 minutes on the clock. I'm not exactly saying we're there quite yet.
It's true. Wait a minute. I was going to say it's true, it's goal's a goal, but Nutella, hold on a second, got Dark a little bit at no man's land, and when he turns his back, Nutella's got him beat. Flick over the backside, and a tie ball game, Bass.
We're going to need to see a little bit of a lock-in here for Stinky Bus and Dark. They gave up 2 goals in, I would say, uncharacteristic ways, and they might do it again. Fake kickoff, caught him off guard. Rye is up early, just needs one more and can barely get it past Dark. Not going to be enough, but my goodness, that first goal really reinvigorated this SpongeBob Puzzle Ball team. They are playing night and day better since then.
Barely getting away with that save. It's crucial for them to hold on to possession and certainly keep it away from Dark. An opportunity for Rye. Unfortunately, goes well wide, and Dark, I think, trying to pick his moment to cut through the defense once again.
This one, awkward in front of net. Is anybody going to be there?
Oh,
They
the own
don't
goal.
need to. It's an own goal, and my goodness, things going from bad to worse. Hitball, full comfortability up until this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this was going to be a goal regardless if Not Dark didn't, try and force it. But for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, this is their first lead. An opportunity to maybe fight back in this series, but you got 2 minutes to hang on.
We get another one off of kickoff here. Nutella booms it downfield right into the hands of Stinky Bus, who has a full tank of boost, but an immediate challenge out of Rye should keep it away from him, if not for the extra pinch. Now it's awkward as Nutella's got to use their entire tank just to try and survive. Rye not going to make contact there, but luckily enough, Dark did not recognize it, so no shot found. Lead still in favor of SpongeBob Puzzle Ball here, but it does kind of feel like we're going back to the same old, same old. Hitball starting to put their opponents in a blender and just keep the pressure going.
Stinky Bus getting involved as well, trying to set up Dark. Dark's there, but it's a tough angle, and I think he's just trying to bring it down, but Stinky Bus fires one off the post, and it crawls in on the far side. What a shot from Stinky Bus.
It is a beautiful shot, and such a good shot, the entire defense just doesn't even think it's going in. They look at it and go, oh, there's no way he's got that angle. Right? Nope, he definitely does. 90 seconds left here, and once again, Hitball tying it up, and this is looking more like Game 2 where it was a close back and forth. The only difference is it kind of feels like Hitball have had enough of losing, but you need to put shots on target if you want that to be true.
Yeah, and for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, a huge gift. And maybe an opportunity, right? For President, had an opportunity to shoot that one on target. I think we all saw it, but he just couldn't get over it in time. And certainly not on target. Now Dark boost to work with. Trying to find maybe a game-winning goal. And Nutella will break him up.
It's back out. Stinky Bus there. Just needs a double off the backboard, and they will not find it, as a great save from Rye will keep that one out. Nutella on low boost is not going to find the clearance to try and alleviate this pressure and end the offense from Hitball. A boomer downfield, but no boost in the corner, and yes, a technical pass out center. Wait a minute, given free, Dark. Takes a little bit of a second before he makes that challenge, and it's even more offense now for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball.
And no boost from Dark means SpongeBob Puzzle Ball maybe can bring this one down. Stinky Bus does it instead. Dangerous flick from him, and Rye for President there to clean it up.
Corner, Dark trying to get yet another setup off the backboard. May not need his teammate, and yet another clear. But for every second it ticks down here, Corelli, it feels like we're going to find that golden goal. Could it be here? Dark, another save, and 10 to go with Spongebob in the offense.
Chances for Dark. He's going to pick up full boost. And Stinky Bus might have an opportunity. Do Hitball have the last laugh? Stinky Bus, this ball gets away from him. Nutella was moving in, but Dark, he's got boost and some space. Can he carry it all the way? He's going to pop it over. Needs help. And Nutella there to break it up. Surely this one's dropping. Stinky Bus gonna keep it alive. Whoa. It's still up off the corner. Stinky Bus gonna threaten again. You gotta kill this one down. And it finally does. All tied up in overtime here in Game 4.
And this is do or die for Spongebob Puzzle Ball. If they lose this game, they are out of the tournament, and we have our first finalist. But they have played their best game thus far, and Nutella would like to extend that into a win. No touch found. Rye on the backup. Shot on target, but that will not be enough as Dark makes a great save.
They've been able to shut down Dark just a little bit more. A lot of his touches have just been clears, and now with no boost here, it's going to be tough for him to have a massive impact. As Rye for President is able to clean this up. It's well played so far from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball to stay alive in this series. And a great challenge from Nutella. Unfortunately, can't get back around to put the shot on target.
Ooh, he does after he gets through the corner. Not even sure how he found that angle, but Stinky's not going to let him have it. No goal to be found. We're almost a minute into overtime here in Dark. No boost in the tank, but a great flick to set up his teammate. Where is Stinky? Comes in on the rebound and booms to the backboard. Nobody's up. Where's the double? On target and in! And Stinky finishes the series!
A hat trick for Stinky, and with space provided, that one coming clean off the backboard. You can't let that happen for Stinky Bus. It's an easy tap in and follow up. 54 seconds it took, but a 4-0 in the end for Hitball.
Exactly as we expected. This is the dominant victory I knew this team could produce, but the thing is, I didn't exactly expect how we would get here. 3 dominant games in a row, and yes, we do see some resistance in the fourth, but really thought we'd see a little bit more resistance through the first couple. You got to feel for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. They did not play a bad series. It just took them a little bit too long to get warmed up.
And it was well fought from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, especially in a couple of those games, this one included, where it was tight. I mean, this was a close game. It was back and forth. This obviously was their best game from SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. They kept it close. They get to an overtime. Backs against the wall, but you're still creating that offense. That's so important for SpongeBob Puzzle Ball. Unfortunately, Hitball, I think, just too strong mechanically from Dark. I think Stinky Bus provided the shots when they needed it, and ultimately a clean 4-0 from Hitball.
It was a very well-deserved win from them, I would say here. Our first finalist of the day, and again, not necessarily too surprising. We kind of saw this yesterday with the domination they had, and as we bring back in Vaught and Spaceman here, I'm going to have to ask Vaught the same thing. I mean, we saw the domination yesterday. Did you expect anything else here today?
No, I didn't expect anything else. I was kind of expecting that last game to at least go to overtime. There were so many chances where it could have just stayed tied the entire time, and we were expecting a little bit more. But as we saw yesterday, Stinky Bus, when it matters for Hitball, if Dark's not popping off as much as needed, Stinky Bus is right there next to him. So it's nice to see that kind of coordination and the synergy, as we talked about going into the day, being so crucial for them to get that victory. But Spaceman, I mean, looking at the SpongeBob Puzzle Ball team, I feel like there's so much that could have been for this roster during the series that we didn't see from them.
Well, I think that's also credit to the competition, because we literally sat in the green room about 30 seconds ago, actually 5 minutes ago, and said, like, all right, how many goals is Dark going to get in this game before this is essentially done? But also, I mean, I look back at game 1, and I look at what Stinky Bus did. He took a possession off of his own back wall, won a 1v1 upfield, and then immediately, once he hit the ground, popped up again, got it over the last defender, scored. And you're just sitting back and you're like, all right, that's what we got to deal with. Like, we're just dealing with players who absolutely know how to break down a defense on all sides of the field. And that's just too much to handle. It's the classic esports strat of one team being better, and they're just better. They're a better team. The players were way more mechanical in space when they needed to be, and their efficiency was off the charts. So I get it. I understand why this team's doing what they're doing. They're that good.
Yeah. I mean, they put it up and knew exactly what they needed to do throughout that entire series to get the victory, and nothing really more to say about that. But with that moving forward and looking on the other side of things, Corelli, I mean, those two teams still in the way to potentially get that victory against Hitball in that final. How are we feeling there maybe shaking in their boots a little bit, or are they just like cool, calm, collected, ready for the next series?
Well, as I said to Bass before we jumped into that game, Gummy Momo also 3-0'd SpongeBob Puzzle Ball, and they have a lot of coordination. And I feel like they might be the only team that could stand up to Hitball. Yes, they'll be out mechanicked and maybe outpaced, but they have that synergy, that cohesion that I think is so important in twos, and they've been able to show that I think the most out of all the other teams besides Hitball.
Bass, I'm just gonna make this cut and dry for you. Early prediction: will Hitball take it all?
You know what? I think that they just might, but the only way we can find out is if you stick around after this break. We got more coming.
There you go. We'll be back. We're back and everyone's internet is reconnected.
That's
Gummy
right.
Momo is here to play. But let's take a look at the bracket again as we are on to our final semifinal to determine our final grand finalist. I was saying that 10 times fast. Gummy Momo versus Nightcord at 2,500 hours. And that's not like that many hours in Rocket League. It's just like a time on a military clock that does not exist. I don't really get the name, but I respect it nonetheless. So, talking about these players and looking at the head-to-head, we've seen all the matches so far. The last one was a 4-0 sweep here, Bass. This one, I mean, what are we thinking going into it?
I think this is going to be a closer game. I really do think this is going to be a closer series between the two teams. Unfortunately, you and I did not get to see Gummy Momo yesterday, but from everything we've heard from both Spaceman and Corelli, this team is not only capable, they are fantastic. And one of the biggest things that they've hinted upon is the synergy in comparison to a Nightcord, where you and I got to see synergy from them yesterday, but it was really more the Komori show than anything else. We need to see Jack step up here today. If he can do exactly that, Nightcord's got a good chance, but they're facing off against the #1 seed coming out of Group A. There is no easy road to victory here.
Spaceman, we heard before this series while Komori was playing ranked, they deranked from SSL. Do you think that's going to affect their mental at all going into this one?
I would be pissed if I was that player, and I think that I would take that aggression out on the field for sure. But I think that these players at this stage of a tournament and this kinds of talent, they're very aware of the tournament mindset they need to be in. So no, I don't think it'll affect them too much. But I do think the big takeaway, looking at the Gummy Momo roster outside of the synergy we talked about, is they're also just a team that, like, even for their rank alone, they don't have to be SSL to be cognizant of where to pick their spots. They're not only synergistic at midfield, but yesterday, the efficiency of which they would get the ball off a counterattack and score, it was very decisive from them offensively. And Momo Go Loco was the MVP. He was the reason why the offense worked so well. And Gummy Bear was like the put away guy. Like if there was an errant rebound or a touch that didn't go the way they want, he was in position to pick it up and score. They're a very, very committed team offensively, and they know where to go with the ball. So this is going to be a really tough challenge. I think Nightcord certainly have the capabilities of being able to pull this one out, but it's an uphill climb for them for sure. And I don't know what version we're going to get, but Gummy Momo, like on their worst performance yesterday, were still excellent. So who knows?
3-0 sweeps across the board, and they were the top seed from their group for a reason. But Corelli, don't want to delineate any longer. Let's get into this matchup. So Corelli and Bass, take us into the preamble.
I don't think,
I'm-
I mean...
Yeah. No,
it's
listen,
Corelli.
my
Hello,
name
Corelli.
is Jack
How are
Collier.
you doing?
I'm doing great. Listen, it's exciting to be here for one of the biggest matches so far today. But in all seriousness, we have to look at synergy as being maybe the factor for most teams in this tournament. Granted, a lot of money on the line for these high school players, but it all comes down to just execution, and that's what scares me about Gummy Momo, Bass. It just feels like this team knows when to execute and how to give the ways they want to attack.
I'd love to see them do that early here. We've seen it. Momentum is huge on the day, and being able to get an early goal and set yourself off on the right foot can go a very long way, and really that's for either one of these squads. But one thing that will still be apparent, and something you and I have both hinted upon today, is that teams need to be prepared. Offense is stepping up here today. If you play the same sort of defense you did yesterday, you're going to be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, and just this stage of the tournament, you have to be decisive with your plays offensively. Like, defense is its own thing. It's reaction first, setup second at times, but offensively, you need to have a game plan, at least in the first minute or so, against some of this type of talent, because you just can't afford to slip up in any department. So far, though, it's been trading possessions back and forth, both teams still hunting for their first, but I expect a bit of boom ball early on for both defenses to figure each other out, and then we'll start to see teams settle in the rhythm.
So far, it's exactly that. Heavy touch after heavy touch, and 50 after 50 is at this ball ricocheting and ping-ponging either way across this pitch. A minute gone here, maybe we can see some normalcy and a little bit of a calm down as that touch is anything but that. Straight to the ceiling. Momo for the follow-up, but Jack's there and prepared. And they now give up some offense here for their teammate who's looking at it midfield, kind of, but Mori can't really do much with that ball besides move it to the backboard. So very much a feeling out process of the first minute or so here. Neither team really finding themselves in comfortability yet.
And you're not seeing either defense settle back. They're really focused on just winning the challenge in the corner. As soon as they get possession, we're going for the clear down, able to hold it as well. And Momo Go Loco in these kinds of spots can get dangerous. In a one-on-one with a lot of space, the stretch, working upside down. Why not? Didn't see that at all yesterday, but this is where one team starts to kind of settle in rhythm, in transition. And if you're Nightcord, just staying pace is all you need to do. Just skate alongside, keep your presence about you on ball, and you'll be just fine.
So far, so good for both of these teams here. Haven't really seen a myriad of mistakes, but like we said, not necessarily going to stay that way forever. And there's the first one. Kumori goes diving in, thinking they've got a clean beat, but the extra touch catches him off guard.
It's just a good pickup as well. Like, you win the first initial flip, and then in a one-on-one situation, as one player, or one defender, I should say, is diving across the net, I mean, you're carrying the momentum with them. You can just put a floater in front, and if they can't touch it, it's a GG. So a pretty easy goal early on for Gummy Momo, and they're going to take those opportunities. This is also a squad that just knows how to put away easy chances. You can't afford a lot of mistakes defensively from Night Court against this team. You got to be ready for every single challenge in the offensive third.
Gotta stay prepared in a series like this. It's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and if you blink, you just might miss it. Speaking of which, there's another one. Gummy Momo gonna find their second, and we're not even at halftime.
This is what Gummy Bear did really well yesterday, right? Like, fighting off the initial touch in the corner, keeping the low 50 as well, holding possession is what Gummy Momo did better than Spongebob Puzzle Ball, which shocked Krelly and I, because again, like, we just watched Spongebob Puzzle Ball in their series 3-0. Like, okay, this team has cadence, they have rhythm, and then we go in and they're like just losing possession outright, touch after touch. It was the synergy that really mattered. You look at just the way that this team plays through the corner, they know exactly where they're going with every single touch, and it's a scary thing to combat.
Yeah, they're proving it so far here. They had a little bit of a shaky first moment, but since then, it feels like all offense for this team. They show no signs of slowing down. That is another one that they score here. And again, it's a defense that just isn't even prepared to make the save.
It's really unfair, too, because, again, the midfield speed that they have circling through, they're tracking with possession. They know exactly where it's going in the corner. As a defense, you're having to both read the touch and the setup. The defense can't make a decision that quickly, and already a 3-0 game. Granted, game one of a best of 7, so that's the best case scenario, but you just need something to stop the bleeding. This might do it, just a bit wide, but got to keep pressure up in the corner. Now that you have boost, you don't want to relinquish this opportunity.
They've got plenty of time to turn this one around, but like you said, it needs to be more sustained offense, and really just needs to be a goal at all. Just giving themselves, oh my goodness, any momentum to try and switch up the narrative here would go a long way. Not going to find it quite yet, though. Instead, we'll find Momo with a little bit of time, space, and not really any boost, but still somehow almost a solid setup for his teammate. Instead, it's Kumori. Tracks back out to midfield. Going to probably look for a shot there, but that was anything but a shot. It was actually both a bad pass and a bad shot, which pulled everybody out of defense, and there's the results.
Yeah, the setups to the midfield are bread and butter for Gummy Momo, and we saw it maybe about 15 seconds prior through the corner. This is a team that doesn't like to bully down into the corner. They like to chip the ball and kind of skirt out in front of the defenders. They really like cutting off that rotation, and it just works in small space. And then when they get to the midfield, they win 150. They're already rotating together. Again, so much of synergy is less about both teammates scoring. It's always about being in the right place at the right time. They're always circling around the next touch. They're in position to back each other up. That's why this team has been so successful. And for anybody who's potentially watching or playing against the squad, those are the notes you need to take. Just always being in a position to follow up your teammate is what spells success. Off the backboard, double, floating it in. Here comes the follow-up. There it is, putting it away. Gummy Bear, sensational as always. A 5-0 game to start.
Like you said, it's just being in the right place at the right time. The drop down here, and you see Gummy just waits a second. If it pops out to the left, they are there to collect it through the corner. If it pops out center like it did, they are there for the shot. The synergy for this team is something you guys complimented them on throughout all of yesterday and even building into today. And I got to back you up on it. My goodness, this team looks like a two-headed Hydra who never stops snapping. And even at the moments where you think there's maybe a little bit of reprieve, like here through the corner, look how quick the collapse comes from Gummy Bear, and the shot after is lightning as well.
It's just really clean, too. And I think that's the difference for players who maybe like main threes or those who play twos, is that obviously there's so much more space in twos, and the rhythm you get on offense is just a bit different given the amount of opportunities you have and how you maybe want to approach a lot of your ones, especially towards like the backboard if you're going to play an aerial game. But this is a team that just clearly has those reps in twos. They know exactly, again, like we said ad nauseum, where they need to be at all times, how they're going to back up their teammate, and after that first touch, where are you going with the ball? What's the intent behind a lot of these clears? They have everything understood. They absolutely know what their job is at the midfield, how they're going to stop rotations. And this is maybe the first time Night Court have been able to break out in the last 35, and they haven't done much with possession. It's not their fault. Gummy Momo just know exactly where to go with the ball and how to contest.
I think one of the best words you've used so far here is we do find ourselves our first goal, and I don't want to take anything away from Night Court here, but is the intention with the ways that they're marching downfield. Yeah. It just kind of feels like if they can find the alleviation of pressure, they can maybe get something going. First time they do find that alleviation of pressure, and you can see the results. They do have a chance in this one, just not here in game one.
It's an uphill climb for sure, and you know you're always going to get a bit of a freebie in the back line. There is just going to be extra real estate you can work with. It's 6-0. The defense is going to pull back just a bit. you're going to send the house. If you're Gummy Momo, we got nothing to lose. 30 to play. Still just want to get something for the road here. I think if you're Night Court, you've kind of gotten the worst end of it in game one. You've clearly seen what Gummy Momo bring to the table, especially at the midfield. We're going to hold this touch and then go for the shot. But yeah, I think if you're Night Court, send the house on every play from here on out. It's just not working what's been maybe the status quo of game one, which has been, you know, let Gummy Momo have some space in the midfield, try to play defensively, then counter into offense. It's not going to work against this team. They're way too good on ball. They're way too good off ball. They'll take game one, and granted, still best of 7, a long way to go, and that's a very good thing. But yeah, this is the stat that matters most to me, is the score, because this is what we saw all of yesterday. Consistently together, 723, 768. They're always like even in score because they always play together. It's a different team in this tournament.
They're just so well evenly matched here. This team is just so good. Like you said, the synergy is just fantastic. The duo playing as a duo so far. And, well, you talk about the status quo. One status quo will stay similar here through both of our semifinals. The first game of the series has had at least 6 goals scored for the winning team here. And, well, we saw the results of that last time. Hitball went on to sweep their opponents throughout the rest of it. I'm not going to guarantee that quite yet, but it's definitely all eyes on Night Court. Like you said, Gummy Momo, they don't need to change anything. They play like that throughout the rest of the series. They're taking this one, but Night Court definitely didn't feel like they showed us the full abilities of this team. If they can start to get a little bit more synergistic like their opponents, there's a world this becomes a lot closer. But if they play like they did in game one, good luck.
Yeah, like, look, really good twos play, and it translates to threes, it always does, but really good twos play at its core is always about the team game. Like, mechanics come out when the play breaks down, when there's no more rotation, when there's no more passing, when there's no more, like, fundamental Rocket League offense, then mechanics come out to break things open. You see it from the best teams, but if you can just rely on the team game like Gummy Momo have in this tournament, like Hitball have, although I would say, like, their pendulum's a little bit more of mechanics than team play, that's why teams are so successful. They don't have to change up much. Then they can rely on mechanics to kind of break the doors down. But this is what you need. If you're Night Court, to reestablish just a pulse in this series, just get on the board first, get a nice, easy drive downfield. You win the kickoff, you get a clean possession, you get yourself back into this series, you wipe off game one. That's a very good way to get it going.
We did mention this. Night Court really love their fake kickoffs and their little bit of kickoff shenanigans, if you will. They're not going to try it here, but be prepared. This team really like these coordinated plays. They also would probably like to not get scored on there. I have no idea how GECHS was able to make that save, but props to him. He'll keep the lead for, I was going to say only a second longer, but still more work to be done. Another good save, and my goodness, Gummy Momo, you've had some chances to even out this game, and unfortunately, you have not been able to score a single one.
And I think Night Court's doing a nice job defensively in the start of this game, is they're playing every ball in the corner like it's a live touch, which is what they should be doing, right? It's scary, save there, but they should be playing every single possession like a shot's possible, follow-up won't happen, but this is a team that can make good adjustments. And Night Court's proven through the majority of this tournament, even looking back to a couple series ago when we watched them, that they're capable of being able to slow the game down to a crawl against really good offenses. So far, they're doing it. They're staying in front of the possession. They're not jumping at easy looks that Gummy Momo are throwing at them. They're just keeping the ball in front, the possession on hand, and it's working out.
This just feels like a much more confident game for the team so far here. They don't look fearful of making challenges, and that's a huge difference. Great example there is Kumori recognizes the hesitation and immediately pounces as soon as the ball is just a bit too far away from their opponent. And my goodness, if the transition on the other end isn't the cherry on top. So quick with the shot, so quick with the counter.
Yeah, good patience from GECHS as well. I mean, it's really easy to rush that shot and to go up and just flub the touch, but look, you have all the space in the world to work with, and you have your teammate calling out as well, saying you got a lot of time, you're fine, you got real estate, take your time, pick your spot, just be intentful with it, and they do just that. This is a very good response in game 2.
This is already a completely different game from the last one we saw. Again, the only goal scored for Night Court was in the, I wouldn't say dying moments of the last game, but by that point, it was already well out of hand. Instead, they are starting off with not only 2 goals, but maybe even a third save necessary here for Momo Loco. But this offense is just chugging along, and they show no signs of stopping. I, again, don't really know what the definitive difference between the 2 games is, but there clearly is one.
I think they're recognizing the speed, especially on the goal line, that Gummy Momo like to employ is going to be a problem offensively. Night Court are doing a good job of holding back but not playing lazy. They're going to have to track with a lot of these touches. Unfortunately, you're going to lose the 50. It's tough. You come off respawn. It's going to be tough for any squad in the world to stop that. But I think outside of this goal, like, they're just doing a good job of mitigating those easy rebounds, those quick lanes that Gummy Momo likes to cut into to reset up in space. Night Court recognized game 1 was a long way to go, and they're just keeping things simple in this game, which I think is always the best result.
Gotta give you props here. Sean woke up and decided to swing fast the entire way through.
Never mind.
Well,
Never
okay,
mind. Just
outside of
grab
that,
it. Scrap it.
yeah. Outside of that, well, look, otherwise, I think you've had 100% accuracy. This is just, well, we hate kickoff goals.
Yeah. Here's the thing. We saw, I want to say it was Gummy Mama who pulled this off, I believe. Game 1 yesterday, Crowley and I were on it. We saw them get like 3 straight goals on kickoffs within 6 seconds, and they just broke a team down. They're not only very good on the kickoffs, but again, this is a squad, when they start to get going, it becomes a mental game for teams, and if Night Court can just pull themselves back down to earth, they're going to be fine in this series. They've proven to make the adjustments when needed, but you can't let things get out too far in front. They've given up 2 goals very quickly, a lot of time on the clock. Just keep putting that pressure on like they've been doing.
I like this, though. The shots that they are taking, these swing-throughs, the cuts out at midfield are making a huge difference. And honestly, the speed at which they're getting back to midfield is making a huge difference as well. Doesn't feel like those counterattacks that were catching them off guard have a chance here in this one right now. That being said, they still do need to generate a little bit more offense. They're getting out towards midfield, but not really getting into that offensive third with any sort of power. As a result, they find themselves back on defense. Gummy to the backboard with Corey's waiting, but the tank means they're not really going to find a clear, giving time and space now for Momo. Dive on in, but again, you can see the difference here. It feels like a lot more respect is being commanded. Gummy Momo are not diving into offense errantly anymore because they can't afford to.
And they also, it's Night Court holding on to boost, which means that their pathing's a lot cleaner, especially towards the net when they're coming back to re-challenge possession. They're not just flying at the ball like they were in Game 1. They're not challenging on the offside and losing the touch like they were in Game 1 in the corner. They're doing a really good job of playing the small pads, and once they go up for the challenge, I mean, Gummy Momo don't have enough to keep the play moving. They're going to get pushed off the ball. Now they're going to take their time to try to recover this, but these are situations, net's been open, unfortunately. These are situations where Night Court have shown promise in Game 2. However, Gummy Momo, again, do a nice job of just stuffing the goal line, and at some point, the dam's going to open. The water's going to come through.
I mean, it's just a slow burn effect. They're just waiting, starving them in boost, keeping them in more and more awkward position as time goes on. And again, I like to say that it's not the original error that's going to cost you a goal. It's the compounding ones afterwards. The little mistakes that you make are going to break your defense down and expose you in places you probably didn't even know you were going to get exposed. And unfortunately, that might be the case here in game number 2. A much better game out of Night Court, but they have choked a 2-0 lead. 3 goals uncontested the other way. And unless they make a difference here, it's a 2-0 start here for Gummy Momo.
Yeah, I mean, since that equalizer, Night Court's been stuck defensively in the orange half. Now, granted, it's credit to Gummy Momo's offense, and now, again, they're starting to feel more comfortable with a lot of the midfield challenges, but if you're Night Court, you have to find a way to bring this ball back down to the ground. You just can't afford to start playing this sidewall ping pong. You're going to lose it. You're going to lose the boost game as well. Now the demos start to come out. They spawn on the same side. That's interesting. And it should be relatively a free ball here. You have a chance to score it. Momo Go Loco going to go for the fake and get the 4th with 44 on the clock. And this is where this team gets dangerous. Night Court just got stuck in a blender.
I mean, you can just feel bad for Jax the entire way through on this play. He goes off the spawn, tries to get into the right position, is in the right position, then gets bumped out of the play because otherwise he gets demoed, and then tries to go for the pre-jump. And at that point, you're at the whim of, if the other team doesn't recognize said pre-jump, yeah, maybe you get a 50. But if they do, they fake it underneath you like that, and you've really got no option. Momo Loco really doing a great job at taking advantage of the awkwardness of their opponents, and even at the most comfortable of moments here for everyone on Night Court, they still have just been a step behind their opponents. 30 seconds to go. There's still technically a world they turn this around, but they have got to hustle.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it, too. Just, you need, it's crazy to say in a video game, but you need more hustle. Like, you have to just stay involved on the play at all times. Don't give them a lot of that free real estate. Maybe made it close, but you need a bit of a miracle here and a kickoff win. If you're lucky, 8 to go. Long booming clear will just kill this where it stands. Still, a much better result and a much better turnaround for the first, minute and a half of this game from Night Court. But war of attrition on the battlefield. Gummy Momo at some point will break out, and when they do, can you stop the flurry of shots that follow? The answer being no in Game 2 and a very quick 2-0 lead in the series. This is where this team gets deadly, and again, they all contribute all the time, almost 1,000 from Komori, but Gummy Momo and Gummy Bear, Momo Go Loco and Gummy Bear, again, just putting on a clinic.
I mean, it's exactly what you spoke about coming out of the last game as well, which is that this team is so good at staying about at the level and playing basically at the same level the entire way through. For example, 7 shots to 6 shots, 2 goals and an assist for each of the players. The only separating factor is that Momo Go Loco got a couple more saves, but this team is playing so well together. They are not playing individual roles that are restricting them from playing on defense or offense or somewhere in between. They're just playing well, and they're playing consistently well, which is probably the biggest issue here that we're seeing, is that Night Court at moments are playing fantastic.
Yep.
They're just not playing fantastic 100% of the time. And in those little dips down, that's where Gummy Momo take the most advantage because this team is so consistent, so synergistic. It's just, man, at this point, I don't know what to do if I am Nightcord. You got to start to step up, but you made 10 saves in that game. What more can you do?
Yeah, and the problem is that while not all bumps are weighted the same, let's also remember that in the last game, you have Gummy Momo putting up 5 demos to 1 on the other side. So again, like we didn't see too many times outside of the double spawn on the left where it looks like the field's wide open because of a big demo, but that will start to trickle in slowly. Like that's one of those we'll boil the water very slowly and then the frog will die later. This is a situation where if you get late in this series, if somehow, Nightcord are able to turn this around and you're going to games 5 and 6, you need to start paying attention to those demos because at some point they're going to bite you in the back. And if you're not ready for it, it's going to break you down when you're least expecting. And it can really be frustrating for an offense to try to work through both getting bumped off the play, recovering, and then also holding on to the ball. We'll get a quick timeout from the players, make sure they're all good. But this is a team in Gummy Momo that like they know how to score. I think the danger of this team is they know how to score multiple goals within a short period of time. They did it yesterday off kickoffs. They got 3 in like 6 seconds. It was disgusting. But once they start going, it gets into the mental of a defense, and you have to find a way to not only stop them, but also regain and try to go downfield and do something of your own. So, Bass, I guess my question is now, for Nightcord, outside of trying to control more of the pace on their own side defensively, which was a problem in Game 2, is there something singular that is sticking out for this team that you think they should change going into Game 3, or are Gummy Momo just too good?
Start booming the ball downfield. It worked for them earlier on. It does feel like they're getting caught in the blender on defense, and rather than just going for these boomers downfield to try and alleviate pressure, they're keeping the ball close, trying to set up plays as they transition down. Like you said, intention behind the ball is important. Intention behind the ball is only important, though, if you have the time to even be intentional with it. If you're just getting suffocated this, light touches like that are not going to be enough. A great example of exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a me special. I did this yesterday. Just square my own net sometimes. Just Momo go loco. Again, like small floater, very short touch. It works. It doesn't have to be fancy. Again, you can kill somebody in the box by just throwing the ball at the net, or you can kill them from long range by throwing a missile. It just, however you break down the defense, Gummy Momo will find a way to certainly make things interesting. As they find their first, reset right on the net, just going for bullseye. Don't hate it at all, but Nightcord, again, like in a spot where they have a lot of time and a lot of opportunities here to reestablish a baseline as an offense. And I'd like to see them really try focusing on keeping the ball on the ground because they've been losing the aerial games in this series. They can keep it on the ground. They can make it really choppy and really scrappy. And that's where they might find success.
And some scrappiness here. Forcing out 50s on repeat has afforded them a little bit more time in offense than they usually get, but I think it's going to not end there. My goodness, maybe not expecting GECHS to make the challenge, but he'll do it again. Great 50 out. Momo Loco to do a lot here in the corner, and he'll not actually face a challenge. Instead, it's Kumori. He's just going to stay all the way back, and stop keeping it close, lads! We talked about this being a problem. It's going to be another goal, and man, I hate it. Sometimes I'm happy to be proven right. Other times, I don't want more examples.
It's tough to kind of gauge whether you're just supposed to just keep that on the ground. Like, the obvious answer is yes. He's hoping he can get out in front of the ball, keep it on the ground on the goal line, and maybe brick himself out of a 50. But when you get into situations like this where Gummy Momo are a very excellent team at first touches, like their touches are clean, their passes, their redirects, their setups, their 50s, they're all very clean. They know how to control the first touch. The only way to kind of break out of that is either A, take boost away so they don't get a lot of power, or B, start hitting your pre-jump. You have to start reading them as they're going for these connections. If you're not able to do either, that's where you start losing on the goal line and you start giving up this really shallow touches defensively. And this is a spot now where you're just trying to fight tooth and nail on ball against players that you're just not able to beat out, like on head-to-head challenges. So it's going to be tough for sure, but I don't want to dispel, positivity from Nightcord. They still have a lot working for them. They still have an opportunity, but you need to start outscoring some of these mistakes because Gummy Momo can just kind of go on these long, droning, cruise control-like stretches that break down a team mentally and physically.
No, they're definitely breaking them down mentally. You can see the frustration as the challenges come in, and it just kind of feels like they're trying to find any semblance of just control over this game. Maybe a demo here could give them exactly that. Kumori, open net, puts it a little too high. GECHS will keep it on the half, but I feel like that's the best opportunity they've had all game, and even at that, they weren't able to take advantage of it. I like this from Kumori, though. Will not hesitate for a moment, booms it off the half, and the less time spent on defense for this team feels like the better. They need to generate that type of offense on repeat.
Yeah, you got to keep the defense honest to some extent. And even if a bump into the counterattack or, you get a demo in transition, it doesn't amount to much, that's okay. Just force Gummy Momo to not throw bodies at the ball every single time, because they can afford to play freestyle if they want, given the fact they have the lead and certainly the mechanics to be able to do it. So it just comes down to, again, staying involved on possession and continuing to shadow the way they have off the sidewall. Momo Go Loco, maybe holding, never mind, look for the pinch, but burning a bit of time off the clock as well. 2 minutes to go and a 2-0 lead. Doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Doesn't even look like it's getting past midfield here. Momo Go Loco going to walk into the reset. Doesn't exactly use it, but the follow-up touch there from GECHS is not going to be found. Or he's not initially. He had no boost, but still make the challenge, and Only Bear going to punish him somewhat for it, because the long ball downfield, right into the hands of Momo Go Loco. Had they had just one extra, it could have been a goal. Instead, Kamori baits out Momo Go Loco. That's too committed, and I don't know how Gummy Bears saw through that, but they will not get the counterattack from it. They will get dang close to it, but with 90 seconds to go, this is the best we have seen this Night Court team play. Unfortunately, they still have not gotten a goal from said play, though.
Yeah, Momo Go Loco is just kind of roaming. He's just chasing whenever he wants, grabbing boost in rotation. He's been hunting the entire time for either a bump, a possession, to break up a pass. We saw it earlier on the counterattack from Night Court. Momo Go Loco was there to shut it down, then go down the length of the field, and this one's a bit of a freebie, but that's the problem, is that when a player or a team starts to feel confident that they can go for those long stretches, send somebody out just to roam and be a nuisance, you get into situations like this where Night Court always have to worry about somebody being on ball. Defensively, there's no free clear. Offensively, there's no free look or pass. It's just constantly fighting for possession. You get some boost here. There's nowhere to go in the corner. There's nowhere to take this ball that somebody isn't ready for. And of course, Momo Go Loco is ready to be a problem and burning all of the time off the clock. I mean, there's been one counterattack from Night Court in the last 2 minutes, and that's been basically it.
I mean, if anybody's going to be familiar with that, send a player off ball to bump, demo, and just destroy, it is going to be you. You've seen that many a times with that RMC team. Yeah. That is Reddle's bread and butter, man. That dude loves to frustrate teams and keep them uncomfortable, and it's such a great way to describe what we are seeing here. Gummy Momo are just making it so difficult for Night Court to find any sort of comfortability in this series, and it continues game after game after game. Even here, in what is actually not that far of a margin between the two teams, it is still a shutout. Night Court not going to find a single goal in this game, barring a miracle at the end here, but Mori doesn't have any boost. There's no real pass out center. The boomer downfield. Do not tell me this gives another goal to Gummy Momo. It will not. It'll... Oh, never mind. It stays up. Okay, for a second there, I thought we were done. Maybe now we can be... Kumar, just let it go. Bro, you're not winning this game. We know the results.
I like it. This is all passion, but the scary part, unfortunately, for Night Court being down 3-0 in the series is also you spent the last 2 minutes, 40-some seconds chasing possession. They could not establish a second touchdown field. They could not establish a rebound. Maybe the biggest score disparity we've seen between the two teammates at Gummy Momo so far, but even there, again, you get 3 demos to 2. It's pretty fair across the board. More saves for Night Court, 8 shots to 3. But this was, if we look at maybe ball chasing, we look at pressure time overall, if we look at possession time, gotta think both were favoring Gummy Momo by a wide margin. It was just chase fest at the last 2 minutes. And that's unfortunate for Night Court because there's really no way to counter that. You can't just say, okay, go get more boost. Then you leave the net open in twos. You can't say challenge immediately because you're losing the challenges. So it's unfortunately for them, it's like you have to find a way to out position and out pre-jump a team that just is flying down the field unscathed and untethered to their defensive end. It's tough to do, man.
I like, again, you're right, but it sounds so much simpler than it is. Counter a team that is pre-jumping you at every moment. Good luck with that one, as they're just literally reading you. They're more literate than college students. Like, I don't know what to say at this point, man. It's just so difficult to try and counter a team like Gummy Momo. Again, I understand now why you and Corelli hyped this team up for specifically their synergy. These dudes look like they've been playing together since the womb. Like, this is insane.
Yeah, they're really clean. And it's like, at the end of the day, I think that's what, if you're a young player in high school or college, or you're going to the pros, like, that's what scouts and coaches and other teams care about most, is like, how clean is your gameplay, and like, how good are you at just finding synergy with your teammates. It's just clean across the board, man. And we saw it yesterday. We're seeing it today. They're not SSL. Like, they are playing against actual SSLs. They're playing against people who are higher ranked than them. Teamwork and clean gameplay can take you much further than just simple mechanics at times. And this is a team that just has it figured out. They know exactly what they want to do, where they want to do it, and they're very, very consistent on the field. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They don't give you a lot of mistakes to capitalize on, and they're always there on counterattacks to disrupt, even on demos that help shut down a push. They're just really good at controlling the game.
I gotta commend them on the fact that you see the breakaway and you're thinking, finally, this should be a goal, right? And immediately the demo just takes away any sort of hope that you could have here in Night Court. They have played well again, but it just feels like they cannot summit this mountaintop. They get closer and closer to evening out against their opponent, but they need to find an advantage here in game number 4. Otherwise, the series is over. Night Court, you've got one last chance, and I commend you on this. They have not conceded a goal through the first minute. That is already an improvement in my mind.
Look, they've played this series close. There's no doubt about it. And they've had a lot of good stretches. It's just, as good as they're playing, Gummy Momo are playing better. And it's very much a situation where it's not just you have to play up to your standard, but you have to play above what this team's playing at. And Gummy Momo will not give you much for free. So you're very much looking to have to go beyond what you're capable of. And unfortunately, again, it comes down to how long can you hold on to the ball? How much possession time do you really have in this series? It's been all of Gummy Momo. They're happy to play the boom game because, again, they're just so clean on their rotations. They know exactly where they're going. And they're winning the 50s as well, as Momo Loco tries to keep it on the ground. And still playing with it in a 1v2 around 1. Net's wide open, and that is so free for Gummy Bear. It's not even fun.
You can see the frustrations here. It was, like you said, an extended period of time for Night Court on offense, and they finally get pushed into their own half, and they go, all right, we got to get right back into offense. We can't afford to stay on defense, and I shouldn't have challenged there.
Yeah.
And immediately it's in their net, and that's so frustrating to play against, is that you finally find a spell of possession. You finally find some comfortability in the series, but as you mentioned, it is only moments of that. You are not seeing that overall, and when Gummy Momo get back into games like this, they are so hard to try and build up against. A comeback versus this team is infinitely harder than just getting an initial lead and trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, like if Gummy Momo doesn't have ball, they still have control of the situation. They still have control of the game, and that's the worst part of it as a defense that you have to contest against. Is that it's like if they have the ball at the midfield and they start slowing down, they're baiting you in. They want you to come challenge, and then once you do, they're going to cut quickly. They're going to outmaneuver you, and that's the scary part. But this is where things get maybe just a little bit different. It's going to take shots like that to bring this game back from the brink, and Jack sneaks it under the crossbar with perfect placement.
Oh, that is beautiful. By every stretch of the imagination, that is what we want to see. That's similar to the goal that Jack scored in Game 2 when it was pretty close between the two squads. They can get back to that. There's 100% a world where those team plays could win them this game and extend the series a bit longer, but that's only part one of a multi-step process. You've got half the game left, and you've only tied it up. See if maybe they can build as they get some offense here. Never mind. Immediately boom downfield.
You know, it's those kind of shots that I think if you're Night Court, you just have to start taking. That's way easier said than done. I know that, but as an offense, it's like we come into this with a game plan. We want 3 or 4 different steps. That goes in 2-1, lead back to Gummy Momo. We have 3 or 4 different ways we want to approach the offense. Scrap it. You have to go back to just playing. You know what? We're going to pull up a shot if we're close to the net. If not, fight for possession. Because if you don't execute, you're going to get bullied on the other end, like we just saw. And now it's a 2-1 game.
Bullying is the best way to describe what we just witnessed. That was perfectly coordinated from everybody on Night Court, too. As Jack swings in because Maury's got a little bit of boost and he's supposed to make the first challenge. He does make the first challenge. The issue is the challenge is completely 50'd out by Gummy Momo. No. And here's another one. 3-1. And again, this is the difficulty. You can play up to the standard of Gummy Momo, but after a 1-1 ball game, it's 2 goals uncontested.
Yeah, Jack's kind of just fell and flopped in the corner, unfortunately. I think he got bumped up into the corner, and once he's coming down, he's like his teammates try to crash to help out. You're protecting the strong side of the net, but if you don't have a teammate, you know, if Jax isn't back on his wheels and able to get back into the net, that's a GG's on that one. It's really tough. I mean, again, it's small mistakes, very, very small mistakes, but Gummy Momo is a squad that will punish, and this is why this team's so good. This is why we were hyping them up yesterday, why we expected after they beat Spongebob Puzzle Ball, we saw this performance, and Jack and I, like, they dominated Spongebob Puzzle Ball, which was the team to beat at the moment.
Oh my.
And Jack and I sat there and we're like, all right, this is the team. They are the number ones right now. They just look way too good. They can score from anywhere. They have the mechanics if they need it, and they can do this to you as well.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we knew that the number 1 seeds were going to be a threat coming into Championship Sunday, but at this point, we're going to see both of our number 1 teams coming out of groups go into the grand finals, barring a miracle here. 100 seconds left to go, and Night Court, I mean, you have not played poorly. I'd like to reiterate that this has not been a bad series from them, but Gummy Momo have just been a step above the rest. It is unbelievable to see how well they have played, and really how much they've been comfortable throughout this series. Like we said, it's not as if they have just dominated their opponents, but they also never allowed their opponents to get into this series. We'll look at the score lines here. 1 goal conceded in game 1, 2 goals conceded in game 2, not a single goal conceded in game 3, and here in game number 4, they have only conceded 1 thus far. This team does not like giving up freebies, and as much as we talked about, hey, punish the mistakes from Gummy Momo, take advantage of your opportunities. Bro, that's a lot easier said than done after a series like this.
Yeah, and if you're watching them, you're not thinking like this is a team that's not SSL. It just by like team play alone, it comes down to just, I guess, matchup to matchup. It's just unfortunate. Night Court have not played a bad series at all. They haven't played a bad game at all. They're just outclassed. Sometimes it happens in tournaments. It happens actually quite often in tournaments, and you're seeing it here again. It's just Gummy Momo are literally playing 1 rank above their competition, and Night Court are just trying to keep both hands on the wheel. They are just trying to keep a grip on this game. It's not going to happen. And I wish there was like a better sentiment we could come up with right now, because it's like they're playing pretty good. They're just getting outclassed by a better team, and they've had a good series, but 5-1, 36 seconds to go. You're probably going to get swept out of this series. You got to tip the cap to Night Court, but Gummy Momo they're really good, man. They're just way too good.
Sometimes you just run into a team that's better than you, and the only thing you can do is accept defeat and try to take it as a learning lesson, which, again, for all of these players here today, and maybe some of you guys listening at home, this can be a learning lesson. Vessel's got more Rocket League event stuff coming. We got a league upcoming and all of that jazz. So, yeah, this is going to be a victory for sure for Gummy Momo at this point. But Night Court, make sure you take some confidence walking away from this weekend. You finished top 4, and you've got a lot more competition coming up.
Yeah, I think if you're Night Court, you don't hold your head down after this. I mean, it would be one thing if you lose the series in 7 and it's like, oh, we made a bunch of mistakes, we could have won. That's a little different. You're frustrated, sure, but look, sometimes a beatdown's a beatdown, and you just take your punches and you go next. It's just one team destined to win this matchup, one team just better prepared overall all the way around. That is Gummy Momo, 1 for the road. Hell yeah, 6-2 with 2 seconds to go. But this squad, Gummy Momo, is a force to be reckoned with going into the grand finals. And I think this is going to be an absolute banger of a grand finals. We are in for an absolute show.
I absolutely agree with you on that one. This is going to be a heck of a grand finals, and although the semifinals were pretty one-sided, it gives us some of the best competition possible heading into said grand final. That is another victory for Gummy Momo, and I'm a little bit sad that they actually gave up that freebie goal at the end. Otherwise, they would have averaged exactly 1 goal conceded per game. Now you messed up my stat sheet, and I'm upset about that.
They got plenty of stats to boot, unfortunately. You got 12 shots to 6. Doesn't change anything the way they played all day, all weekend. They continue to take a high volume percentage of shots. They continue to execute on most of them. 892 for Momogo Loco. He's been, again, like the main striker for this team, but Gummy Bear is maybe the best second man we've seen this weekend. The 1-2 punch of this team's too hard to handle. So much respect and credit over to Night Court. They played really great. They just played a team that was way better. It happens. But yeah, I mean, we're getting ourselves ready for a grand finals that's guaranteed. I hope it doesn't go. I hope we don't get a sweep. I mean, I would love if we at least go 6. But this is a very, very good showing for Vessel. I mean, the high school talent. I was talking about this with Corelli the other day. The fact that high school Rocket League, even back in 2020 when COVID first kicked off, high school Rocket League talent-wise has exploded and just gotten so much better. Like, these kinds of players did not exist 4 years ago. So if you're interested in playing in tournaments like this, or a high school kid and you want to play Rocket League, you got an opportunity right here. Look down low. We got links being pushed around in the chat. This is the quality of competition we have, and it's only going to get better. So I'm very, very excited, Bess.
I am extremely excited. And, well, because of that excitement, we're not going to delay too long. Let's bring in back the rest of the casters, rest of the host, and talk to them about this one, because we got a grand final on the horizon that, I mean, Vod, we said we knew these teams were going to get there.
Yeah.
It's just more how they got there.
Yeah, I mean, we were hopeful that we're like, oh, this one's not going to be a 4-0 sweep. And then Gummy Momo were like, yeah, but we're them. And they showed up and had almost the exact same amount of goals almost every game, too, is the thing to note. So that's something interesting as well. Like, the synergy, we keep talking about that word. They are synergy embodied here, Corelli, from what we witnessed in that series.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Spaceman and I were talking up them for a good reason. Yeah, are they the highest rated players in this tournament? No, they're not, but they are high enough, and they are of equal skill, and I feel like they play off each other quite nicely. You saw throughout that series, Vod, you said perfectly, is like they're just putting away goals at a consistent rate, which is so important, especially in a tournament like this. And a very, very clean 4-0, I'd have to say, from them, I think, holding the opposition to only 5 goals. So for Gummy Momo, the big test now is what can you do against Hit Ball, who has just been stellar mechanically and individually? How are you going to break down that team?
That is a good question. I'm going to send that one to Spaceman for that question
thanks, man.
specifically because you kind of set it up perfectly, Corelli.
I mean, as Bass and I were discussing in that last game, for a lot of teams, when it comes to 2s and 3s, like mechanics come in at times late, not always, but at times it's like when teams run out of ideas, when the rotations are no longer maybe the primary factor for offense, when it seems like both teams are evenly matched, that's where mechanics come in to break down defenses, to break down teams overall. So, you could give the nod over to Dark and company just for like, okay, they have a chance to really like cut the synergy in half of what Gummy Momo were able to do just by mechanics. You're always having to predict where the ball's either going to go or where your spacing needs to be to outmaneuver a squad. But it's tough for me to look at a team this synergetic in Gummy Momo and the volume of shots they're putting on the board and the amount of times they're scoring and just the flurry of opportunities they find for each other. It's really clean. It's tough for me to look at a team that's fully synergetic and say that they're not going to just outplay and outperform a squad and then they can lean on mechanics. Like they don't have to go back to fundamentals. They had the fundamentals down perfectly. Then they can lean on their mechanics to get the job done. I take a team with good clean gameplay and fundamentals over a team, pure mechanics all day, every day. Not saying that's what the other squad is, but just I think Gummy Mum was just way too good right now. They're tough to beat, dude.
Well, we'll have to see if they can get the victory in this one. My question for you, Bass, before we send things to a break to get ready for the finals. If Gummy Momo get the victory, how do we decide who's MVP out of those two? They're so neck and neck with their stats and everything.
So let's put it to a random stat at this point. Maybe the most amount of demos for whatever one of the players, because they've been about even otherwise here across the board. If I look back upon my stats, I actually want to see how close it's been. No, literally every game they scored the exact same amount of goals. Every single game they scored the same amount of goals, and it would have been a huge difference in assists if not for the fact that Gummy Bear brought up 2 assists at the end there. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I have no idea. My answer is...
Yeah, I like that.
We'll have to see once we actually get the match done in that grand final. So we're going to take this last break for the evening. We have our top 2, one of them going home with $1,000 for their team and one player going home with that $100 MVP prize. We'll find out after this. Welcome back for the final time today. It is the grand finals for the Vessel $1,500 2v2 Summer Cup. It all comes down to this. Team Gummy Momo versus Team Hitball facing off against each other. The synergy is the name of the game today with 2v2s, and both these teams have that in loads, Bass.
Now, that being said, I was muted. I'm going to restate what I just stated there, as I now find out that they kind of cruised through yesterday with relative ease, and today they've done more or less the exact same thing, but the only thing I will say to them is that as good as they are not as synergistic as their opponents. My goodness. I've heard the gospel. Spaceman and Corelli convinced me the most synergistic, the best duo in this thing so far as a duo is Gummy Momo. The team played so cohesively. They are going to be a difficult team to stop, no matter who you are.
I mean, Spaceman, walk us through this bracket as we get set up for this grand final as well. It's been a pretty eventful day, but both of our grand finalists, very dominant victories there.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see too many sweeps today, but I also didn't think if we did get any, they'd both come in the semifinals. I mean, Gummy Momo have continued to be maybe the hottest team to beat, and they have yet to drop a game, a map in this entire tournament. You look at Hitball as well, who, maybe mechanically, individually are like the favorites, how they completely broke down Spongebob Puzzle Ball. I thought we would get a little bit more of a fight there, but Hitball, again, have that individual prowess that is necessary for this type of tournament. Spongebob Puzzle Ball put up a hell of a fight throughout this entire thing, but it's been very clear. I mean, I feel like day one showed us, day two even, showed us exactly who the number one teams were going to be and why, and those characteristics have continued to be the same. Gummy Momo is a squad that has outplayed team-wise every team in this tournament. Their only challenge left is Hitball, and it's clear that the best two teams, both ranked number one for the right reasons, are now representing the overall 2v2 Summer Cup in the grand finals. And it's going to be a very wild grand finals.
Well, Corelli, talk us through this head-to-head with these individual players, expectations, and everything else so we can go into this matchup informed.
Yeah, I mean, if it's your first time watching this, you tuned in at the grand finals, congratulations. On the right side of your screen, Hitball, check out Dark. He's going to be probably the most mechanical player in this lobby, definitely the most mechanical player in this lobby, and by far. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be favorites by far into this, because the synergy, as Vod has alluded to on Gummy Momo's side, has carried them so in such a way that they haven't dropped a single game. So player to watch is Dark for Hitball. How does he disrupt the defense of Gummy Momo? How does he catch out that synergy? But on the other side for Gummy Momo, how do they break down and eliminate Dark's threat throughout, especially through the midfield where he's getting space and boost to work with? That's where he's most threatening. How does Gummy Momo break that down?
That is a good question there, but also my question to everyone, and I just need a quick answer, no more yapping, is going to be who is taking it and how many games, starting with Bass going down the line.
Look, I'm hoping we get to at least Game 7, so I am going to say a 4-3 here just for the sake of putting it out there, but I still think it is Hitball coming out on top. At the end of the day, the one thing we have seen is that the X factor of Dark, when they pop off, they are dang near impossible to stop, and as good as the cohesion is on one side, Dark is just unbelievable. This kid's going to put up a performance, and he's going to take the win here today.
Well, with that, Spaceman Corelli, give us your predictions as you also take us into this match.
Corelli, I gotta think. I'm gonna have to disagree with the desk here. I'm thinking Gummy Momo in 5, but I don't have to give my opinion because I'm gonna ask you to do that for me. What are you feeling?
I'm gonna think for you. Is that what you?
Yeah, I want you to take over my brain.
Against Spongebob Puzzle Ball, and despite that being a 4-0, I feel like Gummy Momo are going to be able to slow down Hitball more than Spongebob Puzzle Ball did, and so I think Gummy Momo is going to come out. I think it's going to be 7 though, like Bass, but I'm going the other direction.
It's going to be really fun grand finals for two teams. One very good at team play, the other at mechanics, individual solo efforts. It's going to be a really, really great series, and already starting off this grand finals with Dark striking first, 4:34 on the clock, and a setup from Stinky Bus.
Yeah, I think every team that's played against Hitball has needed some time to understand the pace at which they're going to play. They will be on top of any play that is free inside of their box, and Hitball just showed Gummy Momo the pace of play that is required to play against them. And for Gummy Momo, maybe some time here to adapt against the competition.
And And it feels like we're going to be watching some high-level twos, and we have for most of this tournament. But as these two teams come into this grand finals, this best-of-7 ranked #1 overall on the respective groups, an open net to boot, and a free shot for an equalizer. It is absolutely high-level twos here to start.
And I don't know if Momo meant to do this, but he faked out everyone on his touch and left it for Gummy Bear and then gets the bump. It's a wide open shot for Gummy Bear, meaning Gummy Momo on the board.
And that's how you want to respond, too. When you start realizing the pressure the Hitball bring to the table, not only individually, but the speed in which they can get back on possession is why they've beaten so many teams this weekend. It's another open net, and the synergy keeps on synergizing for the lead.
Kickoff goals feel nice, and for Gummy Momo, they're going to need kickoff goals if they're going to beat Hitball. Classic kickoff, just going spraying out to the right, and one hard by Gummy Momo means the follow-up is easy and an open net.
They're not wasting their touches either, which is a factor of this offense for Gummy Momo that's worked in this entire tournament. They're not throwing the ball downfield airlessly. They're just getting out in front, getting the touch they need, putting it away, and back off of the kickoff we go again. And this is a squad that can put up 2-3 goals at a time very quickly. Corelli, we saw it yesterday off of kickoff goals, how quickly they can get on you with the volume of shots. That's a ridiculous angle from the side, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, and for Gummy Momo here, I mean, it's great to break up Dark. You would love to do that earlier. But unfortunately, Gummy Momo, both players carry into the corner, and a touch from Stinky Bus. I don't know if that's what he was trying to do. I think he was trying to keep it in the mix, but fortunate to see that one drop in.
If that's intentional, everybody needs to start taking notes at the top level, because that's just a ridiculous read all the way around. But as we wanted to see this grand finals be heavily contested between both teams, we're getting just that, and a bit of headspace here as two demos leads to an open net and a goal.
And I like what Dark does here. He gets by the first man by just blowing him up, and then look at him snake towards the other, making him think about where he needs to go. And the follow-up from Stinky Bus, you know he's always there. He's been the man to clean up the plays from Dark. And Hitball back in the lead.
Every time you think you get them back against the ropes, Hitball just come right back down the stretch and find a way to score. Two demos certainly makes things easier. They'll win the 50. Stinky Bus going to try to win the possession to the corner. Does just that, wraps it around, and just skirts it towards the opposite side. They'll be picked up quickly. Not Dark waiting, holding for as long as possible, then goes for the flip, but by that point, the defense was ready for it, and they'll get out to the midfield.
Yeah, great first touch by Momo. Did he beat Dark back? No, Dark, even with no boost, able to make the play, but you could see the control from Gummy Momo, and maybe it's something that Hitball hasn't seen too much of in their games. It's just the pace at which Gummy Momo can transition because of the control that they have. Here they are set up again. Gummy Bear trying to barrel this one through, and he does get the demo, but not the goal. And the defense will hold strong for Hitball.
A little scary on the transition, but again, good shadowing at the midfield. Bumped off one. It'll be relatively easy to read at the center net. Kicks through the corner. Gummy Bear looking for the center, just trying to, again, stay shadowing on the play. Both teams have traded hands here. A lot of time left in game one, but this is about as close of a start of a grand finals I think you could ask for.
That's exactly how I think a lot of us thought it was going to shape up. This was a tough one to predict because both teams are so different, right? You have such a hard carry in a player like Dark, and then you have really the opposite of Momo and Gummy Bear, who feel like they kind of carry each other at times if it's so evenly matched together. And so it is a different style from both teams, but clearly there's a reason why they're both in the finals, as you said, trading blows here in game one.
A couple of different looks at the midfield, and a one-on-one to beat. Did he get him? Yes, he did. Chip shot and the bump for a tie game, and plenty of time to go.
Hat trick for Gummy Bear. And again, this type of control is something that I don't think Hitball's seen too much of in this tournament. Great control from Gummy Bear. The initial touch to then set up the following touch to bait in Dark. And a tie ball game. Gummy Momo fighting back.
It's really going to be a battle won at the midfield between one team that's just mechanically different and the other that synergistically, maybe not a word, but we'll call it on anyway, is trying their best to keep pace with the speed that they're seeing out of Not Dark and Stinky Bus off the crossbar. Bit dangerous, nothing they can't handle. Momo Go Loco going to punch it downfield, going to give away possession, fighting for boost. Doesn't get it. Still stays involved, though. And now Gummy Bear has to make a play at the midfield to try to slow down this transition.
Yeah, Momo giving that ball away was not the most ideal play from him. I know he didn't have a ton of boost, but you don't want to give it into possession of Dark. That's the last thing you want to do. So even if you force a challenge out of him, that's fine. Even if you know you're going to lose, you can buy time for your teammate.
Get a slight double commit, but it doesn't cost him. Onto the ground. Still a tie game. A lot of space here for Gummy Momo to take advantage of. They can play into the corner and crash. They get the corner grab as well. You keep the offense swinging through. And who knows what might come of it, but Dark breaks it up. Dark in space, going to play it laterally. Pull the defenders aside. From the side wall. All the boost in the world to work with. A 1v2 in the net. Goes all the way to the crossbar and just can't put it away.
And something that Dark is going to have to be careful of is not leaving Stinky Bus by himself for too long. Because of the way Gummy Momo are able to rotate out, or rather transition out together, he's going to find himself in more and more 1v2s. And if you're Dark, you have to be able to convert if you're going to attack the net on an individual level.
Nice pinch downfield just to buy some space. Looks like the net was just a bit open for Gummy Momo. Off the ceiling. Hold on. Not Dark's going to have to bring this down carefully. Lets it bounce. Plays it off the hop. Free to go. Dark carrying, juggling all the way. Got them both to beat. And Dark gets it in 0 seconds. Put one on the clock. Who cares? 4-3. Hitball take the lead.
It's the worst nightmare for Gummy Momo. Dark with space, air dribbling through the center of the field. So many options, and it's a simple air dribble into the net. You got 1 second. You've got to pull out something on the kickoff.
Need a perfect kickoff. It's not going to happen. Hitball still away. Game 1 go the length of the field, and Not Dark proving that mechanics do matter at the end of the day. 8-18 for Not Dark, 582 for Stinky Bus, but 9 shots from Not Dark. Again, granted, you have a parallel on the side from Gummy Bear, but Corelli got to think that, again, a lot of those setups off the side wall, a lot of those solo plays from Not Dark to break down the defense, they worked out.
Yep, and you can see right at the end there, those are the types of plays you cannot allow if you're on Gummy Momo's side. Otherwise, that game was perfect from Gummy Momo. Yeah, they got kind of cheap shot right in the middle, or right in the beginning of the game. Hitball came out hot, but for Gummy Momo, they settled into this game 1. Didn't just throw away game 1 trying to learn what Hitball had. It took them a minute, but they got into this game quick enough and got themselves in a winning position. Unfortunately, didn't fall their way.
12 shots to 9, but I think the silver lining for Gummy Momo at the end of game 1, hitting onto the same point you just talked about, Corelli, is, look, it came down to a solo play downfield from Not Dark. He literally had to go the length of the field at 0 seconds to win this game. If that is the case, that is the pressure you'd want to put on a mechanical player to make those kind of heroic plays. Gummy Momo played a really clean game 1, but still, Not Dark and Stinky Bus, I think, have proven that you can still have synergy even if it's not always cohesive. You can always be in the right place, right time, and their presence on the side wall was too much to handle. 12 shots is a lot, and for both these players, very clean defensively as well. Not a lot of mistakes, not a lot of missed touches on the backboard. They got the ball to the midfield, and they did their job. Corelli, they look very good.
Yep, no, definitely. And I think the point I was making near the end of that for Hitball is that Dark obviously is going to have those moments where he can carry, but he has to make sure that he doesn't leave his teammate in a tough situation, because Gummy Momo are so good together that Stinky Bus, as good as he is, he's going to get chopped up. And as they bait out 2, this was a tough shot for Gummy Momo in the end, and that was certainly supposed to be a goal. Hit ball, happy to see that one go to the wayside, and maybe turn this one into a goal as well.
I was like, maybe he gets there? I don't think we'll see a psycho. There's a demo. Momo go loco, pops it, gonna lose it. Possession back to Hitball. They'll just kick it downfield. Can't hate the idea. Boost through the corner, but a lot of space at the midfield. Instead, we'll play boost for now and try to slow down again. Try to keep the ball in front, as Hitball have been very quick to kick it downfield and immediately go up for the challenge, like here, playing it towards the right, and Not Dark picks his spots and never misses.
And I feel like a setup like this for Hitball is much, much better. You have Stinky Bus leading the charge, allowing the challenges to kind of pop out towards Not Dark, and you're letting Dark finish in the way that he only knows how. So for Hitball, a great way to start this game.
We trade blows back and forth in this grand finals. Game 1 was as close as we all wanted it to be. Hitball steal it in 0 seconds. If you're just joining us, this is the last series of the day, a best of 7. Both these teams ranked number 1 in their groups. Gummy Momo has not lost a match, a game, I should say, all event until just 30 seconds ago. Now down to 1 in this best of 7, trying to respond quickly as Hitball continue to have pressure at the midfield and play their patience perfectly.
Yeah, and that's just great patience, like you said, from Hitball, winning a couple challenges. And Gummy Momo didn't have the best touch out. It was Gummy Bear, excuse me. Didn't have the best touch to the sidewall, too lateral, and Hitball able to jump all over it.
kind of picked their pocket there for the rotation of Gummy Momo. But now it's interesting that for a team that has not been down often, for a squad that doesn't really know, at least in this tournament alone, what it's been like to work back from a deficit. How do they try to change up their game, their synergy? They're going to have to do it a little bit more quickly than expected because Stinky Bus from the elbow is just power flicking his way through this game.
Well, I mean, yeah, the kickoffs have been rough, but that is an incredible flick from Stinky Bus, and there's not much you can do with that type of power. A defender has barely any time to react, so hit ball in the driver's seat. But for Gummy Momo, as you were asking, I mean, this is a game that is already getting away from it. Is that a fourth almost? Plenty of time. I know we keep mentioning this in a lot of these games where a big lead builds, but we have seen teams make the comeback. Even against Hitball, there are teams that made the comeback. They ultimately lose, but for Gummy Momo, certainly one of the better teams we've had in this tournament, and can certainly fight their way back into it. And Less Dark is just allowed to flip reset a couple times towards their net.
It's a scary thing. It's not the double flip reset. It's the uncontested airspace that he has. One demo helps. First time it feels like the offense has had to slow down for Hitball, but for Gummy Momo, you need possession desperately. Not working on the ground. It's barely working in the air. It's the first time this team's really been tested, and you can start to see why Hitball has been a nuisance for so many rosters this weekend. They are just way too good individually. They can pull this game apart by it seems, and even for a synergetic team like Gummy Momo, it's going to be very difficult to shut down the Hitball offense. Back onto the ground around one, just a bit wide, but a foot race back into possession, avoiding the demo and clearing it away. And now you're going to start to really hope these long passes, these long clears connect with your teammate downfield to keep the defense honest.
And demos are certainly not going to help either, but maybe an opportunity for Gummy Bear. It just feels like Gummy Momo are playing way too slow, and that's a little bit because they quite literally are with not enough boost, as Hitball invites this one all the way to the goal line, but here comes the counter once again.
Able to beat out one, gets back possession, not Dark gonna pop it. Take the solo effort. Doesn't go for the reset, just plays it shallow, set up perfectly. And still an awkward chance there. The defense finally escapes out. But Corelli, kind of getting back to your point, it's not only they just don't have boost, but it feels like when Hitball get down, when they kind of get up to full speed, it's like they're running downhill. They just don't stop. They're always on the play. They are so quick to the looks. That's a ridiculous 50. Follow up just a bit shallow. It won't fall in, but still a valiant effort. And there it goes, 4-0.
And for Hitball, this is mastery in game two. Just unrelenting pressure and an onslaught of offense. Even with no boost, they're able to whip back into it in the box. And for Gummy Momo, it's been so difficult for them to not only, like you've been pointing out, hold on to possession, hold on to their own boosts, and a combination of those two hasn't been happening either. So for Hitball, every mark has been checked off. You've denied the boost, you've denied possession, you've denied control of the game, and you're seeing what happens. A 4-0 lead, possibly 5, as Hitball running away.
It's just, we give so much praise to Gummy Momo in the last years about playing so clean. I mean, the landing, the positioning, the control, both on ball, off ball from Hitball is just really, really, really clean. It's no wasted movement, perfect efficiency. It's what we praise pros about, and we're seeing it right here. This team is certainly on cruise control right now. They're just having fun out on the field, and Gummy Momo desperately trying just to find something. Long pass, does not connect. And under 60 to play. Maybe a 6th. That's gross. Gets both to bite. But it's basically a victory lap here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's as simple as you can put it. For Gummy Momo, a lot to think about, because game 1 went quite well for them. They played Hitball fantastically, even. I mean, really pushed them to the edge. That was an overtime. I mean, for Gummy Momo, or almost an overtime. It was a 0-second shot, basically. And for Gummy Momo, I mean, there wasn't a lot of negatives in their last game. Hitball got their chances and executed, but for Hitball this game, I mean, they just absolutely smothered Gummy Momo, and Gummy Momo just never were able to shake them off their end.
And you can't even get out of your own zone holding the ball. You're just constantly getting challenged. And again, you're losing possession as well. You're chasing defensively. You're hoping offensively. You just get upfield unscathed. It's not going to happen. Maybe a double. If they score this, that's disgusting. It doesn't matter, though. Game 2, done and dusted. Hitball will take it up 2-0 in the series. GG's all around. I don't really know what to say in terms of how you counter this. Outside of, if if you start prioritizing boost, you give up a lot on the field, but that's just the cost of doing business. I would say, like, you would love to start pre-jumping a little bit more of these reads, but Hitball have the mechanics clearly to, I guess, double reset over the defenders if they need to. It just feels like the efficiency of Hitball's touches, and we talk about intent all the time, where this team wants to go with the ball. They're just kind of pulling this defense apart, and thus the offense never exists. So I don't know how you counter this, Corelli, but maybe there's got to be a way to start like shadowing or covering Not Dark, because he has so much space at the midfield to really do what he wants. This is a very tough situation to be in for Gummy Momo.
And they are going to take a timeout here, and I think rightfully so, for all the things that you just pointed out and the things that I pointed out in the waning seconds of that game. I don't want to harp on it for too much. I think Gummy Momo knows that Game 2 was not a good game for them, and Game 1 was maybe something, a bit of a form that they would like to return to. But, let's not take away anything from what Hitball's been doing. They've been unrelenting in their pressure, and a lot of it from Dark, of course. But I think Stinky Bus also has looked fantastic in these 2 games as well. So, like we said, only praise for Hitball right now. They seem to be doing everything right. But for Gummy Momo, they're the real catalyst, the real variable here. Game 2 was a stark difference from Game 1, so clearly there are levels to what they can do, and hopefully Game 3 they can bring maybe their Game 1 level.
Stinky Bus and Not Dark are playing into so much space at all times with their possessions, with their touches, that it's got to be frustrating for a defense in Gummy Momo to constantly have to cover all sides of the field at all times. But that is the cost of doing business right now, because Not Dark and Stinky Bus are on a tear. And, I had this belief that synergy and team play, if cohesive enough, if consistent enough, would beat out mechanics. But you just need a little bit of the former in Not Dark and Stinky Bus, and then all the mechanics in the world. And it's clear that that's enough right now, because they're just like, their team play is what they're doing. It's just, let's create as much chaos and utilize our mechanics to play into space as much as we want. And then we take advantage of the defensive mistakes. All credit right now to Hitball. They're playing out of their minds. Now let's get into Game 3 of this best of 7 grand finals. We had a very close Game 1, and we thought this series might be going the distance, but Hitball completely took over in Game 2. If they have a similar result here, Corelli, I'm very worried about what this series might look like.
Yeah, that's the big question, and Not Dark going to show off here using that wave dash to then pop this ball up. And again, there's just too much time given over to him. I know Momo wants to get the boost, but you can see Dark just going to pop that one up as he slides towards net. And for Hitball, again, it feels like in so many of their games, they score within the first 30 seconds, doing it again here in Game 3.
It's easy to say you need to challenge that quickly, but that's a tall order. From the sidewall, Momo go loco. Keeping it on the ground, loses the 50. Huge quick challenge from Hitball, and a decisive one at that. Through the corner we swing, centered out, and a nice job of Momo go loco trying to break up the pass and back into the possession of one on your screen. But again, still looking for that long swing out for them to hold on to the ball and get upfield.
And I think it's good from Gummy Momo to just chase the ball down and stay on top of what Hitball's trying to do. I think that's actually smart to kind of run around with them. But you do have to be careful about your boost totals as well, because if Hitball do break out and have that little bit of space, they will make you pay and you'll be boostless.
Still wins it through the corner. 78 to work with. One bait. We'll see you later. 1v2. Juggling, carrying perfectly. Trying to set up the follow-up. Double available. Just a bit too high. But again, causing panic right now on the defensive side as Gummy Momo try to get back to the goal line. Sitting on low boost. He can't go through this. It's going to be up the Gummy Bear to have to make a play here. And finally they break out. Still hunting for their first goal.
Break out, but I got to put one away here, and that one trickles across the net. For Gummy Momo, it just seems like they get one opportunity, and then it breaks down. Here's another big chance for Momo. Demo comes out as well, and Dark's flopping around. He gives the ball up. Momo patiently waiting to see what Dark was going to do. We're all tied up.
There's a lot of pressure here because Gummy Bear falls awkwardly into the corner. He's behind the defense. It's a 1v1. You lose this touch, you lose that 50, it's a goal the other way. You're down 2-0. He had to play it perfectly and understood the assignment. Tie game, 309, a great response from Gummy Momo.
Now you got to let it watch out, not let it back in. You found your equalizer. You've earned your equalizer. Now Can he stack together a couple of goals and put Hitball on the back foot?
This little flick. Still playing with it. Into the sidewall. Both teams taking their time back at the midfield, just establishing some rhythm. You have one out in front, trying to beat him, and can't sneak it around. It's a good challenge just to shadow off the ball and keep it out of the goal. Careful in the counterattack here as Gummy Momo try to fly back. They have boost to burn if they need it. And they're doing a much better job of staying on possession in this game.
They are pushing Hitball back quite a bit. You see Dark pushing up with low boost, or no boost rather. That's a good sign for Gummy Momo. They've done well to at least prevent Hitball coming out with boost, especially on Dark. And even Dark here, he's picked up the corner. But for Gummy Momo, that was a good little string of offense, even though they don't come up with a goal.
Oh, man. That's insane. That's just, you're just toying with him in the corner. He's sitting on 12. He gets one clip, bumps a second. I mean, there's not much you can really do against that outside of challenging immediately on the ball.
And for Hitball, I mean, they're going to strike like that multiple times, right? So for Gummy Momo, those goals are going to happen. They're going to get the physical plays in. But at the same time, for Gummy Momo, you know, you have opportunity in this game. This goes, you know, very reminiscent of Game 1, where there's a lot of chances for them to lock in Hitball, a lot of chances for them to create multiple attacks towards the net. They're stealing away corner boosts right now, so Hitball's not going to have a ton of opportunity to break out for free. This is your opportunity to kind of whittle down the defense.
Being on the ground, not trying to force the issue off the backboard, where clearly Hitball have been more than competent enough to be able to take it downfield. But here's a reset from the sidewall. A little bit of taste of what Dark was cooking up in Game 1. Gummy Bear gets the full grab. A lot of boosts in a lot of time.
Great work here from Gummy Momo. This is a well-earned goal, and this is what I'm talking about, right? You win a couple of crucial challenges, but also you take away boosts from Hitball, then you can work towards the net. Gummy Momo did just that in almost perfect succession. They find their equalizer once again.
Out of space, 1v1, immediately cleared away. It seems like Gummy Momo are finally finding their rhythm and being able to slow this game down just a bit. Game 2 was a blistering one. But Hitball not out of it by any stretch. We've talked a lot about what Gummy Momo have done right in this Game 3. For Hitball, again, it's like anywhere on the field, they're a threat. Here's a reset, It sneaks in, and Momo Go Loco gets his second.
And now the confidence come back for Gummy Momo, and especially for Momo. He's going loco out there. Little flip reset on the head of Dark. And now the goal's starting to flow through on the blue side. And just in the nick of time here, Game 3, it would be a shame to go down 3-0 in this best of 7, but you got a minute left to hang on, and you know Hitball's going to bring it.
And they've done it back in Game 1. It took 0 seconds for them to go the length of the field like they're doing now off the crossbar. It takes a massive save in the last second to keep this one out. Still alive. Just pushing it towards the corner, onto the ground. Wins the 50 as well. You can chase this with the boost you have. Gummy Bear trying to win it, but can't find the possession. And this is where things get a little dangerous. Hitball can start setting up space once they get a bit of boost. They can clamp down on you really quickly. And a long clear from Gummy Bear buys him some time.
Good follow from Gummy Bear as well. And a shot comes out, actually pinched off the top of Dark. And still a dangerous ball. Gummy Momo has an opportunity here, but Dark got boost. Still, Gummy Momo going to lock him in. That's a great, very dangerous ball. Great touch to keep defense awkward. They can put this one to bed with one final shot, but with 10 seconds left, Hitball trying to break out.
Just play it towards the net each time. Gummy Momo trying to hold on to this Game 3. Keep themselves involved in this series. Needs to touch once, and it will. A massive, massive, crucial win from Gummy Momo in this series in the grand finals. Both teammates contributing. Look at that, 629, 607, and it took that kind of effort. You have 7 shots to 9. It was as close as it looked, and Gummy Momo survived into Game 4.
And that's a little scary for Hitball, a team that's used to controlling the pace of game, who usually controls the game in general, possession-wise especially. That last minute, 2 minutes of that game really felt like it was starting to go in favor of Gummy Momo in all facets: possession, boost, control, pace, everything. And so for Hitball, maybe one of the few times we've seen them kind of lose their grip on a game. And you're seeing what happens there. Gummy Momo, we talked about their synergy. You know, you see it in the stats as well. They're a dual threat, and they bring it. When they smell blood in the water, they strike, and they certainly did in that game.
I think that's a good way to put it. They've been a dual threat. They just got really shut out of things in game one, and game two was a little bit a similar situation, a little more one sided there for Hitball. But they just did a better job of really just, again, their boost was a lot cleaner when it came to working that offense through the corner of field, but also defensively they were staying on possession. They weren't allowing Hitball to get a lot of these free pops and these easy spaces where they were manipulating a lot of the game in game one and two. Just did a much better job of taking the fight where the fight was given. And nice job all the way around by Gummy Momo. But Hitball, still one of the scariest teams at any point. They had a bunch of stretches, though, Corelli, where they were sitting back on defense, trying to break out, trying to get off their own backboard. And that's credit to Gummy Momo. But Hitball still have a lot left to prove in this grand finals. They've done a great job so far, up 2-1. Anything standing out to you so far? Anything unorthodox from these two teams, or just still waiting for the series to kind of show us what it's got?
No, I mean it's exactly what we expected from these two teams. You're seeing a lot of mechanics come out from Dark. In fact, we're just getting word here that Hitball is going to take a timeout here, and maybe that's a good shout, because again, this game was starting to get away from them, and that synergy from Gummy Momo really started to shine. But I mean, yeah, we're getting what we expected out of this series, and that's a good thing. I think if we got the unexpected, then this probably would be a landslide win for one side or the other. So, but you're getting, again, kind of the battle of two different style choices from these teams, and it's been a lot of fun to watch, obviously. And I think these teams are obviously taking it very seriously too. We've had both the timeouts used in basically the first three games, or at least at the end of the first three games. So there are things that they think they need to change.
And Gummy Momo did a nice job of slowing the game down in game three. It was clear by the way they were playing defensively, but also, they finally had time to work off the rebounds on the other side of the ball. If they can continue to slow this series down, there's a very good chance they can, bring the best of the best that they got against Hitball. But like we've said many times, Hitball can kill you wherever they are on the field, just like now off the kickoff. They've done it so many times, and they put another one on the board.
Yeah, this is, again, striking so early in the game. Hitball, I mean, I think they've done it in every game we've watched. They will score first, and they will score in the first 30 seconds. This time coming in the first 10 seconds.
Is this a sign of things to come? Big question. Does Hitball continue to prove that no matter where they are, they might just get another to go through, and quick mistakes back-to-back from Gummy Momo leave so much to be desired.
Mistakes maybe, but a great touch from Stinky Bus. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're in that situation? By Momo, and for Hitball, an easy 2-0 lead, and we're not even 15 seconds in.
That's the scary thing, because now if you're Gummy Momo, like you got to hit the reset button and quickly shut down the momentum that Hitball had pulled back. And after that quick timeout, it worked. Hitball, a 2-0 lead, it's going to roll in, and we are back to within one.
Yeah, this is going to be a long game 4 with the way these goals are dropping in. Great pressure from Gummy Bear to take away the boost from Dark as well. Dark did not get the best touch there defensively, and because of it, left the net exposed. Gummy Momo get one back.
Back and forth we go. Right off the kickoff again. I expect a goal to come through in like 15 seconds. Momo go loco. Gonna pop it. A lot of boost. Waiting on the backboard. Shadowing perfectly. Gummy Bear, not a great touch. Gives it away. Can they finish? No, just barely. Out on the transition. Stinky Bus gets demoed. And not Dark. Not able to get there in time. But again, a defensive mistake that could have cost them. But Gummy Momo survived.
Gummy Momo trying to ramp up their offense again. Something that we saw at the end of the last game. It's the reason why Hitball took their timeout. Dark trying to pick and choose when he's going to go. And you're seeing Hitball kind of being relegated to just blasting the ball down the field. No boost for Stinky Bus means that he's just going to try and barrel in and make something of it. But with no boost now, still trying to fight for it. Momo taking a little too long to take advantage of the numbers up opportunity. But even Dark doesn't have a ton of boost to work with.
This is where you just try to keep pace here. Just stay involved. Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's brutal.
And again, I mean, this is Gummy Momo not really being outplayed, but not the best challenge from Gummy Bear. Even if this doesn't go in, it's still just not a great challenge. You might as well let that one roll into the corner. You knew Dark didn't have boost. The only way for that ball to gain any pace is if you do exactly what you did, and that's just push it back into him. So unfortunate for Gummy Momo.
I feel like that's kind of been the sentiment of this game 4. It's just been a lot of unfortunate position situations where Gummy Momo are maybe not necessarily shooting themselves in the foot, but on the receiving end of some really bad luck. And unfortunately, against a team like Hitball, Be given an inch, they'll take a mile, and you can't afford these lapses that happen in transitions, on defense, because now you got to work even harder to try to tie up this game. Hit ball off their last time out have been excellent. And they're trying to put on their 4th goal here as one errant touch goes all the way back to the midfield. Momogo Loco going to pick it up. You get one demo, looking for the second. Punch right back into the corner, shaving off some time, and the net just a bit open, but it'll be easily saved. And both teams still fighting for possession.
Yeah, I still think the big thing for Gummy Momo is just giving away the ball too easily. And now you've left it in the hands of Dark, who's trying to isolate the last man of Momo. Again, a little slow to pick that one up. Some good challenges coming out from Gummy Momo, but maybe not the best there. This one's a bit wide. As Stinky Bus trying his best to get a hold of this. And here comes Dark. And he's got the backboard, but the follow-up there for Gummy Momo ensures the clear.
Last 30 seconds, we've just played from sidewall to sidewall. And this is, I feel like, Hitball kind of reading their sources here, just picking their spots and waiting for a mistake from Gummy Momo, because right now they're obviously not being pressured on their own side. They're more than happy to continue to expend the boost upfield as long as they have an opportunity like this. Trying to use the wave dash, couldn't quite get it. He had a demo to help. Back to full strength. Still in a 1v2 upfield. Dark is baiting everybody into a challenge. There comes Stinky Bus off respawn. Real half, we'll call it a half of one. And a minute 42 to go, and it's just not much for Gummy Momo.
And Hitball, the thing is, Hitball hasn't had to play a lot of defense because Gummy Momo is just blasting the ball down the field. So Hitball just says, okay, fine, we'll take it to our corner. We'll take our time to pick up boost. You're seeing here, look at all this time they're buying. Dark's got boost, so he's in no rush. He's happy to run out this clock.
And they're winning every 50 as well, so you can keep doing this. Musty, follow up, off the backboard. What else do you have, Gummy Momo, to potentially shut down this offense? Bumped off, back to the midfield, just spending so much time chasing down the possession into a demo. They're not even interested in scoring right now. They just want to keep killing time off the clock.
Yeah. I mean, they've killed almost 2.25 minutes, or 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So, I mean, for Gummy Momo, a lot of time has been wasted away. And it's only a 2-goal game. I mean, this is still within the realm of possibility for Gummy Momo, but they have really struggled to generate offense.
You need something. You need maybe a player to just step up and make a play. You need someone to hold on to the ball and to go a little bit of a hero mode. I know it's way, way, way easier to say that than it actually happened, but it's where you make your money as a player. Back pass. Kind of. Sidewall. There we go. One shot into the corner. Boost here for Gummy Momo. They have to start pressing. They also have to hold on to the ball. 10 to go. You need 2. Becoming an improbability. And now an impossibility, as Hitball will take a 3-1 series lead in this grand finals, and they just cruise control their way through the latter half of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they ran off basically the last 3 minutes of the clock here, maybe 4 minutes of the clock after the first 3-4 goals went in, and did it masterfully so. So I think that for Gummy Momo, a frustrating game only because they weren't able to get a hold of the ball, and when they did, they just gave it right back to Hitball.
We talked about MVPs a little bit on the desk in the pre-show. A couple of matches today. Got to think Dark's in the running for that, especially with how he's played in this grand finals. But takes nothing away from Stinky Bus either. The big point being that Hitball are playing with house money right now, and clearly very comfortable doing so, as Gummy Momo have had some opportunities, but there was a 3-minute stretch in that game, Curly, where they didn't touch the ball once, and they didn't have control offensively maybe more than twice. It was very, very devastating for that offense. And for a team that is so fundamentally sound, synergetic, so much reliant upon both players being involved at all times, when neither of them's touching the ball, there is no offense to be had. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a 3-1 series lead and a grand finals where Hitball are 4 minutes away, maybe, from taking this whole thing, Corelli.
Yeah. And I think that Gummy Momo, you already used your timeout, meaning you don't have your timeout now. And that game looked very similar to game 2 in the sense that they just didn't control that game. That scoreline maybe wasn't as bad, but it was pretty close anyways. And so Gummy Momo despite sitting at 2-1 at one point in that game, I mean, just could never get a foothold. And that's very scary coming out from Hitball. Hitball, I think, has done a great job of controlling the game, as we saw, and I expect the same here in Game 5.
Let's keep it moving into potentially the last game of this grand finals, into this last best of 7. Hitball up 3-1. Do we get a reverse sweep? Well, it wouldn't even, technically it wouldn't be that, but, you know, it would be close. Maybe. Momo will have to find some extra rhythm here. It can't just be, let's chase the entire time. They got to have more.
Well, the good news is Momo hasn't given up a goal in the first 30, 20, 40 seconds here. So, well, maybe I spoke too soon. And that's a rarity for Hitball games. Normally they do score off the kickoff or in the first 10, 15, 20 seconds of a game. And right now they're shaping up to maybe find their first.
They're doing a nice job of, again, allowing Hitball to take some of the angles they want, but not jumping at the play when they don't have to. As I say that, quick save from Gummy Bear, low boost. They will not get the corner. That's tough. Bumped off the goal line, still fighting for possession, just trying to escape this defensive hold. As Gummy Momo look for the clear, misses it. He won't get punished for it. I say that.
They got no boost.
Up to the crossbar, here it goes. That's the first goal, and they were working for it for about 45 seconds.
And then when that ball came across the net, Dark knew that neither player had boost. I mean, they're both on 0. Neither of them even picked up a pad, and Hitball had all the boost from the corners. They have to score there, and with defenders with nothing in the tank, they couldn't put up much of a fight.
There were a couple of times where the ball was in the corner. He had players from Gummy Momo around to go grab it. They're trying to play the positioning. They lose the boost grab, and you get punished for it. It's tough, for sure, but got to wipe all of it away. Only down 1. Got to keep that in front for Hitball. I mean, business as usual right now. Right back up the gut, able to get 1, trying to get 2, can't sneak it under, but gets both defenders to pull off of the goal line, and now you send the house.
Sticky Bus doing his job, just getting in, taking a challenge, getting back. Maybe an opportunity for Gummy Momo here. Momo trying to dunk this one through, and it is still in a dangerous spot, but Gummy Bear no boost. He's forced to go all the way back, so a little disjointed from Gummy Momo. An opportunity where they did have Hitball in a tough spot. Now Sticky Bus, flip 3 set, possibly no. Denied by the defense, and Hitball happy to sit on their 1-goal lead.
On the ceiling, Dark keeps it on the ground, bumps off 1. They've been focused on those air dribble bumps at the end as well. Like, they'll just hold the reset all the way down to the ground, and then they'll go for the bump, hope their teammate is in a position to finish the play. 2:40 to go. Been a very quick Game 5. Sometimes games can kind of drag. Sometimes it feels like, you know, we've been swinging through for both teams for about 2 minutes, and it's really only been 30 seconds. This has been a blistering Game 5 and a 1-0 lead for Hitball. Just killing time off the clock. About 2 minutes away from taking home the victory here in this tournament.
And we say that, but it's still just a 1-goal game. And for Gummy Momo, all they need is 1, but maybe 2. Gummy Bear makes the save. Can they transition onto offense, even with low boosts? They've got to put something together.
Helps a little. Got to keep the numbers up here. You'll lose the grab in the corner. That's okay. Now starting to lose the 50s as well. Double. Cleared away. Doesn't play the corner. Goes right back onto the possession, but gives it right back. So now you have to try to rotate out of a long rotation. You get demoed. It helps just spatially. But is it really the decisions on these counterattacks that are paying off? It doesn't seem like it, because they're just losing their corner grabs. They're losing the boost at the midfield. They're trying to stay on ball so often that they're not back in time when they need numbers, and that's a 2-0 lead.
And that's the worry that I had for Gummy Momo early on in the series, was that they knew that they had to stay on top of Dark. They had to keep up the pace of play, but they were using boost to do so. And when you do that, if you don't get possession, if you don't win those challenges, you slowly whittle yourself down off of boost, and then they find themselves with no boost. Dark and Stinky Bus know exactly where to go from there, and they put away as their second.
Now we get to the danger of Game 4, where we can start playing boom ball into the sidewall and just run the clock out, take a knee. That's a great pass upfield, though. Hold on, 1v1. You got to put this one away, and it's a great shot, but a better save as Dark get out in front. I think he just got bumped off, not sure. As it hangs above the crossbar, follow-up will be in. Momo Go Loco finally gets something on the board.
You got time to work with here. A great fake by Gummy Bear, and he beats Stinky Bus. Dark was trying to get back, but Momo secures this one. And like I said, time on the clock. Minute 6 is plenty to get their equalizer, but you can't allow another one in.
You also can't afford to start chasing possession. If it gets to that spot, you got to hold on to your boost, like Corelli just said. A pass. Finally, some synergy from the two. Almost sneaks it under. And they'll play it back to their own half, but not before Dark has something to say about it. Cut down back into the hands of Stinky Bus for the moment, able to avoid some pressure. No boost from the ceiling, set it up off the backboard. Follow-up won't be there. But Gummy Momo cannot corral this possession. They cannot get a hold of the ball. Finally, getting back to the midfield before being bumped off.
Great bomb. Allows Stinky Bus to go, and both Dark and Stinky Bus are going to go, and they're going to be rewarded. 30 seconds left on the clock. They sent the house. They had to be sure, and they double up their lead.
The defense couldn't get control of the possession, and Hitball will take advantage. 30 seconds to go, a 2-goal lead. A tournament point on the line. The championship within grasp, within reach of Hitball. Can they close out this game? They've done so in the last 3. They've looked excellent since their timeout. That's a reset for good measure, and a GG's all around as Hitball take a 3-goal lead.
And he only had about 30-something boost to work, but wow, man, clinical from Not Dark. And for Gummy Momo, unfortunate in this series, you felt like they were going to be able to put up a bigger fight. On paper, this one's looking like the scoreline of 4-1. And for Hitball, this has been a master class from Dark throughout this series. With 10 seconds left, just a formality here for Hitball.
We saw teams have separation based on skill, based on talent, based on synergy, but at the end of the day, mechanics reign supreme yet again as Hitball take advantage of the opportunities in this OT and prove that they are the best team in the Summer Cup 2v2 Vessel Tournament, and once again prove that speed and consistency can break down a team as good as anything else in Rocket League. 4-1 will be the final score no matter what happens. Hitball will take home the championship in 5. We wanted to see the series go 7. It doesn't happen, but I think we can all agree the best team in the tournament, one of the #1 seeds coming from Group B, happens to be Hitball, a 5-1 final, and a very good showing in this best of 7. The grand finals goes to Hitball.
5-1, and in Game 5, commanding lead command over this series for Hitball. Like you said, no doubt, the best team in this tournament. Your 2v2 Summer Cup champions.
They look really, really good, and they kept looking good all the way through the tournament. Their biggest test was going to be against this squad in Gummy Momo. But look, Corelli, in the prior series of Gummy Momo's matchup, we were saying, all right, like, this is a team that just looks like they're outclassing their opponents. We got the same thing here. I mean, this was like 1-for-1. Hitball just looked like they absolutely outclassed Gummy Bear and Momo Go Loco, and that's no shade on what Gummy Momo brought to this tournament nor to the table in the grand finals, but Not Dark and Stinky Bus just way too fast on the field. Their mechanics were not only clean, but their recoveries back into plays, their use of boost, their speed, their cadence was everything you'd want out of a championship caliber roster. And I think the best indictment of this team was back in Game 4, where they had the lead and they killed 3 minutes off the clock. Like they just straight up whittled away the time. There was nothing Momo Go Loco could do. And from there, it's tough to really shake that as a squad going into the next game. This is a team in a Hitball that just knew exactly what they needed to do at all times, and they take home the championship.
Yeah, I mean, again, for Hitball, we talked about mechanics and why they're so important, but here you see what happens when you give space over to a player like Dark, and for him, he's been stellar throughout this tournament. We didn't get to see, you and I didn't get to see them in the group, but we definitely got to see them in bracket. Saw why they were able to dominate their group and ultimately dominate this entire tournament.
They dominated all the way through, and the analyst desk was right. So let's bring them back, because Bass and Vaudeville were talking about this team all weekend long. You got to see them on your side. We got to see Gummy Momo on ours, and it's clear that the Group B just had a demon ready to go. Mm-hmm.
Well, this probably comes as no surprise if you've been watching either today or even yesterday. It is Dark. Dark absolutely dominated here today, and not only were they able to put up an individually impressive performance, but again, the thing that I think was the most emblematic of what we were seeing from this player is that they didn't have to be the offense, they didn't have to be the defense, they didn't have to play any certain role. Their adaptability around Stinky Bus is what made them so incredibly impressive, because you'd have games where Stinky is outscoring Dark by 3 times the amount, and then you'd have games where Dark just pops off and individually just puts up a performance you'd never be able to imagine. Deserved, beyond compare. Dark being our MVP is absolutely justified.
And let's take a look one last time at the bracket to see how we got here as well. Again, congrats to Hitball and Dark, but this is the journey that they took. Yes, they weren't completely undefeated for all of the games individually, but they were undefeated in the series, never lost one up to this point in time, and at most lost individual games here and there. So congrats to them on getting that victory. My question to you here, Spaceman, what was your favorite series of the day?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, I really wanted to say it was the grand finals. I was really hoping that would be the one because I was like, oh, this is going to be so back and forth. I want to say I think the Gummy Momo versus the Night Court at 2500, even though it was a sweep, I do think that Night Court put up a much closer fight than Gummy Momo put up in the grand finals, and I think Gummy Momo showed that their synergy at all times was always flowing, and there was there was a disparity between the ranks, sure, but it wasn't a massive leap. So Night Court at 2500 certainly had opportunities to kind of bring things back and make it interesting. I enjoyed the back and forth between those two. Unfortunately, the grand finals just was at a point, it just felt like Hitball just kind of understood exactly how they were going to win, and they just did that. But I think that first semifinals for me was a really enjoyable game.
I also really enjoyed our first series of the day, too. Got to give a shout out to both those teams, keeping it as competitive as possible. I mean, every team who participated in this event gave it their all. Shout out to the players and the students who did everything possible to participate in this event, and everyone who showed up and played through all days of the competition or just watched in the chat as well. This could not happen without the students here. So make sure if you want to be a part of the action in the future and you are a North Carolina high school student, register at myvessel.org or go to vessel.gg. Find out more information about everything. We talked about it earlier. I'll talk about it one last time. The Smash Draft Clash happening September 13th and 15th. $7,000 on the line for that. Pro players will be drafting from a pool of 48 Vessel students playing Smash Bros. Ultimate, and that'll be 4v4 crew battles for that event. It's going to be a fun time. And then at the end of the month in September, for our pre-season events, there will also be a Fortnite $3,000 2v2 or duos tournament, not 2v2. That's what we did here, which will be kind of similar to the Cash Cup format that people are used to in that game. And then the regular season also starts that week as well. So make sure you register before signups close on I think it was like the 20th of September for the regular season. So multiple games we played, Rocket League, of course, Smash Bros, and some others to be announced. But Corelli, final thoughts from you. We'll go down the line for final thoughts, and we'll send things out for the day.
Yeah, really enjoyed watching Hitball. I think that Dark was an incredible talent to watch, but I really appreciate everyone that was in the Group A pool that Spaceman and I got to cast. There's some fun games in there, despite maybe on paper being some sweeps. I really enjoyed watching those teams, and it was a great day.
There we go, Spaceman.
I'll echo the sentiment I had earlier on Saturday, which was yesterday, and earlier today, that high school Rocket League continues to impress, and it's really great to see the Tier 3 side that's very quickly going to become the Tier 2 continue to get better and better and better. These ranks did not exist literally 4 years ago, but also the players skill-wise have gotten better in the past couple of years. So if you're a kid who wants to play esports, could not be a better game right now than Rocket League. Get involved because we got a good ecosystem, and shout out all the players for showing up.
More or less echoing the same sentiments as Sean here. The one thing I will kind of build on to that, though, is, again, remember, as much as these are fun competitions and it is about getting better as a player and showing your skill, reminder, this is also a great way for you to get to college as well. If you're playing competitions like this, is a practice that's going to be able to get you even better and better. And nowadays, people are sending you to college for playing video games. So even if you're not necessarily the best player yet, join into one of these competitions. Find yourself a partner like you saw today from Gummy Momo, who neither of these players are SSL, but I'll tell you this much. They keep playing together like that, they probably will get there. And if they can continue to build upon that, eventually they'll be able to go to college with a scholarship, get a discount to go and get an education. So remember, this is, yes, for fun and for money and for all of that, but it's also to improve yourself so that you get a chance at higher education because there are leagues and there are programs built around it. Again, John said it best. It's awesome that this exists. This did not exist a couple of years ago, and now that we have this ecosystem, take advantage of it if you are a student.
And even if you aren't at the top of the competition as well for that, like Bass was saying, there's still clubs that exist at these colleges that you can participate in, and some have esports labs. I mean, there's plenty in the state of North Carolina that we partner with, of course. Shout out to UNCG. They have a great facility over there and some other amazing programs that are available to people out there to look into. But that is all the time we have today. Congrats to our winners in Hitball and our MVP winner in Dark. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you next time during the Smash Draft Clash on September 13th. We'll see you then.